Hello everyone. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So this will be the series of the things that's related to the Python. We will start the Python from the basic to the level of advanced. Okay. So this particular we will just use this Python. You can go through all the series that's related to the whenever you want to go in the field of AI, ML or deep learning, or whether you want to go for the Python developer in or Django or Flask to build the deploying phase. Everything that's related to the Python you can just study in this series particular. So we will start with the from basic, that introduction to the Python. Then we will move to the various kind of things that we are going to see the many videos, upcoming videos that's related to the Python. Okay. So in this particular video, this is the introduction to the Python. That's it. We will this particular video we are going to see why we are using Python, why we are learning Python. Okay, we as compared to the rest of the language. Okay, so we will start with the Python. So first of all, we already this is my website. Already I have uploaded this introduction to the Python. You can just go through this particular blog. I will just give you the link in this description of the video. You can just directly go and see this particular blog. So first of all, we will jump to the why Python and why we are using Python nowadays for the AI ML everywhere. You are just seeing this thing. The Python is really getting famous day by day whenever there was a no AI at that time. So Python was really, you can say Java was the king among the all the language. But nowadays everywhere you can just see in the AI, or whether it's related to the ML or whether it's related to the backend system, Python is used everywhere. Okay, so I will start with the Python. Okay, first of all, who was invented Python? So Python was invented by Van Rossum in 1989. So it was not an old language. So it is really an old language, I can just say. So whenever someone will say whether the Java is a old language or a Python is a old language, so generally everyone will say Java is really old language as compared to the Python. But it you are just wrong. So Python was invented way before in 1989, but the Java when came in 1995. Okay, so at the time Java was really get famous, too much famous as compared to the Python. So at the time in 90s, what is the use of the Python? So at the time Python was used for the general language. Suppose you are very new to the programming. Okay, you don't know anything that's related to the language, programming language of the computer. So everyone at the time in 1990s, they were saying you have to just read first of all the Python, then you have to go for any particular C++ or whether it's related to the Java or any other language, because Python was very really easy at that time, and there was no use of Python at that much at the time. So but whenever there was a boom in the field of AI, ML, and whether it was really they were just scientists. So I will say why the for AI ML why we are using Python. We can use Java also, we can use C++ also, we can use any language for to develop any AI algorithm or deep learning algorithm. But everywhere you are seeing, everywhere we are using Python and Python. Okay, so the main reason at the time, whenever there was research was going through in the AI ML, so scientists they want to take that particular language, so they will not invest that time to learn the language or any syntax error or something error, because Python you will just find even you are just writing the code of a plus b, you are just writing a plus b or 10 plus 10, that's it. But whenever you are going to write this code in the C++ or Java, that at least you should write the 7 to 8 line of the code. Okay, so means you want to make so much small number of line of the code to so that scientists can use that particular language and see how they have just processed in that. So, okay, so Python was really used in the AI ML nowadays everywhere. 99.99% you can just say Python is used everywhere. So even you can just see Python application nowadays, like whenever you're going to create any model that's related to the AI, or whether you want to use the PyTorch, that's indirectly you are using everything Python. And whether you are going for the backend system, like developing some GUI, nowadays we are using for the Python only, or software development or scientific numeric, or you can just say any business application or audio and video converter. So there are many use of the application of the Python is really vast nowadays, and it is used everywhere. And it is really easy language as compared to the any other language, because you don't have to bother about what the syntax will be, what the variable name you should define. It will already has been defined by the particular Python. You don't have to bother about what we have to define. Okay, so we will, and why the Python become too much famous at the time. So already I've just said you, whenever there was a boom in the field of AI ML at the time. So when in during the 2010 or 2012, so Python was really pick on that part. And if nowadays every company, even the Google, YouTube, Yahoo, NASA and Dropbox, they are using the Python language. So you can just imagine Python way what was before and what the Python become now. So Python is really very famous particular language nowadays. So we have different type of version. That was Python 1 version was in 1994, Python 2 came in 2000, and Python 3 came in 2008. Nowadays we are just using 3.9 or 3.8 or 3.7. Okay, so this was the only two introduction part of the Python. So why we are going to use Python, what is the use of Python, what is the version we are going to use in the Python, that is 3.8 or 3.9, and why the Python become too much famous as compared to any other language. Okay, so that's all for this video. In the next video I will just go through the installments of the Python, and then after which particular we will use Anaconda Jupiter or PyCharm, we will see in the upcoming video. So that's all for this video. Hope so if you like our video, please subscribe our channel. Thank you. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI Next Generation. This is the part 2 of the series of the Python for the AI ML. In the previous part 1 we already seen the introduction to the Python, how we even we how we have seen the different type of things, why the Python is really getting too much famous, and what is the use of the Python nowadays for the AI ML. Okay, so this particular part is basically for the installation guide, how to install the particular Python and how to install the Anaconda Jupiter for your particular whenever you will do implement the AI ML code or something that's related to the building a model or deploying something the model. You can use anything. You can use either Spider, you can use either Anaconda Jupiter. It's up to you. Either you can use the PyCharm. I will show you from where you can just directly download these all things. If you are using the Mac, so by default you will use the, by default you have the Python version. You can just check it out. And for the particular window user, okay, so for window user you can just go to this particular link. I will show you. Actually this is the my website. From here also you can just read the different type of blogs. Okay, so now we will start with the particular Python first one. So from where you will just install the Python, so you can just go their original website, that is a python.org. Okay, so you can just click on the downloads. So my particular I'm using the Mac OS, so I can just download 3.10 or your wish. Okay, so currently I'm just using the 3.8, that is really stable version as compared to the 3.9 or 3.10, because they have some bugs in that. So it's up to you. So whenever it's up to you which particular version you want to use. Either if you are using for the Windows, you can just directly select it and you can just download and just click on next. You can just easily download this one. Okay, that is really easy. So even if you are if you are using a Mac particular operating system, so what you can just write here, you can just go for the terminal and you can just see what Python version you are using. Okay, you can just write Python version for that. Clear? So I have 3.8.8. okay, so that is by default Python version already has been installed in the Mac OS. You don't have to download this thing. Okay, if you are from the Mac OS, or if your Python version is really low, like 3.5 or something 2.7, so you can just upgrade this thing by downloading this all Python package. Okay, so this is the really that's related to the Python. Now we will go for the where you want to write the code, that's related to the, if you are writing the code or if you are just building the model, that's related to the AI ML. So what you are doing, you can just use the Anaconda. That is the best, you can just say, among the all the editor, that's for the AI ML. Okay, so in the particular Anaconda Jupiter, it's really user friendly. Even you can just write the code for the data analyzing or for data visualizing, or whether you are just building a model, so you can just do easily with the help of Anaconda from the starting purpose, you can say. And even you can just use the PyCharm for whenever you are building a huge model, that's in the using the Python coding, so you can use the PyCharm also. Okay, so it's up to you. So I will just suggest for the initial you can go for the Anaconda Jupiter. Okay, so Anaconda, and in that particular you can use Jupyter notebook for that. Okay, so you can just go to download and you can just get start. Okay, so whenever you see, so you can just download this. Already I have there in my MacBook, so I don't need things. So I will just re-download this one. So yeah, so you can just click on that download, and it's like it's only the next you can just do, and it will be installed in your particular terminal. If particular this particular Mac, if I'm using if you are using a Mac OS, then it will be installed in your Mac, I can just say. So if you are from Windows, you can just open there in the, if you are using the Windows, then what you can just open, you can just write there Anaconda Navigator, okay, for that. And from there you can just easily use the Jupyter notebook for that, okay. So even I can just use for this particular, see, you can just see if I'm going for the Anaconda Jupiter. So here it will open, and here you can just see it will be like Jupyter notebook and something that's related to the spider. So you will have different kind of stuffs editor. So I will just suggest you for the initial, you can just use the Jupyter notebook for that, okay. This is the Jupyter notebook you can use for there you can just see you have spider, you have orange, you have data lower. So there are various kind of stuff. So what you can just do, various kind of editor. So best way, what you have to use, you have to use the Jupyter notebook for the initial purpose, okay. So it will like quite easy for you, okay. So even I can just show you by launching this one. It's really easy. You can just see this thing, and then after that this appear, and then after you can just go select a new Python, and this is your the Python version. It already has been there, and you can just write, you can do the coding, or we can do anything, okay. If you want to use the pandas, this is the libraries of the Python, okay. So we are going to see this type of stuff in the coming videos. So we will go more depth that's related to the Python. So this was only the introduction part, where, sorry, this was only the installation part, where you want, I have said about the how to install the Python, how to install the Anaconda Jupiter, and even if you are using the, you want to use a PyCharm, okay. So if you are from PyCharm, so you can just go and you can just directly install PyCharm ID, okay, for the Python. It is also the best ID. You can just directly download, and you can just use this one also. For the initial purpose, I will just suggest you go for the Jupyter notebook, okay. It is like quite easy for you. Yeah, so that's all for this video. I think it's for really easy installation. You can, if you can done with the installation part, then you can move to the part 3 series, okay. So from the next video we will start the regular what is the Python, and from the first video we'll start with the string, what is the string in the Python, okay. So okay, so that's all for this video. Hope so. If you like our video, please subscribe our channel. Thank you. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous two video we already have been seen that's related to the introduction part of the Python, and the part 2 was related to the installation part of the Python, where you have just seen how to install the Jupyter notebook and Python or PyCharm, okay. So this particular, it is a part 3 series of the Python for the AIML, okay. So in this particular we are going to see about the strings in the Python. So what is the string? So before starting this video, even you can just go to our website, that is ainewgeneration.com. So you can just read the blogs that's related to the Python, or whether it's related to the deep learning projects. Several deep learning projects has been uploaded there. You can just go. But if you are really beginner to that, so we just stick to that, and we will start with the slowly and we will move to the advanced level, so that in the next part we can move to the machine learning or deep learning. So for now we will start with the string. This is the topic of this video, and let's get started. Before that, we can use the Google Colab. If you don't know about the Google Colab, that is the Google, they have just provided their own Jupyter notebook, you can say Anaconda, that is in online form. So everything you can just access whenever you are connected with the internet, okay, or Wi-Fi or any hotspot. So first of all, what you are going to see, just type Google Colab, and it will say welcome something, and click on that. So now you can just see here, you can just click on new notebook, and you will be there in the Google Colab, okay. So it's like online, where you can just write the coding that's related to the Python. So they already, the Google already have been installed the some basic libraries like pandas, numpy, Python, PyCharm. So they are just installed by default, okay. So if you are really beginner to that, you no need to buy the pro version of this. You can just start with the basics of the particular Python, okay. So now I can just give the topic that I'm going to today, that is the string, okay, strings in Python. So now before starting the string in the Python, you have to just connect this one, and it is really easy. If you want to mount this thing into a particular drive, you can just click on this particular and mount, okay. So you can just do anything, okay. So we will just see this thing in more detail, don't worry for now. So our main topic for this is string in the Python, okay. So what we have to just write here, so what's the variable? I think you know really well about the variable. So even I have just uploaded in my website, that's what is the variable. So variable in the Python means something you are just storing the value, that they are basically called as a variable. So already I have just uploaded the variable in the Python, not this one. You can just go down and you can just see introduction to Python, variable in the Python. Okay, so you can just see the variable in the Python. Even I'm not going too much depth in the variable in the Python, because it's really easy. That particular thing there, that's holding the values in that, they are called as a variable. Okay, so we will see this thing in more detail. So for now, what we are just saying, if you are writing something like mm, if I'm just writing like something like message, you are just writing, and you're just writing something hello world. Okay, you're just writing hello world. So now it's okay. So now you are just writing, and you want to print this particular message. Then what you are just writing, print message, and the hello world will be print. Okay, so this way you can just hold msg, basically the message is a variable. Okay, and you are writing this one in the string form. So what the string is basically, string is basically you are just writing the character with we can just write with the single quotes or double quotes. Okay, it's depend upon you. If you're writing with the double quotes, you have to end with the double quotes. Okay, so we will see also somewhere conflict with that, where we can use single quotes and where we can use the double quotes. Okay, if your string something contains like I can just say example of that particular, like if you are just saying suppose world as I'm just writing. Okay, world as. So if you are writing with start with the single quotes, okay, and you are just ending with the single quotes. Okay, so it will give you an error. Why it will give you an error? Because you are just it will give you the syntax error, because you are just writing world apps, and then after you are just writing single quotes, then after you are just writing yes. Okay, so for that, what you can just go, you can go for the double quotes. Okay, if you are, if so that you can't make this conflict will be not arise. Okay, so you can just write, see now words has been printed. Okay, and if somewhere it is like double quotes, okay, so you no need to write, don't have to start with the double quotes, start with the single quotes. Okay, and it will work fine now also. Okay, so it is really easy. That's this type of the it conflict is coming, so you have to be aware of this one. So yeah, so this was the how to, and you know about the variable means you are just storing anything. You can just write anything, message 1 or message 2, then you can just write message 1 and you can just print 1. Okay, so this was the related to the how, what a string. So even I can just do the indexing of the string. So what, how we can do the indexing of the string? So suppose if I am just saying that I want only the h. Okay, so what is indexing? Before going to the depth in that particular indexing, so basically you want indexing start with the zeros. Okay, so indexing basically means you are just starting with the zero, like 0 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so what 0 contains, h contains 0 in position, e contains in particular second position, L contains third position, again L contains fourth position, LO. Okay, it in the fourth position. Okay, so what is that? So every time index start with the 0, and in which the and length of that particular length of that particular contains -1. Okay, so that was about the indexing. So we will see the indexing more depth, don't worry for now. So it was like it is the part of the string. So I have to go and I have to say you about how we are doing this type of things. Okay, so if you want only h from this particular hello world, okay, so you can just write message 1. Okay, so I have written message 1. Okay, you can just write any variable name, and if you want only h, then you can just keep the every time indexing start with this particular square bracket. Okay, so what position h is, basically h is in the 0 position, you can just write 0. Okay, so you will get the h. Okay, similar you can just write the 1 position, you will get the e. Okay, so you can do as it is. So 0 is in 0, h is in 0 position, a is in 1 position, 2 3 4. Even this space you are counting as a, where you are counting as a particular, it contains something. Okay, space is basically you are not, you can't say like 1 2 3 4 5. This particular space also count as a character, you can just say. Okay, so that is also in the space is in the 6th position. Okay, so this what I can just say, you can just print 5. You will say you are not getting anything, means space is also counting as an index. Okay, so this thing is the index you are going to do this way. And similar way, if you are going for the slicing one. Okay, so you want to slice this particular hello world, so you want from h, you want o. Okay, So slicing is basically you have to write with the particular double this particular colon. Okay, so for that what you have to write, you have to say start stop. Okay, so it's basically, I'm not going too much deep, we will see this thing in the later on the video, but this is the part of the string I'm saying again and again. So you have to just write how we are doing the slicing, start stop, and then after you're saying step. Okay, so for now don't worry about the step. By default step is 1. Okay, so start means from where you want to start, means in which particular index from where you want to start, you can just place as 0. Okay, so where you want to stop, I want to stop at the O position, and O is in which position, O is in the 4th position. Okay, so you have to write 4. You don't, if you are writing 4 means it will only print HELL, that's it. Okay, you have to write 5 because it has started with the 0 and it will just print up to n minus 1. Okay, so 0 1 2 3 4. Okay, it will exclude 5th one. Okay, so you can just see if you run, then it will print you about hello. Okay, so it will just include the 5th position. So whenever you up to what you are just writing, you have to write n plus 1. Okay, so that it will just count and that position. So this was about the slicing purpose. Already you have done the indexing. About the slicing, indexing and slicing, everywhere you will see, even you will see in the list, even you will see in the tuples, even you will see in the sets dictionary, everywhere you will find the indexing and slicing, so you will be more strong. So this was the introduction where, so that you will be familiar with the indexing and slicing. Okay, so now we are going more depth in the string. So first of all, if someone will say, so you can just say string are mutable and immutable. It is like general question somewhere is asking about the tuples. So even I know if you are really beginner in the Python, so you have not heard about the tuples. Okay, so string whenever you are just writing anything, if you are just writing hello world, suppose you already have written hello world and store in the message1 variable. Okay, and then after that what you have to say, if you want to change the h, in place of h you want to write something e. Okay, so what you can just do, somewhere you can just do with the help of indexing. Everyone will go like this. So everyone will say from message 1 I want the 0 position, I want to change from the 0 position to a something e. So it will give you an error because string are basically a, you can just say they are a mutable. Why mutable? So whenever you are just saying string are basically because you want to change something. Okay, so you want to change something h position to a e position. Okay, so for that, so sorry for that, I said mutable, it is immutable. Okay, so immutable means you can't change the value inside the particular string. Okay, so once you have just written there, it will be the fix. If you are just changing in position of h, you are just writing e, it will give you an error. Okay, so why? Because string object does not support this type of assignment. Okay, you can't just substitute anything or any substring for any other name. Okay, so whenever you are just writing with the double quotes or single quotes, they are the fix. Okay, you can't change that particular string sub character inside that particular string. Okay, so this was the part of this, because the string you can just say string are basically your immutable. Okay, so I think it's really clear to you, and now we are going to more forward, that's related to the string. You can just find they are really easy. Even if you want to see that's related to the string, you what you can just do, if you want to print this particular message1. Okay, so this message1, and if I'm writing, there are predefined function for this inbuilt function. You can just say that already has been message1 or message2 or message3. You can write, I'm just writing by default message1 equal to hello world. Okay, so what you are just printing, you are just printing message1 equal to hello world, and then you can just similar, you can just write message2 is something that's related to the you can just say hey hey, I can just say I love my country, or I love India, or you can just say hey world. That's it, I'm just writing random. Okay, so what does it means that you can just print message1 or message2, any type of variable you can just keep. But the question is, if you want to this all thing in the lower character, if you want to do this thing into all to the upper, so how you can just write, you can just write upper, and you can just write this one. So what does it will print you? Hello world. Okay, all thing in the uppercase, this thing was the lowercase, and you are just printing the same as it is in the uppercase. Okay, so what do you understand by this? So basically you are just with the help of upper is a predefined inbuilt function. Okay, so that already has been defined by the Python, so you no need to define again and again. Means whenever you are just writing the code that is a hey world, and you want to change every substring inside that to the uppercase. Okay, so you can just do this one. If it Even what you can just do, right, if you want to change all the thing into lower, okay, so for that, if you are just writing message 3 and everything in the upper order, okay, hey world, okay, so what you can just write here, you can just write here message 3 and you are just change to lower, okay, not capital, it will be small, and call this function, okay. So I have not written message 3. Oh, I have not run this one. Okay, so now again you can just run this one, so you will see hey world, okay. So every character in this particular all was the capital, okay, uppercase, and it has been gone to the lowercase whenever you are using the lower function, okay. So this is also the part of the string. So even we will see the various type of things, even if you want to see, if you want to count, or if you want to see how which particular it is there, okay, how many character you have to find in this particular. So what you can just do, print, if you want to say from message 1, okay, and from that particular message 1 you are just counting how many times this hello world came. You can just write it, you are just writing this thing, okay, hello, okay. So you can just see this one, only the one time it has been printed, because you have just printed only one time. If you are writing like hello again, you are just writing hello. Let's see what hello, not hello, okay. Let's see what day it will print. It will just print you 3 times, okay. So you can just use the count. So they are the predefined function that are used by the Python, okay, that has been built by the Python. And even if you want to find, with the help of find method also, you want to find the, it will say the position of that, okay, the index position of that. If I will just say you have to, from that you have to just find the world, okay, you are just finding the world. So that will be done capital, I think. It will say, I think, no, you have to write in the capital, okay. Now see, it will see, give the index of this particle from where the world has been started, means count how many times the world has came. And you want to, I am just writing place of count, I'm just writing what you can just write here, find, okay. So it has given the 6. What 6 means? It has given the position 6. From the 6th position you are just starting the world. So 1 2 3 4 5, and from the 6th position you are just starting the world, okay. So this was in the index form, because index start with the 0. You can just say 0 1 2 3 4, and the space between them, that is the space you are counting as a character, that is a 6 total. You have just getting the 5, and from the 6 you are just starting the world, okay. So that was also really easy. I want to just familiar with all this type of things, okay. So again, if you want to replace something, if you want to replace the something, you can just say in the place of, in message 2 you want to replace, in the position hey you want to replace with the you can just say hello. I can just replace with the hello. So what you can just use, you can use the replace particular method, okay. So that is the function. So you are just calling message 2 dot replace, okay. So you want to replace, and from what to what you have to replace, and you want to replace the hello, or you are just writing something hey, I think small hey, and you want to just substitute with that hello, okay. You're just writing hello, okay. You can just see this thing, and let's see, now it's been hello world. In place of hey it has written hello, okay. So with the help of replace, you are able to replace the string, which particular string you want to replace, it can be done, okay. Because by default the function, the by default means predefined function you are using, that is replace or count or find, lower, upper. So you are just familiar with this kind of things you are going to use for the string purpose mainly, okay. So now what you are going to say, now we will move to the particular, if you want to print something that's related to the uh, uh, if you want to print something that is related to the multiple line, okay. Even I have not said about the multiple line, because already I have just said you about the double quotes and the single quotes. But if you are printing something string in the multiple line, like comments you are just writing, you can just write triple quotes, okay, for that. And you can just write I'm just writing the random one, okay. I love and country, I'm just writing, okay, my country. And I'm just writing, and I'm just printing with a similar way, I'm just writing, and you can just see I love my country. It will be print, okay. So it will print in the one line. So for the multiple line you are going to write this thing, and it will just print as it is, okay. Slash and basically that forward slash, and basically that you this one in the next line, okay. So even you can just store this thing in the one variable also, but basically we are just writing this thing in for the comment purpose, okay. You are just writing something that is a comment. You can just do this all thing, okay. And you are just going to write a Okay, so now this was the related to the triple quotes. What is the use of the triple quotes? Okay, so now the next thing what we can just write here, we can just move to the particular yeah, the format one. Okay, the format, what the use of this, because you already have been seeing if you are writing something. Okay, if you have the name, okay, I'm just writing the name, that is XYZ. Okay, and your college. Okay, you are just okay, you are just writing from you belongs to any XYZ college, or I can just say IIT something. Okay, stream for everyone. So what you're just writing, print something, name you're just writing, and you're just writing, and my college something. You can just write this one, okay? Or you can just write your name. You can write in this way also. I'm just speaking this one, and you can just write the college, okay, in this way also. Okay, you can just write this thing, but what the name is XYZ and college is IIT. Okay, but whenever you want to use the format, there is another method, another things we can use the format to the print this thing, and they contains the placeholder. For that placeholder, I will speak you this thing. Before that, you can just I will just say you about the things. Let's see about first of all, let's see about the format. Okay, so what is how you can just write this thing. Okay, so you can just write same as it is. You can just write the make the placeholder. So placeholder means you are just saying you are just keeping the placeholder. Well, let's see. So it will you are just saying to the Python there is a something coming. Okay, the upcoming, it can be anything. Okay, and you are just keeping the place for that. Okay, and then after you are just writing college. Okay, again you're just keeping the place for that, and here you have to write dot format. Okay, and here you have to pass the variable name for that college, and basically this one. Okay, even you can just see name XYZ and college belongs to this one. Okay, you can just keep as it is. So this, with the help of format also, you are able to print this thing. Okay, the name XYZ, but this thing really looks cool, you can just say, and nowadays everyone prefer to use this way, because whenever you want to change your variable name every time. Okay, so you can't do this way. Okay, it look like someone poor coding or not a pro coder. Okay, so you can just say, and if you are going to write in this way, you can just write, you are writing in the standard form, and how we are just going to write for machine learning or deep learning algorithm, or you want to print something, something that's related to the epochs or something accuracy or loss. For that, I'm just going with the this way. Okay, so you are just creating the placeholder for that. Okay, you are just creating true placeholder means you have to pass the two parameter. If you are not passing the two parameter, it will display you the error for that. Okay, so now even I will just give you, this will be the last one of the string topic. In this particular, what you can just write here, if you are just writing name XYZ and college IIT, but you want to take the name and college from the user. Okay, so for that you can just write the input. Okay, so input in the Python, you are saying that it can be done, it can be entered by the user. Okay, so you can just write enter your name. Okay, I'm just writing enter your name, and then after you are just writing college, means enter input. You have to write first of all input, and you are just writing enter your, I can just write your, it looks good, college name. Okay, college name. Okay, so what's happened, college name. Okay, clear. So now you're just writing, you're just giving the input, means two input will come. It will ask to you that first of all you have to input for the name, and you have to input for the college with the help of input function. Okay, that is the predefined function of the Python. Okay, so now you can just use the same as it is. I can just do copy and paste of that. Okay, now it will just print for different name for different college for the every user. Suppose my name is XYZ, your name is ABCD. Okay, so my name is XYZ and I am from particular IIT. Okay, I'm just writing this way, so it's printing name and college something. Okay, again if you are just running this one, and if you are saying your name is ABCD and you are also from the IIT. Okay, so you are just printing, and it will be just print ABCD. So every time you are just creating the placeholder, and every time the variable change, this particular variable, this particular placeholder change. Okay, because every time you're just changing the variable. Okay, with the help of input, you are just taking the input from this particular user. Okay, so that was about the string. I think it was really not a you can just say it was really more depth that's related to the string what you need for the AI ML, and it will be more familiar with this particular string. I hope you understand this one. Yeah, so in the next video we'll see different kind of things that's related to the Python. That's all for this video. If you like this particular video, please subscribe our channel. Thank you everyone. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So this particular video is the continuous of the Python series for the AI ML. So this video is related to the Python operator. We will study about the Python operator. There are different type of operator we are going to see. We will see what are integer, what are floats in the Python, and how you are just dealing with the different type of arithmetic operation. Okay, so we will do some comparison or logical operator where you can just compare the two integer or two float number. We'll see this kind of stuffs in this particular video. Okay, so before starting this, first of all, I will make you the clear what are integer and what are particular floats. So integer are basically your whole number. Okay, so you are just writing integer a equal to something 10. Okay, and but basically, and if you're writing something in the decimal form, like you can just write 8.2. So this is basically a float number. Okay, so this is a float and that is a integer. I hope this is, I know this is really basic, but still. Okay, so okay, so it's like it is clear to you. And now the next thing what you have to do here, so now you know that a and a equal to b. Okay, so now what you have to just write here, so now we will perform some arithmetic operation before starting this one. So already you know that a is holding 10 value and b is holding 8.2 value. Okay, so before this what you have to just write here, so we will perform some arithmetic operation. So I will just write this all thing. So what kind of we are going to use arithmetic operation. Okay, okay, so yeah, so before jumping to that part, so what we have to just write here, so first of all we will do for the adding part, we will do for the subtracting part adding, then after you will go for the subtracting part, then after you will go for the multiplication part. I will just explain you everything. Okay, multiplication, and then after you are going for the particular division part. Okay, division part, and then after you are just jumping to the float division. I will explain you what the float division it is, and then after that you are just jumping to the what you are just doing, you have to just use one more, that is a exponent, that is a e power something. You are just writing power of that. Again I will explain you this thing, don't worry for that. So you are just writing exponent, and again the last one what you are just writing here, you are just writing the module of that. Okay, modular. Okay, so with this all thing you will explain much detail, don't worry. So what arithmetic operation what you are just doing, you are just doing the adding form. Okay, you are just sorry for this, you are just doing this all these addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, floor division, exponent and modules for this particular arithmetic operation. Okay, so the first of all you are just writing adding. Okay, so what adding, basically you already know a plus b something you are doing add, and if you are going to subtract means you are just writing something what a minus b, and if you are writing multiplication you are just doing everything we will do in the coding part also, but I am making you syntax so it will be like clear to you. I said that it's really, if you have zero skill in the Python, even you are here and you will just learn everything that you need in the AI ML or even for the backend system for the Django or the building the Flask. Okay, so what we are just doing here, I think it's clear. And for the division already you know about this, but for the floor division you have to use double division for that. Okay, I will explain you what the floor division it is whenever we will do this thing. And for the exponent already you know we have to use double asterisk, that is the power of, you have to just write anything you can just write here. I'm just writing 2, and modules means this what remainder you want. Okay, you are just writing, suppose you are just dividing 3 by 2 and you are getting one remainder. Okay, so this thing I will just again I will make you clear, don't worry, and it is represented in the form of percentile sign. Okay, so now we will go through the I think syntax is really easy for you, you are able to understand. And before also I'm jumping through, if you know about Python A and how to find what data type you are using for A and what data type you are using for the B. Okay, so what you can just write here, you can just write print and just write type for that. Okay, just type A, and again you can just write for the B, just type B. Okay, type of B. So you can just see one will be the int and other will be the float. Okay, so this is the class of this particular both data, so both integer and float. Now we will perform some mathematic operation for that. Okay, if you are taking a equal to 10 and you are just taking b equal to something, you can just say you are just taking 4. Okay, let's say 4. Okay, so now you are just performing adding of this, so what you are just getting sum or addition, I can just write here. Okay, you are just writing a plus b, that's it. Okay, you're just writing a plus b, it's capital. Okay, so you are getting some addition that value come as a 14. Okay, so similar you can just copy paste this one and you are just writing in place of that You are just writing for the subtraction. I know this is really easy, but still you should know. Those who are really beginner, they should know about this. Oh, and you can just see you are by subtracting. Even for the multiplication, you can just do the same as it is. What you're just I'm just writing multiplication, nothing else, nothing. What you're just writing a into b. That is the okay. So what you are getting multiplication of that, I think is clear. And again, this fourth thing everyone know even. Okay, division of that particular thing. Okay, then what you're just writing here, a divide, that is the backslash divide by b. Okay, this is the sign of the division in the Python. So you are getting 2.5. You are getting in float number. Okay, exact value. But what does floor means? Okay, so this floor division means, I will explain you. Floor, let me write first. Okay, you are just taking double division of that, means you want only the integer, you don't want any float value from that. So whenever you are just dividing a 10 by particular 4, okay, you will get two answer, because you will not use that 0.5 value. You will, because the float division what they are just taking, they are just returning only the whole number, that is they are just returning the integer of that. Okay, they did not return this particular float number or any decimal number for that. Okay, so this was the about the float division is, I think you are clear with that. Even you will divide by 5 double slash of the 2, then you will get the 2. Okay, and if you divide 8 double slash of 3, you will get again 2 something. So you can just do these things stuffs, I think it's clear to you. And what the exponent means, exponent you already know that e power something. Okay, so you want something a power of, I'm just writing it will be, I know it will be really big number, but let's see what's the big number it's coming. It's like 10,000. Wow. Okay, so it's like you are just writing a double asterisk into b. What does it means? You are just taking a to power of b. Okay, you are just writing this one means you are just writing 4 power of 10 power of particular this particular 10 power of 4. You are just writing this one. Okay, so I think so it's clearly clear to you. And even after that, what you are just doing, you want remainder. Okay, you want to remainder, then what you are just doing, you have to use the modular for that. Okay, so what you are just writing here, a you have to just use the percentile sign for that, and you will just get something 2, I think. Yeah, so basically you are just getting the remainder as 2 whenever you will just divide 10 by 4, because already have taken value of a equal to 10 and b equal to 4. So whenever you will define 2 will be left, that will be your remainder. Okay, so I think it's really easy for you. So you are done with the arithmetic operation. That was really easy. Now we will move to the some comparison. Okay, so we will see, compare the two particular a and b, and how whether it is equal or whether it's not unequal. Okay, so comparison, what we can just write here, comparison. So now what you can just write here now. So first of all we will go for the equal. Okay, equal I think is really easy. What you are just saying, you are just saying a equal to b or not. Okay, this is the equal you are just taking. Then after that you are saying not equal. I will just explain you every syntax, so it will be like easy for you. You are, for that not equal you have to write this one, and then after you have to say whether then you are just saying it's not equal to b, means a is not equal to b. Okay, you're just comparing, it will just return you either in the true or either in the false. Whether it is equal, this condition equals, then it is a true, and if the condition is not equal, then it is a false. Okay, not equal you already have just done, and then after greater than, less than. Okay, so greater than and then particular less than. Okay, greater than if you're just doing, then what you have to just write here, you have to just write here a greater than b something. Okay, and if you are just doing for the particular less than, then what you have to just write a less than b. Okay, clear. And again if you are doing greater than or equal, okay, greater than, I know this thing is very useful. If you know, then no problem. If you don't know, then you should study, or you should concentrate this thing really carefully, because whenever you will do the Python coding, and even you will do the AI coding, in that whenever you will build the model, or whenever you will build something that is the Python coding will do, you will just use this particular comparison, means you will just check this condition. They are the condition you are just checking. If this particular condition true, then you are just executing this particular function or not. Okay, this type of things you are going to define there. Greater or equal, I'm just writing here. And here what you have to just write here, 3 I'm just writing a greater than or equal to b. Okay, so what you are just writing, and then after you are just writing less or equal. Okay, and here in just writing a less than equal to b. Clear? So now we will go again with the depth of this again. If you are just comparing a greater than, because you already have taken a equal to 10, b equal to 4. So okay, so we will take again a equal to 10 and b equal to 4. If you are comparing between a equal to a, whether a equal to b, okay, so what does it return? 100% will return you the false, because 10 is not equal to 4, particular 4. Okay, if you are just changing the condition for that, okay, if you're just changing the condition that if this particular a not equal to b, if you're just writing a not equal to b, so what you are getting? True, because yeah, a, that is 10 is not equal to 4, that's true. And if you are just giving the condition a is greater than b, okay, so whether your 10 is greater than 4, yeah, true, so you are just executing this one, that's true. And if you are just saying a less than b, then you, it will just return you false. And if it a greater than equal to, greater or equal to, if you a is greater than or equal to b, yeah, that's true. And if it is less than equal to this particular b, that's false. Okay, so this is really easy. I was just making you clearly understand how we are just using this type of condition. Okay, and again, if you want to add anything in subtract, you are done with this all kind of stuff. So this was only the basic understanding you should know about moving to the further part. So these are the data type you will need to know whenever you will do the AI ML coding or any Python developer coding also. You should know about this. They are the really basics, I know, but yeah. So that's all for this video. Hope so in the next video we will look for the different list, tuples, dictionary. We will move to the more about the Python in AI ML. Thank you for this. This, if you like this our channel, and if you like this video, please subscribe our channel. Thank you. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So this particular video belongs to the Python list. So already we have seen in the previous video about the operators in the Python, strings in the Python. In this particular video we will more to go to the depth of the Python list. Okay, so before starting this video, I hope you have gone through the previous video, and even this is my website from where you can just read that's related to the Python or whether it's related to the AI ML. So already I have just developed the application, whether machine learning, deep learning, data analytics, data visualizing, all thing you can just find in my website, that is ainewgeneration.com. Okay, yeah. So before starting, what is list? You have this is the really important data type. So before starting, what is the list in the Python? Okay, so list is basically which store the sequence of the various types of data. Okay, so it can be float data type, it can be integer data type, it can be a complex number data type, it can be anything. Okay, so you are just creating a list. Inside the list you can just write as many as data type you can. Okay, and the second point is that list is a mutable. So what is list is a mutable? This is the really most important point about the list. Okay, is mutable. So what do you mean by mutable? Already we have just seen in the string part that whenever you are just writing the string, inside the substring you can't change that thing. Okay, the substring you can't substitute with the another string, that is the they are string are the immutable, we have already have discussed. So list are mutable means once you create the list, okay, you can add the inside the value inside the list, you can remove the value inside the list. Okay, you can do as many as thing with the help of the list. Okay, so that's why it's really the most famous data type, you can just say that is a list. Okay, so before what you can just do, you just create a one simple list. Okay, I am just creating a list of a place. I can just write place and you can just write Delhi. Okay, I'm not going to write everything Delhi, and then after you are just writing something Kolkata. Okay, I'm just writing the random stuff. So I'm just writing something city name, that is Hyderabad, and the last I'm just writing, I can just write anything Mumbai. Okay, I'm just creating the four place, I'm just writing this four value inside the place. Okay, so now I'm just saying I'm just writing everything that is a basically a string. Even you can just write a integer value also, you can just write a float value also, I can just write this integer value also, I can just write full float value also, I can just write any data type. Okay, that's the power of the particular list. If you want to print this particular place, you will able to see you are getting the same Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad, Mumbai 1.3. Okay, so you can just write any data type, it can be a string, it can be integer, it can be a float. Okay, it's up to you. So now we will just more before just going to the more depth, we'll start about the comparison of the Python. Okay, that is the list. Okay, so already we have just created the list. So the next thing about the list is that, so whenever even you want to see this class, which class is belong to, you can just do with the help of type. Okay, you can just write type and you can just see. So it will say its class is basically a list class. Okay, so you can just see, before going to the more about the list, first of all I will just explain you about the characteristic of the list. Okay, so what they have the various type of characteristic of this particular list. Okay, so list, whenever you're just creating a list, okay, you can access any value, like Delhi, you can access Kolkata, you can access Hyderabad, you can access Mumbai with the help of indexing. Okay, so you already, we have just seen this thing in the string also. So if I will say about the indexing, I want only the Delhi value. So Delhi is in the 0 position. Index always start with the 0 position. Okay, if you're writing place and then after you are just writing 0, then you will get only the Delhi. Okay, so that's all, because at the 0, Delhi is in 0 position, Kolkata is in 1 position, Hyderabad is in 3 position, and Mumbai is a 4th position. Okay, so because the index start with the 0. Okay, so what will be the last one? The n minus 1. Okay, and this was, even if you are just wanting the particular, if you want the last one, that is a Mumbai, then you can just write that is a 3, that is in the 3rd position. Okay, 0 1 2 3. Why you are just counting 1 2 3 4? But don't be confused with the indexing always start with the zeros. Okay, so even you can just go, if you want to write the minus 1, that is the backs indexing, you can just do, then you can just write minus 1. Okay, so minus 1 means Mumbai will be print. Okay, backslashing means, I will just explain you, don't worry about this. So what I was explaining about this, 0 is in the Delhi is in 0 position, and Calcutta is in 1 position, Hyderabad in 2 position, and Bombay is in the 3rd position. Okay, this how you are just writing for this particular normal. Okay, the what you are just writing for this, no need to write this point. Okay, and then after that, if you are going for the backslashing, okay, backslashing means you are just writing from the opposite, you are just doing indexing from the right direction. You are just here, you can just do indexing from the left direction, means the how we are just going to write everything in the left way. Okay, like 0 1 2 3, but you want to do indexing from the right side. Okay, so for that, what you are going to write, this one, the Mumbai will be in the start in the backslash, it start with the minus 1. Okay, so Bombay will be in the minus 1 position, because doing the backslashing you will be start with the zeros. Okay, so you will start with the minus 1, and doing the this particular forwards indexing, you will start with this particular 0. Okay, so whenever you will do the back indexing, you are just writing minus 1, here you are just writing minus 2, and here you are just writing something minus 3, and here you are just writing minus 4. Okay, so don't be confused with this, it's up to you which way you are just processing. Okay, but whenever you don't know how many total value inside the list, you want to access only the last value, that's it, then you can directly write minus 1, that's it. Okay, so that is what, that through this indexing you can access the value inside the particular list. Okay, so also you can do the slashing. We have done with the indexing one. Indexing is really easy, you can just do this all thing, indexing, and now we will perform the slashing one. Okay, slashing is different, what you are just, you want 2 or 3 value at a time. Okay, so slashing, what you are just writing here, if I will just say I want Delhi and Kolkata both, then what you have to write here, you have to write, it starts slashing from the 0 and up to, what you have to write, like it's already I've explained this thing same as it is for the string also. Again, I'm explaining this one, like you have to write in this way. First of all, you will say start from where you want to start, from where you want to stop. You can just write this way, where you want to stop, and then after what step you want to take. Okay, so by default the step is equal to 1. Okay, so you want step is equal to, we will discuss more thing about the step whenever we will do the looping part. Okay, so you have to just say from where you want to start, means index position from where you want to start. I want to start Delhi is in 0 position, that's why you are writing 0, and the Kolkata is in 1 position, you have to write plus 1, because whenever you will write 1 here, okay, it will only print the Delhi, because it is it's excluding the last one. Okay, so this one, the stop one, what stop you are just writing, it will just run up to n minus 1 only. Okay, so you have to write here stop plus 1. Okay, if you want Delhi and Kolkata both, then 0 and 1, it will just give you the, means it will give you for the Delhi, and it will give you for the particular what we can just say, I think I have dropped with the network, I can just connect, don't worry for that. Okay, so yeah, so I was just saying about the let's run this one again, hope so it will just connecting. Let's connect. Yeah, I was explaining about the this particular range. Okay, so range is start, stop, step. Okay, so start is clear from where you want to start, the position you have to give, and stop you have to give +1. Okay, so if you want to stop at position there Kolkata, then you have to just give the index of Hyderabad also, that is the 2. So that it will just print you 0 and 1. It will just exclude the last stop one. Okay, so that is really easy. I think it's clear to you. That is the way of slicing. If you want particular Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad, all three, then you have to just write here 3. Okay. Okay. So, and if you want this Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad, and if you want all, then you can just don't write anything, just print this one. Okay. If you are just writing only column, means you are just starting and you start stopping. You are just printing all the value inside the list. Okay. This is where you are just doing the slicing one. Okay. So I think it's clear to you. And also I will just give you, because indexing and slicing is really easy, we will discuss in every data type. Even I will just discuss this thing in the tuples. I can just discuss this thing in the list, and I will also discuss this thing in this particular, what you are just saying, in the particular dictionary also. And we already have discussed this thing, indexing and slicing, in the strings also. Okay. So this was the first characteristic of the list. Already you know about the particular, because the list, the first characteristic I will just say you about the list is they follow the order. What do you mean by order? Means whenever you are just creating a list, okay, I'm just creating a random 1 comma 2 comma 3, I'm just writing 3 value. Okay, and the next list you are just creating 1 comma 3 comma 2. Okay, so value inside the both the list is same. All the value is 1 2 3, in the v also 1 3 2. Okay, the value is same, but the position is interchanged. So whenever you are just interchanging the position of the list, okay, so if you want to say that whether the a equal to b, means you are just comparing whether your list a is equal to list b, then it will return you the false, because they follow the order way. Okay, so what order you are just writing for the particular a, you have to follow the same order for this particular b. Okay, so it has written as a false because the position you have interchanged. This is not condition in the list. Okay, the position matter for the list. Okay, and again if you're writing here in the same 1 2 3, now it will say you true because the position of the word 1 2 2 3 3 is same. Okay, so, and the second characteristic of the list, already we have just say properties of the list, already we have just seen about they are the mutable data type. Okay, so we will discuss how we can just add the data in the list, we can just remove the data in the list. Okay, and they can, if the element, they can also access through the indexing and slashing. These properties already we have just seen about the list. Okay, so now we will move to the more about the list. Okay, before going to the this, so first of all what I'm just writing here, if you want to add something inside the list, okay, already we have the, I don't want to substitute this thing, already you have the place. Okay, you can just print the place. Okay, first of all see what place we have. So you have Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad and Mumbai. Okay, so now I want to add one more city. Okay, okay, I can just add any city that's belongs to which city. I can just add Pune. Okay, if you want to add a Pune, so what you can just do, what you can just write here place dot append. Okay, so what append function in the list is that it is adding in the last of the list value inside this particular list. Okay, so this is a list, already you have defined this one, but you want to add one more value inside the list. So with the help of append function you will able to append that particular value last of the list. Okay, it will just add the last value of the list. Okay, so if you are adding Pune, if you are adding Pune, so Pune will add in this particular list, place list, after the Mumbai. Okay, so it will just add after the Mumbai, means last of the list. So you can just see whenever you will run, and if you just again you are just writing place, so you will able to see the Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and you are just adding extra, that is a Pune. So Pune is added at the last position of the particular list. Okay, that's it, really clear. But with the help of append you can just add only one value. If you want to add two value at a time, it will just display you error. But you can add a list inside that. You want to add a list of this particular city, then you can just create one more list and you can just add this with the help of append function. Okay, so if you are trying to add any xyz, it will just display you error because you can't pass more than one argument in this particular append. Okay, so why? Because you already have been defined this one. Okay, you already have been defined this particular you can just say I have just run this particular loop 2 times, that's why it has been added Pune and Pune. Okay, so again this I think is clear to you what the append is doing. It is add, you can add any particular value It can be any data type, whether it is string or integer, or whether it is a float. You can add, and this particular, with the help of append, it will just add you in the last position of the list. Okay, and now if you want to remove Pune, okay, so you have two Pune, then how you can just remove this thing? Again, you can just use this concept, but I will say you later on about the pop also. Okay, so if you want to remove this particular Pune, okay, so now you can just see, now you can just see about the place and just run. Okay, so you can see already the Pune has been removed, the one Pune. Again, you want to remove something another, you can just use with the help of remove function. Okay, so remove function in the particular list is able to remove any value inside the list. Append function is able to add any value inside the list. Okay, so that is really clear to you. I don't think so you have doubt in this particular. But if you want to add any value at that certain position, because with the help of append you are adding the particular Pune in the last index of the list, means last in the list, or you are just adding, okay, last position of that particular place list. But whenever you want to add any particular value before Delhi, you have to add. Okay, so how you can do this thing? Okay, so with the help of insert function you are able to do. Okay, let's see. You are just writing insert, and here insert you have to pass this particular two value. Okay, so the two argument you have to pass, the value I'm speaking, you have to pass two argument. The first argument you have to give which index you want to append, okay, which position you want to append, and then after the second argument you have to pass what the value you want to append in that particular position. Okay, if I'm just saying I want to add at 0 position, I want to add some city, again you can just keep the any city name. Okay, if I am just I want to add any city, so yeah, which city I can just add? Any more I know I can just add any Patna city. Okay, I can just add Patna, so it's also it's from Bihar. So what you are just writing here, place dot insert Patna. Okay, so that Patna will be append in the first position. Now you are able to, whenever you will see, and again you will just run this place, so it has been added at the first position. Why? Because you are just saying with the help of insert function you are able to see, it will take two argument. Okay, the first argument, it will take you the position, in which position you want to insert the value, and then value particular you have to define for that. Okay, so it's clear to you what the with the help of insert we are able to do many things. Now what we are just doing what you are just doing, if you want to add any value, if you want to add any, if you are just creating any two list. Okay, suppose you are just creating any two list, and from this particular two list you want to concatenate the two list. Okay, suppose you have just, I'll just take again example of the a comma b. Okay, so not an a, I'm just writing something random, Python easy, I'm just writing random. Okay, and if you are just writing Java hard. Okay, you are just writing this thing, but you want to add this to list, then what you can just do with the help of particular, what you can just do, extend. Okay, extend this particular, you are able to do this thing. If you are just writing extend b, so what you will see this, let's see what will be the answer, and let's run this position, and then after you have to just print this particular a, you are just extending in the a particular. Okay, so what do you mean by this? Okay, so you are just concatenating two lists, means you have the a, inside a you are just passing, you have the value of Python and you have the value of the easy. Okay, these two value you already have, but you want to append the Java and hard also. Okay, means you want to add these two values, Java and hard, you can do with the append, but you have to iterate it two times, because with the help of append you can add only one value at a time. Okay, so what you have to do with the help of extend, extend is basically iterating. Okay, so it will iterate through the Java first, it will iterate to the b list particular, it will iterate, it will take the first value Java and it will append to the a list. Okay, then again it will take the value as a hard and it will append to the this particular a list. Okay, so you are able to see Python easy, Java and hard you are just getting. Okay, so it is like it extend is a iterable, you can just say it is iterating through every value and it is appending in this particular which list you are appending. Okay, clear to you? That was a really easy. And even if you have the some sort function we are just going to take, like what is the length of the list, I think it's really easy. If you want to find the length of the place, you can just do this way. Okay, so total length of the place is just 6, you can just write here, You can just say you have total 6 value, 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, and then after, if you want to sort any value, so with the help of sort also you can just do. So you can just write here sort, and if you are just running this one, so it will sort in the particular ascending order. Like if you can just see, like the first one will be the Delhi, I think Delhi, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Mumbai, Patna and Pune. Okay, and if you are just writing sort and reverse equal to true, okay, you are just writing reverse equal to true. Okay, you can do this thing also, otherwise you can just do, let's see if it is running or not. Okay, so reverse also means you are just doing in the descending order, but this is the on the basic of character. You are just writing a is first come, b come, then after that if you are going for the any numerical operation, so it will be like more clear to you. I am just writing any random. Okay, I'm just writing any random value, 1972 65. Okay, now you want to sort this thing. Okay, this you want to sort, you can just write a dot sort, that's it. Okay, it will sort in the ascending order. Okay, so even you can just print this thing every time, just have to write. Okay, you can print this thing and you will be able to see. Wow, it's not printing anything. Good. Okay, let's sort this thing, and then after that just see a. Okay, so it is sort in the ascending order. Okay, 3 7 8 9 10 19 65 and 72. And if you want to sort in the descending order, then you have to just write reverse equal to true. That's it. Okay, fine. And now you will able to see 72 will come first, and then 65, and followed by 19 10 9 8 7 3. Okay, so this was the I think it's really easy. I don't think so you will have doubt in this part also. And there is also some basic things that if there you want to just write like print, I'm just writing, you print whether the like Pune is in this particular list or not. It will say in the true or false. That's it. Okay, this is the basic. Even I have to explain this one, don't worry. So Pune is in this particular place, and if I'm just writing as, so it will just return you false. Okay, so you can just do this operation also. So they are the really part of this particular list. So with the help of list you are able to we have done many things that's related to the list. We have do indexing, slicing, we have explained about the mutable, we have done the append, we have done the remove, we have done the insert, we have done the extend. Okay, so you have done the many things in this, and even we have find the length of the list particular. And even there are also many pre-built method in this particular a. If you want to find the maximum value, just write here max of a, that's it. Okay, if you are just writing max of a, so it will just give the 74, and if you are just writing min of a, it will give you particular, I think 3. Yeah. So you are able to do this all things. So this was all about the list. I think it's really clear to you. So in the next video we will go for the tuples in this particular Python. So if you like this particular video, please subscribe our channel. Thank you. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous video we already have been seen about the Python list, Python list string, Python operator. So this particular video belongs to the Python tuples and the sets we are going to use in the Python. Okay, we have to understand these two things. Really, it is really important concept in the Python. Okay, so whenever you are doing the programming, so you have to aware about the tuples, you have to know about the sets in the particular Python. So first of all I will say you about the tuple. So tuple and the list, if you have just gone through the previous video, that was the list in the Python. In that everything I have explained you about the list. Okay, list are basically a mutable. So the difference between the list and tuple is one. So tuple is basically the immutable. So what do you mean by immutable? Means once you define the tuples, okay, when you define the tuple inside the value, you can't change that one. Okay, that already we have seen in the string also. Whenever you are just defining any string and you can't change any substring or sub character inside the string. Okay, so because they are the immutable. Okay, so tuple are basically immutable. Okay, so you can't change any value once you define the tuple. That's it, that they are the fix. Okay, so in the list you have the you can add the value inside the list, you can remove the things inside the read, you can just remove the value, you can extend, you can just append. There are a lot of things you are just seen in the list in the Python. But in the tuples everything is the similar to the list, but there is only one difference, that you can't add any value inside the tuple, and you can't remove any value inside the tuple. Okay, once the tuple has been created, that is the fix. Okay, so I will start with the same, yes, the previous also I'm just taking the place name. So I can just take a place name, and I can just start with the first one. I will just leave the Delhi, and the second I'm just giving the Hyderabad, and the third one I'm just giving something in Goa, yeah, and the fourth one I'm just giving Pune. Okay, I'm taking random stuff. So here you are just defining the tuple. To define the tuple, you have to use the parenthesis for this. Okay, this bracket you have to define for the tuples, but this is the optional. So first of all, I will say you what type of this particular place is. Okay, PLAC, and you will see. Sorry, I have written TYEP, so it's like TYP. Okay, okay, so this is the class of the tuple. Okay, you are able to see this one, but once it's like it is compulsory that you have to take the bracket of this. It's not any compulsory, you can just do this way also. Even you are doing the this way, and you are just running this one, even this is also a tuple class, but this bracket are in the standard form. So whenever you are just creating the tuple, okay, so this in the standard form you are just writing. Okay, you are just writing everything in the that particular bracket that you are just calling as a tuple. Okay, so it's not compulsory that without the bracket you are not calling as a tuple, so please be remember this one. So yeah, that was about the tuple. And inside the tuple you can't do any, you can't add any value, that is you can't do any append function that we are using in the list. You can't remove any value inside the list. So if you want to change, suppose if you can access, and the rest, that is a indexing and slicing is really similar than what you have just done in the particular list. Okay, so if you want to do indexing of the first, means you want the Delhi, first one the Delhi. Okay, so you can just do the first place, you can just pass, and you can just getting is Delhi. This is the indexing. The second position is particular the Hyderabad, means the index of Hyderabad is 1, and the third position is a Goa. Okay, so you can just pass the index is the 2, and similar you can just do the indexing of this. Okay, so that is the similar way what we have done in the string also, and what we have done with the list also. Okay, now even you can go for the slicing also. I've explained the same concept. If you want the Delhi and Hyderabad both, then you have to start with the 0 and end with the 2. Okay, so this particular 2 is excluded. Okay, it will run it will just give you the slicing of the value from 0 and 1 value only. Okay, that is it will just give you the Delhi and Hyderabad, that's it. Okay, this is the slicing concept. If you want the Goa also, then you can just pass this 0 and 3. I have explained this thing about the indexing and slicing more depth in the particular list. You can just go and watch about if you don't know about the much about the indexing and slicing. Okay, so this was about the indexing and slicing. You can perform as it is what you have done in the list also. Okay, and again you can just see list also follow the order. So what order inside the tuple also follow the order. So once you define the tuple, so suppose you are just defining this tuple. Okay, 1 comma 2 comma 3, and you are just saying 1 comma 3 comma 1 comma 3 comma 2. Okay, so what you are just saying, you are just saying that whether a is equal to b, so it will just give you the return as a false, because the value inside the things is the same 1 2 3, and it has also 3 value, that is a 1 2 3. Okay, but the position are interchange. Okay, so for the tuple also position matter. Okay, so this is really important properties of the tuple. So you can just say the two properties of tuples, that is the tuple are basically immutable. You can't add any value inside the tuple, you can't change any value inside the tuple. So I can just show you. If you want to change the first position, okay, the first position you are just writing like place, I can just show, so you can just be more practical with this. The first position is the particular you are doing the Delhi, but in place of Delhi you don't want Delhi, you want any XYZ place. Okay, but it will give you error because you can't do this thing for the tuple, because type error, tuple object does not support item assignment. Okay, so you can't assign any value for the tuple. Okay, once you create the tuple, that is a fixed. Okay, so you can't do this thing in the tuple. Okay, so I think it's clear to you about the tuples and how there is a working of the tuples. That was the exact definition of the tuple. Okay, so and there is one difference between the list and the tuple is the list is a mutable, so and tuple is a mutable for that. Okay, and rest what you are just doing in the list like indexing, slicing and everything, you can just perform the same as it is in the tuple also. Okay, unless you can't do any you can't add any value and you can't remove any value inside the list. Okay, inside the tuple. Clear? So now the thing is that now we will move to the sets. Okay, so what do you mean by sets? So sets, whenever you are just defining, you are just using the curly bracket for that. Okay, So this curly bracket again, curly braces again, we are just using for the dictionary also, that we will look in the next video. Okay, but it's like compulsory that you have to just define in this way? No, you in for this particular set, if you are just defining any set, you can just write set this one also. Okay, so suppose you already have the place. Okay, this already you have the place. Okay, you want to convert this place into a set, so what you can just write here, just set, write set, and in place of that you just write place. Okay, so you are just converting the place into a set. Okay, you are able to see. So but what is set? Okay, so basically sets we are just using whenever the important properties of set is that whenever you are just defining any inside value inside the sets, okay, they will return as a unique, means there is a no repetition of that. I will just give you the example. First of all, if you are just writing a equal to 1 comma 2 comma 100 comma, again you are just writing 2, again you are writing 1, and you are writing something 3 and 9, again 3. Okay, so repetition is no, whenever you will just whenever you will just call this particular a. Okay, so repetition, it is not, it will just return a unique value that is in the that you have just defined here. Okay, so you have defined, and the thing is that there is a no fixed position of that, means you can't access any value with the help of indexing in the sets. Okay, so once you are just running this particular sets, you are able to see you are just returning the unique value of that. You are just returning 1 2 3 900 when because it will just not allow to use the any repetition value. Okay, it will not return you any repetition value that you are just writing 2 times, and 3 also you are just writing 3 times or 2 times, and you are just getting an answer of the sets of 1 2 3 9 and 100. That's it. Okay, means repetition means whenever you are just writing the repetition number. Okay, so whenever you just print the sets, so only the unique number will be displayed. Okay, that is the properties of the sets. And the second properties is that sets are unordered. So what we have seen in the list and what we have seen in the tuples, that they follow the order. Okay, but in this particular they does not follow any order. You can just write something that I can just create a sets for that, and you are just writing something xyz, then you are just writing abc, and just writing 1 comma 2, and you are just writing prt something. I am just writing random. Okay, and you are just calling this one. Okay, so they are unordered. Every time their position is interchanged. Okay, so 1 and 2 it has been written here, and abc it is written here. Okay, so position does not matter for this particular sets. Okay, you should be more clear about this. So this was the about the sets. Again we will just take a some inbuilt function. Okay, inbuilt function that already had been defined, and we are going to use how the intersection, how the union, and how the differentiate you are just going to use in this particular sets. Okay, okay, just first of all what you are just creating, you are just creating, suppose I can just create a language, something python language. Okay, so you are just creating a computer language, you can just say computer language. The first you are just creating a sets of python, and then after you are just creating another, that is a c plus plus, again you are just creating a c. Okay, the three thing you are just writing here. And again whenever you are just creating another particular sets. Okay, you are just writing lang, this is a 2, you are just writing 2, and you are just writing this one as a 1. That's it. Okay, now you are just writing here, you are just writing java. Okay, and again you are just writing c plus plus, again you are just writing c plus plus, again you are just writing python, and again you are just writing something, you can just write ruby. Okay, I'm just writing random. Okay, you are getting two particular sets. One set is consist of python, c plus plus, and c, and the second set consists of java, c plus plus, python, and ruby language. Okay, these two particular you are just passing. Now what I will just say you, if you want to find the intersection of this, so intersection basically means the unique between them. Okay, so how you can just do this one. Okay, so what you can just write here, you can just write here print first of all, and then here you are just writing the first comp language 1, and then in that place you are just writing intersection. Okay, intersection of that, and you are just return on which particular intersection you are just doing, you are just doing the intersection of this particular language 2. Okay, so what do you mean by about this? So what you are just performing here, you are just performing, or I have just written something spelling mistake, comp language 1 and comp language 2. Okay, so we're saying the name comp lang is not defined. Oh sorry, comp. Yeah, I've just changed the variable name. So what you are just returning, you are just returning c plus plus in the python. I think you know about the, if you know about the and gate, leave it about the and gate, it will be like quite complicated. So here what you're just defining, what will be the unique value between them, like intersection you are just doing Python, and Python it is also present, means the unique value between the both. Okay, the Python is present here also and the Python is present here also. Okay, so intersection of this will return the Python, and C++ is present here also and C++ is present here also. So intersection of this particular comp lang 1 and comp lang 2 will return you C++ and the Python. Okay, but this Java is not there in the comp language 1, and also Ruby is not there in the comp lang 1. Okay, so basically this intersection means the unique value between the two or you can just say not a unique value, the similar value that is present in both the sets, that that they will just return. That is the use of the intersection. Again, you can just do the union also. I think it's like the similar, you can just write, copy this one. Okay, so you can just write, you can just paste in place of intersection, just write union. Okay, so you can see union. So union, what it will return you, it will just give you everything: C++, C, Ruby, Java and Python. Okay, so it will just give you, it's like an OR gate, a and a or something, 1 0 equal to 1, 0 1 equal to 1, 0 0 0 and 1 1 1. Okay, so if you don't know about OR gate and AND gate, don't worry. So intersection means you what value there in the Python also, you're just writing the Python, and you're writing Java, you're writing C++, means any value it is satisfied, it will just give the another set. Like Python it is present here, but Python it is not present, it is present also here, then it will just give 1 1 equal to 1, it will return Python. Okay, and again C++ it is there, C++ it is there, it will also return the C++. C is present here, but C is not present in this particular this second sets. Okay, so it will also return here, because 1 0 equal to 1 also, because that is the sets concept, that is the use of the union. And this section is basically the AND gate. If this particular Python is present in A and Python is present in second list also, then after that it will just return. Okay, but C is present in the first sets and C is not present in the second set, but it will not return that one. Okay, so this was the about the use of intersection and use of the even union. Okay, so they are the really easy, and even you can just say the difference between them. You can just do this one also. So I can just do, yeah, you can just write here and you can just write difference. Okay, difference, so it will just return the difference between the comp1 and comp2, that's it. Okay, so this was the really easy for you, and I don't think so you have doubt in this particular. Okay, so now this was the all about the sets and what about the tuples. So if you are really clear about the sets and the tuple, so we can just move for the next video, that is we are going to use, that is a dictionary. We will go and see about the dictionary, what is the use of the dictionary in the next video. But this was about the Python tuple. So Python tuple was really easy, you are able to see, and what is difference between the Python and list I have just said you, and what are the sets and what are the use of the sets. Okay, so that's all for this video. If you like my channel, please subscribe my video. Thank you. Welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So this particular video we will just discuss about dictionary in the Python for AI ML. Okay, so if you have gone through our previous particular video, you have just seen about the list, you have seen about the particular, we have speaking about the tuples, and we have seen about the particular sets in the Python. We have gone through the various type of data types. Okay, so this particular video belongs to the dictionary in the Python. So what is dictionary? Okay, so dictionary where you are just holding the keys and values. Okay, you will have the keys, and for that particular key you will have the values. Okay, so to create a dictionary you will use the curly braces. Okay, so I will start with the coding, so it will like better for your understanding. Okay, so you are just creating a, suppose you are just creating a random dictionary. Okay, so in dictionary you will have the syntax. First of all, I will say you the syntax of the dictionary. Every time whenever you are just creating the dictionary, you can just either create this one, this is the sign of the dictionary, and in that you have to pass two things. The one is the key and another is a value. Okay, so the key, and then after there is a value. So I'll explain you what key you have to prefer and what value you have to prefer. Okay, so whenever you are just writing the key, okay, just be 100% concentrated in this point. So even this particular question even asks in the many interviews, so whether the dictionary is a mutable or whether the dictionary is a immutable. Okay, so whenever the key you are just defining inside the dictionary, they are basically here immutable, because key will be only immutable data type. Okay, immutable. like it can be tuple, okay, it can be tuple, it can be integer, it can be string, okay. This can be the particular your this can be your particular your this can be particular your key, okay. So key is basically your immutable, okay. So immutable data type, so means you can't change once you define the key, okay. Once you define inside the key, you can't change. You can delete that particular key, but you can't change the key, okay. But value, they are called as a mutable in the dictionary, okay. So what value you are just defining inside the dictionary, you can just change. You can just call, you can just take that key, and for that particular key you can change the values, but you can't change the key for the certain values, okay. Because the values are basically a mutable, you can just change anything, okay. It can be anything. You can just write any data type, okay, any data type. Even you can just write here string also. You can just write here integer, float, tuple, list, anything, it can be there, okay. So this is the important point you have to remember in the dictionary, okay. Now we will move to the second point, how we are just creating the dictionary. So suppose I am just writing x equal to something. Here the first value you have to just write the key, okay. The key I am just writing the name, okay. I'm just writing the name, and the value I'm just writing here, I'm writing xyz, okay. This is the name, and this is the value of this particular name is xyz, okay. So means name is a key, and the value of this particular name has, you have just given as xyz, okay. So you can have, if you are just writing the second thing, like you are just writing college, okay. You are just writing college, the college is a key, and then again you are just writing the value of this particular college. I am just writing IIT, okay. So this is the two things you are just writing. You are just creating the particular dictionary, okay. Now you can just run this thing and you will see, okay. So you are able to see this particular, yeah, I have to just close this one because it does not make any sense, okay. Yeah, means comment out. Now it's okay. So you are just defining the dictionary that has name as a key, and college also as a key, and value of that particular name is xyz, and the value of college is IIT, okay. That's fine, okay. But what if you want to change something, that is the value, or if you want to add multiple name, okay. So you can just create a list. You can just write here list, you can just write here leaks, and I can just write here again ABC, okay. You can write as number as you can, and again you can just see, and this, and you can just even see xyz name is particular xyz, and ABC also, and you can also define here the tuple also, okay. It depends upon you what type of thing you are just going to define here, okay. NIT, okay. So it's depend upon you what type of things you are going to define. You are able to see, you are defining here the list, and you are defining here the tuple. So in the value, it can be any data type. So it can be a list, it can be a particular your tuples. So I think it's clear to you. So how to define the dictionary. Now we will move on to that particular second condition, how you want to add in any extra key, okay. You that a particular key, how you have to just add this particular key or a particular value inside the dictionary, okay. So suppose if you don't have any that particular key, suppose x is your dictionary, okay. From that particular dictionary you want to add any extra, that is, I can just say, for now I can just say place, okay. You want to add a place, that is, a place is a key. First of all, you will just take the dictionary name, then after you will go to the square bracket, and you will just write inside the string which particular place you want to add. That is a key you are just adding, and for that particular key you want to add some values, okay. And I want to add the value as a Delhi, okay. That what I can just write here, okay. Now again you want to see this particular list, how particular dictionary, how it's looking. So now you are just able to see the place has been added here, and the value of that particular place you are just taking as a Delhi, okay. So that's fine. Even now if I will say I want to change the place value from Delhi to particular, you can just say Goa, okay. Suppose Goa. So what you just say, you are just calling the same place the key, and then after you want to change this value to Goa, Delhi to the Goa, okay. Now you are able to see, now you just run this X and you will see the place changed to the from Delhi to the Goa, okay. So you can do this type of things, okay. You can just do this, you can perform this type of things in the dictionary. I think they are really easy. You don't have to be more things hard about the dictionary, okay. So I think you are clear with the keys and values, how to just insert any key, how to just and if you want to remove any key, you can just use the del keyword, okay. If you want to remove any certain key, and I don't want any place key from here in this particular dictionary, you just write x place and just call this particular dictionary, okay. So you are able to see, once you just delete the key, automatic the value will be automatic deleted, okay. So just remember this one, okay. So I think it's clear to you how you are just defining the list and sorry, how you are just defining the dictionary. Okay, so even you can just write the type of things. If you want to see the which class is belong to, just write the type, and type of this particular belongs to the X. Which type of X is belong to, it will just show you the dict means dictionary you are just writing here. Okay, so yeah, this was the really easy. Now I will just move forward where you will just see where you will use the something that's related to the some items, some values, so and some keys. Okay, so how you are just writing to do these things. Okay, so if I will just say you, and even you can just go for the length also. They are the inbuilt function. Already I have just shown you in the list also. I already have shown you in the string also, tuple everywhere, and gone through the pre-built defined data type. Okay, pre-built function, that is the length that you are just defining, and you want to find the length of X particular. It will, so you have two data, that's it. You have the one data is name, another data is a column. Okay, so name and keys and value will count as a one data type. For the one data you are just writing a keys and value. Okay, so name is a key and the value is xyz and abc. Okay, so on. So now if you want to see the particular from X, you want only the keys. Okay, that's it, you don't want anything, then you can just write keys. You can just write here and you will get the things. Name and college is basically your keys. Okay, similar you can just go for the values. If you want to write the value, just write the values. Okay, so you will get the values, that is the X for xyz and abc. You are just getting this as a particular, you can just see this for xyz and abc. You are just getting as a particular name, that is a value, and for the college value you have IIT and NIT. Okay, so that's fine, you are just getting the value. And if that if you are just calling this thing in items, okay, so it will just give you the both keys also, it will give the values also. Okay, you are just getting the keys, and for that particular key you have these values, and for this particular college you have this value. Okay, I think it's really clear to you, you don't have any doubt in this. So we will again look more forward whenever you are going to use the looping concept, whenever you are just getting the class. At that time different type of list, dictionary, they are used everywhere. Okay, so yeah, even this was the really I think is there, you don't have any doubt in this. And that's all for this particular dictionary. So dictionary already explained you, whenever anyone will ask, even in the interview, so what dictionary, whether it's a mutable or immutable, then you have to define with the keys and values. Okay, so keys are basically your immutable data type, so you can be only, you can just, there can be integer, string, or the tuple. So whenever you're going for the values, so it can be mutable, it can be any data type, we already have been seen. Okay, either you can just write a list, either you can just write the tuple for that. Okay, so that's all for this video. If you like this video, please subscribe our channel. Thank you. Welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous video we already have been seen about the dictionary in the Python. This is the continuous of the previous video. We already have been seeing the different data type, that is a string, list, tuples, dictionary, sets. Okay, now for this, before starting the loop, that is a for loop and while loop, you must understand about the condition in the Python. Okay, so we are going to use the two condition, that is a one is the if condition, else condition, and there is one more condition whenever you are going to apply, that is a multiple condition, then in that place you have to use Elif condition. Okay, so that's really we will just make this thing really easy. So before starting, you have to understand the syntax of that. Okay, so what I am just speaking, like if you're just giving some condition. Okay, if you're just writing and you have to write something condition. Okay, you have to write here some condition for that, and if this condition is true, then this particular block will execute. Okay, mean this particular block will execute, so it will be like true. I'm just writing random syntax for that. And if this particular if condition is really false, then what you are going to write here, you are just writing here false. Okay, what does it mean? That if this condition is true, then this particular block will execute, and if this condition is false, then this particular block will execute. Okay, so one either this one will execute or this one will execute. Okay, so let's start with this particular random example. Okay, so before starting, you should know about something condition, like I can just take an example, like user, you are just writing something user and the password. Okay, so first of all I have to write if condition, if user equal to something, what the it is written by the X. Okay, like we can just start with the user, that is xyz, I'm just giving the random stuff, and psw I'm just giving 1 2 3. Okay, these two I'm just giving the condition. We will just execute for the or and also how we are going to execute. Here you are just going to write what if this particular X equal to user. Okay, but what is X? Okay, so for X you can just define here, you can just keep define here X equal to something which can be taken input by the user. Okay, so you can just write here enter username. enter user name. Okay, that's okay. And now what you are going to write here, if x equal to user, then you have to just print execute or true, you can just true. And if this condition is false, then you are just writing else. And for that else, you are just writing, you don't have to write the condition for the else, because whenever this will be true, then automatic this will be the false. Okay, just remember this one. Sorry. And you are just writing here false. Okay, so sorry for that. So if you are just writing here this, if this particular x equal to user, means if you are just taking the input from the user and it matches with the xyz, then you are just executing this block. And if does not matches with this xyz, then you are using this else block. Okay, let's see first with the help of only user, then after we will see about the password. Okay, so here what you have to just write here, you have to just write here xyz. Okay, so now you are able to see, you are just writing true. Okay, but what if you are just using two conditions, that is if you want to execute user also and you want to execute password also. Okay, so what you can just write here, you can just write here and. Okay, so you are just writing and here you are just writing y equal to psw password. Okay, but what is y? Again you are just taking this y, that is a password from the user. So what do you mean by and? Why I have just written and? Okay, so first of all you have to write input, you are just taking in you want only integer password from the user. Okay, so what you are just writing here, integer input, and then after you are just writing enter password. Then after I will explain you about the and. Okay, so what you are just writing here, PAWSWORD. Okay, and then after what you are just writing here, that's true. But what's the and is basically that if this particular x is equal to user and also if the password also match, then this particular condition will operate. Okay, that is the and, means 1 and 1 equal to 1. What is the and gate? If you know about the and gate, so if your background is from the engineering background, so you already we have seen about the and gate and or gate. Okay, so what you are just writing here, if the condition is true for this and also in particular, and if the condition is true, x equal to user, and also for the y also, then this particular condition will execute, this block will execute. And if this any condition is false, like if you are just entering username as a correct but password you are just writing as a incorrect, then this particular condition, this particular block will not execute. Okay, so now let's just start and see what you have to just enter. You have to enter the username. First of all, we will enter as it is what we have just mentioned. This is the xyz, that is entered by another. So you already have been signed in, suppose in somewhere application, and you know that you have just saved as username and password, that is saved in the backend of that particular application. But again you are just coming back and you want to sign back to that particular application. You are just writing the username and then after you are just writing some password. Okay, if this particular condition is true, we already have written the xyz and 1 2 3, that is a correct. Okay, so this particular condition will execute and it's displaying as a true. But if you are just writing again and if you are just entering xyz as a true but password you are just entering 1 2 3 4, then it will just display you false, because even the one condition is not satisfying the AND gate, then these particular blocks will not execute. Okay, that is the case in the AND gate. But now if you are using OR, if you are just writing OR gate, so that's the another difference, means you either one of the condition is true, either xyz is true, and if you are just writing password also 1 2 3 4, then this condition will execute, means one of the condition must be have the true. Okay, either it can be username should be correct or password should be correct, then this condition, this particular block will execute, this condition become true and this particular block will execute. Okay, this was about the if and else where you are going to use. Okay, now we will jump whenever you want to use the multiple condition. So what do you mean by multiple condition? In that case you have to use Elif for that. Okay, Elif. So here you have given one condition, this is the condition you have given, but you have to write one more condition for that. Okay, so what you have to just write here, so this was the about the password and ID you are just entering, but the condition, like if I can just say example, if you are just matching with the username, that is x equal to username, and if this particular you are just matching with the Elif, that you are just saying user is a true. I'm just writing the random stuff, user true. And then if you are giving one more condition, that is a password, you have to just give the enter, and if this password is enter, then you are just saying password correct. Okay, so what do you mean by this? What I'm just writing here. So first of all you are just writing this, how the Python will go. First it will go to the this if block, and if this condition is true, then this particular condition will execute. Okay, Now if it will jump to the next block, and again it will just think about the condition. If this condition is true, then it will execute this one. If the both condition is false, then it will execute this else block. Okay, that's what the real. If this condition is true, then it will not execute this particular else block. For that, it will check for the elif. Okay, this was the about the if, elif and else you are going to use. So it was really clear for you. So first of all, if you are just saying, let's see and let's try, you are just writing x y z w, suppose. Okay, and you are just writing 1 2 3. So what the pass is true means, what you can just see with the example. So if x equal to user means username, you have just written xyzw. Okay, so xyzw means the username does not match. So this condition is false, this condition you have given, that is a false. Then it will jump to the this elif condition. Okay, now it will check the condition y equal to password, you have entered y 1 2 3 equal to 1 through 3, that condition match to that, then you are just printing the pass true. Okay, so this was about the elif condition. Again you can just see, if you are just writing xyz as true, and if you are just writing password of 1234, then it will just execute, that is a user true, means this condition is true, then it will execute, and rest is a false. Okay, now again let's see, I'm just going through every condition, so it will like easy for you. Okay, so now you are just seeing, whenever you are just entering xyz is a true and password is 123, but you are just entering password also correct. But in this particular, if this condition satisfy, if any condition will satisfy, it will just print and it will just execute. That is the about the coding. Okay, so you have just passed this condition as a xyz, this is the first priority, the first condition you have given. And if this condition is true, then it will not jump to the elif condition, it will directly jump to the, it will just print to this block, that's it. Okay, neither it will jump to the elif and neither it will jump to the else. Clear? So if this condition is satisfied, then it will jump to the elif condition. And if this condition is a false, if this condition is a true, then it will execute this thing, it will not jump to this particular elif. And if this condition is false, then it will check for the elif condition whether it match or not. If this condition is true, then it will just execute this block. And if the condition is also false, then both the condition is false, then it will execute else block. I can just show you the last one. Like if you're just entering xyz w and 1 2 3 4 something. Okay, so you are just writing false, means else block has been executed. This was about the if and else you are using in the Python. That's was really easy. In the next blog, in the next video, we are going to use about the loops in the Python. So that's all for this video. If you like this video, please subscribe our channel. Thank you. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI Next Generation. So this particular video belongs to the loops in the Python. Okay, so we are going to see for loop, while loop. In this particular Python we are just going to use. So mainly you have to just more concentrate on the for loop, because whenever you are going for the, even for the while loop, whenever you are just writing the model, so whenever you're just building the model in AI ML or for the deep learning, so there you are using many loops. And if you are really beginner in the Python, so you have to must understand about the loops in the Python, because whenever you will write any code that's related to the iterating part, whether you have to iterate through all the number in the list or the tuples, so you have to use the concept of the loop. Okay, so why we are using the loops, basically that whenever you want to print something 10 times, you are not going to write print 10 every time, print 10 times. Okay, so for that you can just write one line of code and you can just execute, it will just loop through every time. Okay, so that is the use of the loop, means you are just making more generalized code you are just making. And the second more important about the loops in the Python is how you are just making the Python, that is a model to learn, basically the model to run. Because whenever you are going to use the loop, okay, so loop will first iterate through the first condition, then second condition, third condition, and so on, how many condition or how many value you are going to give in this particular list or tuples. Okay, so we will see with the example, so it will be like more clear to you. Okay, now let's jump. So first of all, if you are just defining any list, we already have been seen the list in very depth. Even you have not watched the video that's related to the list, even you can just go and watch the list video. So now we are just writing some value inside the list. I'm just writing some random stuff like x y z a b c or something, p q r or something tvw. Okay, or I'm just writing random stuff. Now I'm just writing random values inside the list. You are just writing 4 value. Now what you have to write, I want to iterate through the list. Okay, so for that what you can just do, you can just write for. First of all we will see the for loop. What is the for loop? So I will just write the syntax for that. For here you have to just give the variable, that is the small instance variable, and then after you have to write for in, and from which particular condition where you want to iterate. You want to iterate through the whole list. Okay, you are just giving for I in a print I. So what do you mean by this? What you are just doing here, you are just saying that for I in a means you are just you want to iterate through all the value inside the list. So for I in the, for the first time I will contains the value as xyz, it will just print xyz. Then it will again go to jump to the for the next, it will take abc, then again it will just print abc, then third time pqr, and fourth time tvw. Okay, means total 4 value you have inside the list, means 4 times the loop will iterate. Okay, the 4 times the loop will run, that is the for loop. You can just see whenever you are going to print, so you are just getting xyz, then abc, then pqr, then tvw. Okay, that's clear to you. I think it's really easy. Now the second thing is that whenever you are just running this thing, that is using the loop, even I have just showed you for the tuples also, you can just go through if you are just defining this tuple. So even I want to show this thing in the list and tuple also, because if tuple is also used for the iteration, list is also used for the iteration, so you can just iterate through the tuple also. Okay, so now it's clear. You are just using the for loop, you are just giving the condition, and this was really easy. Now we are just jumping to the again next some complex things, that is the nested inside the nested loop. Means you are using nested loop, means for loop inside the for loop you can use. Okay, you can use for loop inside the loop. Once the loop is iterating, then you are just going for the second loop inside that particular loop. Okay, we will see this thing also. So what I can just write here, I can just define b equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4. Okay, just random I'm just defining, and I'm just iterating through all this particular number. Okay, fine. So what you are just saying here, so now if I will just write for I in b, suppose I'm just writing for I in b, so what you will just get the answer for j in b. I can just write, I have just given the name as I here. So for j in b, so now if I will just print I comma j, then what will be print? What it will be print? Now just clearly understand this one. For the first time for will execute, this for loop will execute the first time I will has value as xyz. Okay, now it will jump to the this loop for j in b. J in b means it will pick up 1. So now it will print 1 xyz comma 1. Clear? Now again it will not jump to the first loop, it will again jump to the this second current loop, because whenever it will execute all the 4 number 4 times this second loop will execute, then it will jump again to the first time the first loop. Okay, means the first time it will just print you, it will just contain this one. The first time it will contain xyz comma 1. Okay, why? Because whenever you are just iterating through the first loop, it contains first value, that is xyz. Now you are jumping to the next value, next loop, and now next loop contains for j in b. So now j value will have 1. Okay, so now it will print xyz comma 1, and then after the second times what it will print, again it will just print you j will take the 2 value. Okay, so it will take the 2 value. Now it will not go to the first particular for loop. Whenever this particular for loop will execute, then it will jump to the first loop. Okay, so now what it will be there, I value will be here constant, because again you are not going to the first loop, you are iterating again and again in the second particular for loop. So you are just writing xyz comma, and the second value for this second loop will be 2. Clear? Now again you are jumping to the third iteration, then after what you are getting, again you are just getting the xyz, means how many number you want it is there in the b, that time the second for loop will execute. Okay, so you are just writing 3, and the fourth time it will print that one xyz comma 4. Clear? I think it's clear to you that what you are just getting the answer for the whenever you are just getting the now getting this answer. So now what you are just doing here, now this particular for loop it has been iterated, now it will again jump to this particular first loop. Now first loop will contain abc. Okay, now it will just contain abc. Now again it will come to the second loop. Now what the second loop contains first 1, so it will just print you abc comma 1. Then again it will iterate abc comma 2, abc comma 3, and abc comma 4. Okay, abc comma 2, abc comma 3, and abc comma 4. Clear? Okay, clear. I think it's really easy, and now you are just getting this one abc comma 4. So what you are just done now, you are just iterating through the first loop, then after you are just going to the second loop, and total 4 condition it is there, means 4 value, 4 times the loop will execute, again it will jump to the back to the first loop. Now you can just see this answer same. Whenever I will just print this one, you are seeing xyz 1, xyz 2, xyz 3, xyz 4, then abc 1, abc 2, abc 3, abc 4, pqr1, pqr2, and so on. Okay, so I think it's really clear how you understand the nested inside nested. Again, if you are just going to use again nested loop, that is a for loop, again you are just writing, you can just do this all thing. You can just write here for I, j, k, I'm just saying k in c something. So again you can just define c equal to something like, even you can just define the list, there is no problem. You're just defining something a comma b comma, okay, so you're just defining a comma b comma c and something d. Okay, fine. Now what you are just writing here, you have to just write, now you are just writing this one, print I comma j comma k. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, now just run. Now it will just give you the first time, I think first time it will just go through the xyz. Now it will just jump to the next particular loop. Now after that particular, it will just jump to the c loop. Now c total you have abc, means total abcd, means total 4 times this particular third loop will execute, means xyz comma 1 comma a, xyz1b, xyz1c, xyz2 again. Now it will jump to the again second loop. Okay, now again it will execute 4 times it is there, then after that it will jump to the first loop. So this was the really easy example I have just given to understand nested loop. It's really important concept whenever you are using loop inside the loop. Clear? Now we will jump to the another problem, that is and again we have just seen in the previous video also, if and else condition. You can just give any condition. Okay, if this particular condition satisfy, then you are just executing this loop. If this condition does not satisfy, you are not going to execute this loop. Suppose if this particular condition, like I can just give the example, if length of particular a is greater than or equal to 5. Okay, if greater than is equal to 5, then you are just iterating this loop, otherwise you are not iterating this loop. Suppose I'm just writing random. Okay, so now just run. Now it will nothing, it will print. Why? Because you have just given the condition, that is if length is greater than, it means length of a, this one, length of a is greater than 5, then you are just going to execute this thing, because total length is only 4. Okay, so this particular condition false, that's why this particular block is not executed. You already have been seen in the previous particular video. If you have not seen, please go and watch if and else condition. Now if you are just writing 3, now it will execute. Why? Because the condition satisfy, so that's why you are just getting this output. Clear? Now we will jump to the next things, that is now you have just understand about the for loop. Whenever you are just giving, whenever you are to passing the list, tuple, or anything, you are just passing. Okay, now even you can just create any dictionary. I'm just writing dictionary, and you're just writing name as a key and value as a xyz, and then after you are just writing college as a key and value as IIT, and you are just writing place as a key, and you are just writing place as a, you're just writing Delhi. Okay, fine. Now this you have just written. Now you want to iterate through the dictionary. How you will just iterate through the dictionary? Even for the dictionary also, I have explained you the clearly about everything that's related to the dictionary. Even you can just go and watch this particular video that contains about the dictionary. So now what you are just going to write here, if you want to iterate through all the keys and value for that, now what you are just writing for I in a, suppose you are just writing this thing for I in, that is a dictionary, print I, it will only print you the particular key, that is the name, college, and place. If you want to print all the values, I want is writing just values. Okay, I'm just calling this value. Already we have seen this thing, but we have not seen that at that time, that is iterating, that is using the for loop. Now only the values will print, and if you want to print both keys and value, we already have seen that we are going to use, that is the items for that. Okay, so now items will give you the name as a key and value, name, key, and value, key and value. Okay, fine. So we already have seen the iterating through the list, iterating through the tuples, iterating through the dictionary. Okay, that is really easy. Now we will jump to the for executed you have just seen. Now we will jump to the for execution, means for loop using some number of iteration you want to give. So we have the concept of range. I will just define you what you mean by range. Okay, We already have seen some in the string, in the things, whenever you are doing the slicing, you are just writing start stop step. Now I will just explain you what is the use of the range. So the first condition in the range, it will be like, if the first thing, it will be start, then second it will be stop, and the third thing it will be step. So what do you mean by start stop step? The first thing is a start. So start means basically from what particular iteration you want to start, what number you want to give. If I want to start from the 1, it will start from the 1. If you want to start some number from the 2 to iterate the loop, then it will start from the 2. Then the second variable, that is a stop. So in which particular number you want to stop. So if you are just giving as a 4, then it will iterate to 2 comma 3, or you suppose you are just writing 1 comma 4, means it will iterate 1 comma 2 comma 3. That's it. It will iterate 3 times. It will not include 4. Every time whenever you are just writing stop, every time you have to write n plus 1. If you want to iterate some number 10 times, you want to iterate loop 10 times, then you have to write, in place of 10 you can just write 11, because it will execute 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. That's it, right? N minus 1, what n value you are just passing, you have to just write. It will just iterate at that number of time. Okay, that's fine. And then the third number is like the third number is a step. Okay, what do you mean by step? Step is basically how much step you want to take for the particular iteration. By default it is 1. Whenever you are not passing start and stop, then by default step value will be the 1. So by default is 1. Whenever you are just taking 2, so it will take 2 steps at a time, means the first parameter it will just print 1. Now it will skip 2, then it will print 3. Now it will skip, means 2 at a time. Then you can just 5 7 9. This one will be the output after whenever you will execute for I in range 1 to 11, and you are to take a step as a 2, then you will get this one as a output. Now we are going to see this one for I in range, where you are just writing, here you are just writing start stop step. The first parameter you are just passing as a start. Okay, let's say the how you are going to write start, we already have seen. If you are just going to start with the 1, you want to stop with the 11, means you want to iterate up to 10. Okay, and now the third parameter you are just passing as a 2, that is the step size. Now you are just printing this one, print I. Let's see what will be the output. Okay, so 1 3 5 7 9, you are getting this one output. Already I have just told to you. Now what you have to do, what you have to do, you already have just understand about the range concept. You can just pass, you can just do anything. If you want to take step size as a 3, you can just do at this thing. Clear? Now the third thing I want to explain you about the things, that is a for loop. The for loop you are just writing again with the help of the, you have just iterating all the with the help of the number. Okay, so here you have just iterate all the with the help of condition. That is the how many value it is there, you are that number of time you are just executing, you are just iterating the loop. Okay, now you are just iterating through the number, means how many number you want to find, that number of time the loop will execute. That is the use of the for loop. Clear? So that was the easy about the for loop. I hope this is clear regarding the for loop. Now the second thing we are going to see about the while loop. Okay, so while loop is also important as of the for loop, but now means everywhere it depends upon the situation. But you can just say that whenever you are going for the AI ML, then I don't know, but 70 to 80% you will use the for loop maximum. So you just consider your for loops will be really you can just say good whenever you are just executing any programming language or anything, because while loop, whenever you are using while loop, it works only on depends upon the condition. Certain condition you are just defining, on that particular condition it is iterating. So what you can just write here, whenever I'm just rewriting while loop. Okay, if you are just defining while loop and you want to execute only with whenever it is less than equal to 10, but what is x? You can just define here x. I can give here x equal to 0. That's it. Okay, now you are just writing x equal to 0 and you are writing print x, and then every time you are just increasing x value as 1 plus equal to y. I'm just writing 1. Yeah, clear? So what you are just writing here, you are just writing the while loop. In the while loop, it works only on the condition. How many is, if the condition satisfy, that number of times this loop will execute. If the condition does not satisfy, it will just terminate. It will come out of the loop. You can just see the example. Let's see, it will just print you up to 0 to 9, because after the 9, 10 is less than 10, that does not satisfy the condition. It will just break out this loop, it will just terminate this loop. If you are just writing if x is less than equal to 5, suppose you are just writing 5, then it will just print you up to 4, 0 1 2 3 4. Clear? Why? Because every time you are just, the first condition will print you the print x that you have just defined as 0. Then the next time you are just increasing every time x equal to x plus 1, x plus 1 equal to what you are just writing, s equal to x plus 1. This one is meaning of this one, x plus equal to this one. So it don't be confused in this. Okay, you are just writing this, and every time the loop will execute, every time the loop will run, then you are just increasing every time 1 1 1. So the previous value was 0, then again the first iteration you have just given as 1, then second 1 plus 1 2 3 4. So that number of time it is executing every time the x value change, and if this particular condition satisfy, then up to that particular condition it will iterate, and if this condition does not satisfy, it will terminate out of the loop. Okay, so this is the use of the while loop. So while loop is also really important, you have to give, but it only works in the condition base, what condition you are just giving here. So at that particular condition, if it is satisfied, that number of time the loop will run, and if it does not satisfy, it will just terminate through the loop, I think. And then for loop, you already have seen about the range, the number of time it is iterating, or the from how many value inside the list or the tuple or the dictionary is iterating. I hope this clear to you about the for loop, while loop. That was really easy. In the next video, we will see about the break and continue in the loop. So that's all for this video. Hope if you like this video, please subscribe my channel. Thank you. Back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous video, we already have been seen about the loops in the Python. So now it will be like whenever how to use the break and continue statement in the Python. Whenever you are just executing the loop, whenever you are executing even like for loop or while loop, then where you have to just put the break statement, where you have to put the continue statement, and which condition you have to put. We will see this thing in the little details. Okay. So now let's start with the particular. First of all, that is a for loop. Now I will just execute. We already have been seen about the for loop, so I no need to explain again about the for loop. In the previous video, I have explained you about the for loop and while loop. You can just go and watch this particular for loop before going to this particular break and continue statement in the Python. Okay. So now what you're just going to execute, first of all, for I in range, you are just writing range something 10. Okay, means you are just iterating 10 times this particular loop. Print, if I'm just writing print I, then it will just give you 0 to 9 number. Clear? Because it will not include this particular 10. Clear? Now what if you want to break this particular loop? If you are just writing something condition, okay, now it's fine, you are just printing print I. But what if I'm just writing some condition, like if this condition satisfy, then you don't have to print up to the number. Okay, so what if this particular, if I equal to something 5, I'm just writing if I belongs to the 5, if I equal to 5, then you want to break this particular loop. So what will be the here, it will just print you the first time, it will just print you, you can just write print statement above, so it will be like clear to you, like you can just write here print I. Clear? So now what, the first time it will loop, it will just print you 0, it's not condition not satisfy, again it will just loop 2 3 4 and so on. Okay, but now whenever the I equal to 5, so already you have seen if this condition I equal to 5 it satisfy, then it will just break this loop, means it will terminate this loop, means no further will be execution of the loop, means the loop will break this, means the loop will break. So what will be the output after 0 1 2 4? Now the 5 6 7 8 9 will not print, because that will be the break. The loop will the break statement, what it is doing, it is just breaking the loop, it is just terminating the loop. That's it. Now you can just see 0 1 2 3 4, you are just getting up to 5. Okay, so with the help of index you are able to see, because in the first time you are just taking the index. I hope it will be like more clear to you. Wait. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so what you are just writing, first of all, if you are just writing the first, you are just printing above the file. Okay, so first of all it will just print you the 5, then after it is just it is going for the statement. If you don't want to print 5, just write after the break statement. That's clear, no worries. Oh wow, you can just write print I. Okay, now it will just you 1 2 3 4. That's it. So the my main thinking is that why we are using the break statement. So whenever you are finding something inside the loop, I don't know in which condition you are using this break statement. So suppose you are just finding something inside the list or something inside the tuple, and if that particular condition match, then you are just want to terminate that loop. You can just do that thing also. If you are just defining a list, suppose you are just defining a list, the name you are just giving xyz a b c, I can just go for the computer programming language, that is a Python. Then after the second thing you are just defining Java, then third thing you are just defining C++, and the fourth thing you are just defining Ruby. Clear? Now what you want to execute this thing for, you want to iterate through all the for loop for I in a, you can just do this thing. Now if this condition, if I belongs to the C++, then you want to terminate this loop, means where you have find the C++, just terminate, just break this loop. Then you can just write here print, you can just write here, no need to print, you can just write here break, and then after you can just print, just that's it, print. So first of all it will just print you the Python, then after it will Java, but whenever it will find C++, it will just break the loop. Clear? This is Python and Java, you are just getting the answer. So this is the use of the break. It depends upon the condition, it depends upon you in which condition you are going to use, either you are going for the using the numerical condition, or in whenever you're just defining some list and you want to see whether particular Python that particular value match or not. If that particular value match, you want to just break that particular loop. That's it, that's simpler. This is the use of the break statement, you can just use anywhere in the loop. Now the second thing is that similar you can just do for the while loop. And then after that I will explain you about the continue. What is the continue? Continue is basically that you want to skip that particular number. Suppose you are just writing for I in range of 1 to 5, I'm just writing, suppose 1 to 10, I can just write here. Clear? Now what you are just printing, you are just printing I, so it will just print you 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 up to 9, it will just print you. Okay, but what if you want to skip some number? Suppose I want to skip 5. So how you are going to write here? You have to just write here using the continue statement. It will not break that one, it will just skip that particular number. Let's see how it is going to happen. So you are just writing if this particular I equal to 5, you want to say continue. So now what you are just getting this output, then you will see 1 2 3 4, you are not getting 5 because you are just writing the statement, that is you are just writing continue. So continue means you want to skip that particular number, so it will not count 5, it will just loop, it will even not break this loop, it will just go for the first time 1 2 3 4, and whenever I equal to 5, that this condition satisfy, then it will continue, means that particular loop will not execute, means that particular number will not execute further. Then again it will jump to the another execution of the loop, that is a 6 7 8 9. Clear? Even you can just define here also, I have just given the statement of the break. Clear? If you want to, in place of C++, you don't want C++, you want Python, Java and Ruby, that's it. So what you just write, you can just print here continue. Clear? You are just printing continue. Now what you can just see, you do want to skip C++, you want to print Python, you want to print Java, you want to print Ruby, you don't want to print C++. So you can just use the continue statement for that, Python, Java, Ruby. Is that simpler? So this is the use of the continue and this is the use of the break. Break simply break your loop, it will just terminate the loop, but continue will not terminate your loop, it will skip that particular value or that particular part of the loop to execute it further. Clear? That I hope it was clearly explained, and this was about the break statement and continue statement. That's all for this video. Please subscribe my channel if you like this video. Thank you. Back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So this particular video belongs to error handling in the Python. So we, in the previous video, we already have gone through the lambda function. There are various type of data type we have just gone. Now this particular video belongs to the error handling in this Python. So how you are just handling the error. Okay, so whenever you are just doing any error in the programming language, whenever you are just writing hundreds line of the code, and whenever you are just executing that particular whole code, and then after suddenly you got an error, something in 50 or 51 line of the things. Okay, so you want to handle that type of error, because whenever you are just getting the error, means you are just terminating that particular whole programming, means you are just the programming is breaking, the coding is break, and then after it will finally executed. Okay, so the thing is that you have to overcome this particular error. You are just using the error handling in the Python, because whenever you are just writing some code and due to some error the program breaks. Okay, you don't want to break your program. Okay, you want to continue your program, even the error is coming, you want to handle that type of error, you can just do with the help of error handling. Okay, so let's give an example, then after it will be easy for you to understand. Okay, suppose, even I will just take you with example, as suppose you are just somewhere you are just writing the code. Okay, you are just writing that code and you are just taking input from the user, and at that particular thing will be only integer. That if I am just writing here, how you are just taking the input from the integer, that is the input, and then after you are wrapping off all of them with the int means you will always, it will be an integer form. Okay, you are just writing enter number something. Okay, so but suddenly you are just entering any number sub in n. So whenever you are writing n, it will just execute. Clear? It will not give you an error. But suddenly if you are just writing some strings, if you're writing, if you're just writing Python, okay, so what will be give you? It will give you error, because Python, you can't convert your string to integer. Okay, so this type of error handling, you have to bust done. If even the another error handling, I can just take an example. Suppose this is 100 divided by n, you are just doing. Okay, so whenever if someone will enter even number and they have just entered as a 0, they have just entered as a 10. First of all, I will just execute. If you are just entering as a 10, it will just execute, it will give you 10.0. okay, but whenever you are just writing in position of, and you are just writing 0, it will just give you 0 division error. Why? Because you can't divide 100 by 0, it will give you infinite or something. Okay, so to do this one, to overcome of this type of error, you are using the error handling in the Python. Clear? So because you can easily do what you are just writing the code, but suddenly you, whenever there is an error, it will just break the code. You don't want this one to break your code. If there is a breaking of the code, means that particular interpreter will stop, Python interpreter will stop, and it will not execute for the further code. To handle this type of error, you are going to use the try and expect method in this particular Python. And how you are going to use, I will explain you in detail. Clear? So now you are just taking n from the particular user, you are just taking n from particular user. Okay, and now what I'm just writing here, you are just taking the entry user, then after you are just writing the try. Okay, you are just writing the try, and then after you are just writing some value. Suppose you are just writing that particular a equal to, whenever you are just dividing any number by 10. Okay, or you can just divide by something n. Clear? You are just dividing n or 100 by n, you're just writing this. Why I'm just writing, whenever this is basically, we have to handle this 0 division error. How you are going to handle this error? Because whenever someone is entering the 0, you are getting the error, your programming is breaking. So to overcome of this, you are going to use try and expect. Okay, so here you are just writing try, and then after you are finally you are just writing expect. Okay, accept, sorry, accept. And here in accept, you have to write 0 division error. You have to say that it is basically the, whenever you should not enter 0, then you, that's why if someone enters the 0, then you are just writing this is a 0 division error. But that particular, you are just giving the output, that part the program will not break at that time. I will just show you, it will not give you any error. Okay, you are just writing 0 division error in that, if this any number that is divided by if the number and someone is written as 0, then it will display as 0 division error. But you don't want to break the program, you want to execute. Okay, so you can just do write print any number, that is a number is a or something, division by a, you are just getting this one. Okay, but whenever you are just, someone is taking n as a, someone is taking n as 0, then you are just going for the 0 division error, and you have to handle this error. To what you can just write here, this is a, you can just write here 0 division 0 error, you can just say for now. Okay, you can just try when. So first of all, you will take the input from the user. Clear? If you are taking 10, you are getting the output, you will get the output. Okay, number is a 10, after the division of 10, 100 divided by 10, you are just getting the 10. But suddenly if you are just again running, and if you are putting in position of n, you are just putting as 0, then what it will come, this, if you are just putting as 0, then it will just give you the 0 error. Now your program has been executed, but it has been not display any error. You can even see you are not getting any error, but you are just this particular except, they are just handling the 0 division error. Means you know that after, if it is divided by 0, you will get 0 division error. So you are just writing 0 division error, and then after what you want to print, you can just display to the user. Clear? This was really easy. Even you can just write here, if you want to write this thing as a, I can just write where, you can just write a error, and then after even you can just print this 0 division error. Okay, you can even write this one, print error, let's see. And then after that, you are executing the 0, and let's take, and it is division by 0. Okay, division by 0, you are getting this one. Okay, so if it is division by 0, you are getting this particular, if someone is writing in position f and they are writing 0, then you are getting 0 division error. But your program has been executed, there is a no breaking of in the programming. This is where you are handling the error. Okay, so similar way, I can just take one more example. Like if you are entering the string, suppose you are just want any name, suppose you want to take any name, or you want to take any values for that. Okay, or even you can just write multiple also. If you here you are just writing try, here you are just writing expect. Okay, here again you are just writing, if you have to take any in anything from the user, this, and I can just take any here. Okay, I can just take an n in try. Okay, and then after you are just printing n, you want to print this n, print a particular n. Clear? So you are just printing that the particular number. Clear? So now in that position, this is a zero division error, and also if someone enters in place of n, they enter the string. Again, it is the matter. No, someone enters the, let me explain first. You are just writing here, you are just able to handle the zero easily, but someone is writing their name like Python, they are just writing, then how you are going to do this time error? Again, it is displaying the error. You are able to handle the zero division error, but how you are able to handle this one? Okay, so now for to handle this, again you are just writing one more except, and here you are going to write here, if some division, that is a value error, you are getting this one, a value error. Okay, just write value error, value error. Clear? I don't think so you will have doubt in this. And here you are just printing, this is a value error, please enter valid number. Just write please enter only integer. Okay, or any number. Okay, any number, you don't want to, don't enter any string value. Okay, so now you just run, and even you can just see, if you are just entering something like just 10, I'm just writing for now 10, you are getting number as a 10. Here I'm just giving the number as a 10, printing also, and here you are just writing print as a at 10 equal to, right, you are just writing printing that particular number what you are just entering, and then after you are just after division of that, what you are just getting, you are not getting any zero division error, you are not getting a value error. Okay, now the first of all, if it is a zero error, if you are just entering as a zero, okay, so then what will be the output? It will give you the division by zero, means it is division by zero, you don't want to take, but still your programming is not breaking, your coding is not breaking, you are able to execute this thing. But again, if you are just running, if you are writing in place of zero, you are writing string, you are writing Python. Okay, if you are just writing this Python. Clear? Now still you are able to handle. Why? Because of value error. You are see, please enter only integer number. Clear? So it was about the how you are able to handle the value error, how you are able to handle the zero division error. Even the someone will enter zero, it will able to handle. If someone will enter any string value, it will also able to handle. So this was about the try and accept method that you are using to handle the error in the Python. I think it is really clear to you. So this was about the try and accept. If you have any doubt, even you can just write in the comment section. I will get back to you soon. So this was about the error handling in the Python. In the next video, we are going to see more about in the Python. That's all for this video. Thank you. Welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. In this particular video, we are going to focus on function in the Python. So already we have seen in the previous video of the Python, that's loops in the Python, for loop, while loop, the break statement, the continue statement, and different type of data types like list, tuples, dictionaries, sets, strings. Okay, so now this particular video we are going to focus on function. So why we are going to use function in the Python? So first of all, I will give you the theoretical part of the function, why we are going to use Python for the function for the Python. Basically, whenever you are just writing something logic in your code, whenever you are just building some application, or whenever you are just doing some coding that's related to the model building in AI, so you are just writing some logic, that particular logic is repeated after, you can just say, in the particular 200 lines of the code, you are just repeating 5 times that similar kind of logic, means you are just writing 7 to 8 line or 10 lines per of whenever that particular logic is coming. So you need to avoid this thing. To avoid the repetition of the code, you are going to use the function, because once you will create the function, that logic you will just create, at the time you have to just call that particular function to implement. So there will be the plus point to use of the function is, you are able to decrease the number of line of the code. The number of line of the code will be the decrease, because the logic you will just write once only, that you will create the function for that, and whenever you want to implement that particular logic in the function, in the particular coding, so what you have to call, you have to just call that particular function. That's it. That is really simple. So you want to decrease the line of the code, you want to make more generalized model, so generalized coding, so everything, it depends upon the how you are just creating the logic, and it depends upon which particular function you want to create. Okay, so first of all, I want to explain you about the function in the Python. Already I have just given you the theoretical part, so why we are going to use the function. So first of all, if you are going to more depth in the function, so when you how to create a function, the first keyword to create a function is a def. This is the syntax. Here you are just writing def. Def means you are just creating the particular function. You are just saying to the Python interpreter that you are just creating a function, and then after you have to give the function name. This is the function name. It can be anything, okay? And then after you have to pass the parameter, the number of parameters, how many parameter you want to pass, A, B, C, D, anything, okay? And then after you have to just give this will be the body of the function. In this body you have to write the logic, okay? So if you are just writing, suppose the logic like a plus b plus c something, I'm just writing the random, okay? So what you are just writing here, a plus b plus c, clear? And you want to return this one, d. So the thing is that whenever you are just creating a function, you have to return that particular value, because you don't want to print, you want to return. Means whenever you are just calling this function, this particular function returning something. If you want to print this one, let me just give you the difference between the return and the print. Everyone get confused in this. So whenever you are going to return this thing, means you are just returning some value from this function. Means whenever you are just calling the function, you are just returning something from that. But whenever you are just writing print d, it will not return anything. It will only print what the output you are just getting. You are just taking this one. Suppose you are just writing print d, suppose, okay? So what you are just writing here, this particular print d, and then after you are just writing for the function name, and then after you are just writing 1 comma 2 comma 3, okay? So now what it will give you, it will give you the addition of 1 comma 2 comma 3, okay? So that is basically a 6. So you are just getting the print statement, okay? So this is the function you are just getting, that is the print statement. And the next thing what you are just doing here, whenever you want to return this particular value d, so what in the place of print you want to return d. So what will get the answer? Now you are able to see, you will get again the 6, but you can store this thing in a variable. If you want to store this thing, suppose in this variable, so now a will holding that particular value. Means you can just see whenever you will plot, so a holds that particular value, that is the 6, that is returned by that particular function. But this thing you can't do with the help of print. Print means you are just printing that statement, you are printing the logic, what you are just getting the output. That's clear? So whenever you are just creating the function and you want to return something, okay, so that just create the particular function, that just write the return, okay? So this was the syntax of the function and how to write the some code of the function, and what do you mean by print and what do you mean by return. I think it is clear to you. Then we are going to move to the forward, that there are 4 type of parameter. Whenever you want to pass the parameter, you can use the 4 type of parameter, okay? So one parameter you can just take, that is a required argument. This is the required, the first you are going to see required argument. This is the number of argument you have to pass, the number of parameter whenever you are just passing this ABC. Now we have passed ABC as a required argument. I will explain you in detail. And then the second thing is basically your default argument, okay? So this is your default argument, you can also pass. I will go in more detail. Then after there is a args and kwargs, okay? So I will explain you args and keywords arguments, okay, and label based arguments. These two things I will explain you in the next class, next video, okay? Keywords argument, okay? So basically in this particular video we are going to see required argument and default argument. That is really simple. And for the keywords argument, and means you don't know how many numbers of parameter you want to pass in the particular function. At that time you are going for the args and the coargs, that we are going to see in more detail in the next video. But focus on this video, that is a required argument and default argument. So what do you mean by required and default argument, okay? So whenever suppose you are just creating a simple function, that is you are just creating a add function. I'm just creating the very easy example, that you are just passing one a as a required argument, b also. So what do you mean by a and b? So whenever you want to print this one, you want to just return a plus b, that's it, okay? So whenever you are just calling this function, to call any function you have to write this one, okay? Before I'm just saying, whenever you are just calling any function, you have to just write this one, and then after you have to pass the parameter what you have just passed. If you are not calling this function, it will just give you the location where the particular add function it is. If you are just writing this, you're just printing this one, it will just give you the function and their location of that, where the function has been created, the location of that in the memory, okay? But whenever you want to call this particular function, you want to implement this function, then after here you have to pass the value of a comma b, okay? That is called a required argument. Required argument means you must have to pass. If you are not passing the value, it will just give you the error. Means it will say you have to pass 2 particular argument, okay, 2 missing argument, that is a comma b. They are called as a required positional argument. Clear? Means you have to pass this particular argument. So you can just pass 10 comma, even you are just not passing any value for the b, it will also display the error, because there is one missing value of the b. So you have to pass one for the a argument also and for the b argument also. Clear? So it is returning the addition of a plus b, that is a 12. Clear? So this was about the required argument. Required argument means the particular argument you have to pass in the particular function. Then we are just moving for the default argument. What do you mean by default argument? If you are just getting the function of subtraction, so here you are just passing by default some value, that is a value as a 12 and b value as a, you are just passing something 10. Clear? So what you are just passing, they are called a default argument. Why? Because you are just creating the function and you are just passing by default value. Okay? You are just passing by default value of a as a 12 and by default value of b as a 10. So what you are just saying, whenever you are just calling this function without passing any parameter, it will just give you, it will take by default value as 12 and 10. So whenever you are just running this one, you are getting as a 2, because by default argument it has been taken by 12 by 10. But what you have just, whenever you are just creating a function, but whenever you don't want a value as a 12, you want a value as a, suppose you want a value as a something that is a 20. Okay, you can pass this one. Now a value will become 20, but you are not passing for the v value. Then for the default value will be the 10. So it's really easy, but still I'm just explaining this thing. So you are just creating a function that is a subtraction function. You are just passing the two default argument, that is a default value you are just passing as 12 and the b default value you are just passing as 10. So whenever you are just calling any function, this subtraction function of default argument, default parameter you are just passing, so it will, if you are not passing, you are just calling the function that is a sub and you are not passing the parameter for that, means by default the value will be taken. But still you can just take your values. If you don't want any default value, you want a value as a 20 but you want to take v value as a default, even you can just do this thing. Clear? Even you can just change the v value as 18. Okay, but it will not going to substitute this thing. You are just going for this particular function. Okay, the next function, those who are just calling this one, again you are just calling sub, so it will again take the default argument. So you are only for you are the here, you are just calling for yourself as a 20 and b as a 18, but you are not changing the a and b value as here. Okay, don't be confused in this. Means you are writing a 20 means you are just changing the position a equal to 20. That's not a case. Clear? So it will be like default value is set, that is a 12 and 10. That's it. If you are again you are calling subtraction, you are getting 2, because by default value you are getting as a 12 and 10. Clear? And the third thing is that you can even use the required argument and default argument in the same place. You can just write some multiplication. You are just first parameter you are just passing required and the second parameter you are just passing default. Clear? So you can just do this thing. If you want to take both required argument, default argument, you can just do a into b. You are just returning, and if you want to return this thing, then here you have to pass the value of a, that is a required, but b is not required. B is a optional. Either you can just pass the value of b or you want to take the default value of the b. Clear? So what you're just saying, you are just passing a value as a 10. Now you can just say 10 into 5 you are just getting as a 50. Clear? So it's not compulsory that you have to pass the b value, because b value is a default value. Even you can just change the value of b as a 10 for now. Okay, so you can just do this all things. So every time whenever you are just using, every time you have to pass first of all the required argument, then followed by the default argument. If you are going to pass this way, so it will give you the error, because here basically you have to, every time you have to pass the required argument as first as compared to the default argument. Just remember this thing, which default argument you are just passing, just pass first one, then after you can which required argument you want to pass, you have to pass the first one, and then after you have to follow by the default argument. Clear? I think this was really easy for you. This was about the required argument, this was about the default argument, and this was about the how to use the default argument and required argument both in same place. Okay, so this was about the function, how to create the function. We will use some coding example how to do. Suppose if I am just taking some example. Okay, if you are just creating a list, suppose 1 comma 2 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma you are just taking 4 comma 5. Suppose you are just taking, you want to create a function that will return the sum of all the values inside the list. You have to create a function that will just take a list and it will just return all the values, the sum of all the value inside the list. That is your question. Then how you are just creating a function? You have to just create a function that is sum of list. I'm just writing random, and it will take the one argument that is a list. It will take, suppose x is any value can just pass. Okay, so whenever you are going to call, so at the time you are going to write sum of list as a, because a value you are just passing as 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, if you are just passing as x, you have to write everywhere x. So first of all you are just passing as x is a list. Clear? So what you are going to, you are to iterate all the value inside this. For I in what you are going to iterate through a, means you want every values one at a time, and you want to plus one, then after you are just getting 1 plus 2, then what 3, then 3 plus 3, then 4 then after 3 plus 6 plus 4, and then after you are getting 10 plus 5. Okay, this way you can just do. Then what you are just writing, first of all you have to initialize something. You have to initialize the sum as 0. You can give any number, it's not compulsory you have to give. This is a variable name, I am just writing sum. You are just initializing before running this loop. You are just initialize that sum as is 0. Okay, then what you are just writing here, sum equal to sum plus I. That's it. Means for the first time you are just initializing sum as a 0. Then the first time I value as a I value will be the 1. Then 1 plus 0 will be 1. Now sum will become 1. Okay. Now again you are just looping and you are just taking 2. Now 2 I value will become 2 and sum will become 1. Then 2 plus 1 3. Then now sum become 3. Then again the looping, it comes 3. 3 plus 3 6. It goes on. Okay. And then after you are just going out of the loop and you are just returning this sum. Okay, you are just returning this sum. What will be the answer for that? Now you can just call, this particular function, particular function, that is a sum list, and then after you are just passing the parameter, that is a. Let's see what will be the answer. You are getting as answer of 15. That is the correct answer. So we will do many problem statement in the coming video. So which particular question they are just asked by any, or whenever you're going for the Python interview, we will just have the at least 20, 30 or 40 total number of question that I will just create the video for that, so you are able to prepare for the interview also for the function. This was about the function, this simple event about the function. Now in the next video we are going to see about more about the argument and keywords argument in this particular function. Okay, so that's all for this video. If you like my video, please subscribe my channel. Thank you. Welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous video we already have seen about the function, the type of parameter we were just passing. There was 4 types of parameter we are passing. That was what is default argument, what is required argument, what are args, and what are kwargs we are going to see in this video. So args and kwargs is basically, it is one of you can just say important factor whenever you are just creating any model. You are just reading something research paper and you are just creating your own algorithm, or whether you are just creating your own structure, everything, that will be the difference, args and kwargs. Okay, so we will focus on basically in args first of all, then after we are going to for the kwargs. Okay, so args is basically variable length. So variable length means basically you don't know how many number of parameter or how many number of argument you are going to pass. First of all, I will give you the definition of args. In the args, you don't know how many number of parameter. This is called variable length argument, that is the args, and it is represented by asterisk args. Okay, you can write any name, asterisk yourself name, you can write asterisk it, you can write anything. Okay, it's not compulsory you have to write args, but the standard way you have to follow that, the simple that we are going to use, that is the args. So whenever you are just creating a function, okay, suppose I am just giving you very basic example first of all. Okay, so let me zoom in so you are able to see. Yeah, so first of all you are just creating a function of name. Okay, you are just creating a function of name, but you don't know how many number of parameter you are going to pass. It depends upon total number of employee in your company. Every time the employee will come, you don't have to go and manually add this thing. Okay, so what you want to create a one function that will automatic add, means you don't know how many, it is not a fixed number of parameter you are going to pass for the name. It can be 10, it can be 15, it can be anything. That depends upon the user, how many parameter they have to pass. If you are for that, you have to use the args for that. Okay, arg simply represent, it will just store every value in the tuple. Okay, so I will say you the type of things, because whenever you are just creating the args, means you can pass n number of argument. It's up to you how many arguments you are going to pass. It will be not any default argument, it will be not any required argument, but you have to pass number of argument. It's up to you. Okay, so you are just creating a function that is a name. Now this name will just print you, then after name, just first of all see what type of args it is storing. And whenever you're just creating a function name, then every time you have to write asterisk, then after you are followed by the args. This args is a standard way. You can even write anything, you can write your name, you can write your place in anything. It's a standard representation of, that is the args we are just calling. So whenever if you are just giving a code to another function, another person, so they are able to read, that is the args is a standard way to writing. So every time just write with this way, asterisk args. Okay, now you are able to, first of all we will loop through this. First of all, see what's the args return. Okay, just return this one, don't return now add, just return args. Okay, now if you are just calling this name and you are just writing something, uh you are just writing xyz or abc, this is the things you are just printing. Suppose you are just doing this one. Okay, so what it is come in the tuple, you are just passing this, you are just calling this particular name, and then after you are just passing this as a variable name. This is my name, this is your name, and you can give any city a your names. Okay, so args already represent in the tuples, even you can see the id for that. So first of all, if you are just storing this thing in the c, suppose you are just storing c equal to args, you're just storing this all the values inside this. And what type of c it is, you can even write print c. I want to print this particular c, even I want to return this c. Okay, so now you are able to see, it will give you the types of c. You have to write there type of c. You type of c we are going to pass. Okay, so first of all, sorry for that, you have to write typ. Okay, type of c, and you are able to see this will be the class, you will be the tuple. So you every value, the number of parameter you are just passing in this particular args, that is a variable length argument. So your everything that will be stored in the tuples. Okay, so x y z abc, they are the parameter you are just going to pass. You can pass any number thing. Okay, so if you want to loop this thing, so even you can just do what you can just do for I in args, I can just write, just remove c for now. Okay, it's really easy. If for I in args you want to print something, print my name, you are just writing my name is, you are just writing format way dot format, and then after you are just passing particular I. Okay, you don't want to return anything. Okay, so it is basically the things, my name is xyz, my name is abc, you want to print that thing. You don't know how many argument you have, but whenever you're just passing n number of argument, I can just pass even I can just pass pqr, I can pass tuv, anything. I'm just passing the random. Okay, here you have to give the comma. Okay, so here you are just passing the random. So my name is xyz, my name is abc, my name is pqr, my name is tuv. Clear? So you can pass n number of argument. Even now if you want to add any number of argument, you can just even pass, you are just passing something fqr. Okay, I'm just writing the random keywords. So you can even find my name is fqr. So it's not compulsory, the here that is the use of the variable length argument, means you can pass n number of argument, it's up to you. So how many parameter you are going to use for that particular problem statement, or you are going to for particular logic what you are just building. Okay, so it depends upon you. So even what is really easy, you are just creating a function, and then after you are just creating the args, and then after see args, every time you have to, whenever you will just pass the parameter for that this one argument, every time you have to pass the asterisk and then followed by args. And it args is a optional, means you can pass your name also, you can pass anything, but standard form we are using args. Okay, and args will store every value in the how many parameter you are going to pass whenever you are just calling this function name. So they will just store, this parameter will store in the tuples. Okay, you can even loop this tuple, you can iterate through the tuples, and you can go one by one to print my name. Clear? It was really easy. And now I will move to the second type of thing, that is a Kwargs. So what do you mean by Kwargs? Coax is basically a keyword argument. Keyword argument basically means whenever you want to match everything in a dictionary form. Dictionary means you have keys, and then after that you have the values for that. Okay, then for that particular you have to go with the help of coax. Okay, so how to create the function representation of everything I will go say you now. So first of all, if you want to say myself something, you want to create a something about the myself, and you are just passing, whenever you are just using keywords, are coax means keywords argument, you are just passing keywords argument, you have the key and you have the value, that will be the similar to the particular dictionary. This you have to pass double asterisk, then after you can just write keywords argument. Okay, this you have to write. So again I will just say you, this double asterisk is a compulsory. If you are just representing double asterisk followed by any name, means you are just passing keyword argument. But whenever you are just only, but this is the standard way of notation, you can just standard notation for the writing the particular whenever just working for the keywords argument. Clear? Now in this particular, what is the use of keyword arguments? First of all, I will say you, I will just print you this thing, print you the type of thing, the words keywords argument it is. It will be store every value in the dictionary form. Clear? So first of all, I will just print this thing, and whenever I am just calling this function, I am going step by step. Whenever you are just calling this function, that is the myself. So inside the myself, you will pass in the keys and value pair. Okay, the first thing, suppose you are just passing name as something xyz, and you are just passing something college, or Okay, you are just passing the college, you have to pass everything. The key you are just passing college equal to IIT. I can just pass, and then after you are just passing the place. Okay, place as a you are from the New Delhi. Okay, suppose. Okay, so this what you are just writing myself about, then you just passing the name, the college, and the place. Clear? So whenever you are just calling this function, whenever just running, so what will be the output? First of all, you are just printing the type. So type will only print you the dictionary. Already I have just said you, if you know dictionary, you know this one keywords argument. It's saying that you want to create one particular function that will hold like a key and values pair. You don't know how many number of keys and values will be there. Okay, for that you can just go with the keywords argument. That is a double asterisk keywords argument for that. Okay, now what you are just going to write here, so you already clear with this. Now just remove this type, and what will be the output? Let's see. So you are just going to write, you are just getting dictionary form, that is the name is a key and your values is a xyz. Name is a college is a key and values is IIT. Place is a key and Delhi is a value for that. Okay, so that's why you're just passing the name, college, place, they are the keys, and value you're just passing. You can pass n number of values, you know about, you already have learned this all thing in the dictionary. You can pass ABC, XYZ, n number of argument. Even you can just add any extra stuff, like if I'm just adding place, you have name, you have college, you have place. Even you're just writing something, language, you know which language, I'm just writing the language as a I know English. Okay, I'm just writing this one. Clear? So you are just writing this one, and again you are just running the code, and you are getting that you are just adding one more value, that is a language, that is a key, and the value you are getting as a English. So this is about the keywords argument. Even you can just iterate through all the value, and you want to know how is the key and what is the value for that. For I in keywords argument. So okay, so you are just writing keywords argument. Okay, and then after that you are just writing print keyword arguments. This is in the dictionary form. Then what you can just write here, you can just write here items, that's it, and print I. You can just see what will be the output. Let's see. You are getting name xyz. The loop is iterating one by one. The first of all, you will get the first name, first key and their value, then second key and their value, the third key and the value, then fourth key and values. It's similar way of the dictionary. Okay, so I don't think so you will have any problem with this particular keywords argument and required argument. Okay, so even you can just write the both argument, keywords argument in required argument in the one place. The first of all, you are just passing. If you want to write positional argument also, variable length argument also, and then after you have to write again keyword argument. Then you can just do the same thing. You can just write, you want to create both args and quarks in the same place. Okay, I'm creating the random function to show you. You can just do this all things stuffs. You are just writing args first of all value, and then second value followed by keywords argument. Okay, you're just writing. You can just do this all thing. You can just write. So what you're just printing, you want to print this particular, first of all you want to print the arguments. These are all the variable length argument. Okay, variable length argument, this is variable length argument, basically a args you are just writing. Okay, arguments. Okay, clear? And here you are just passing here args. Clear? And then after you are just printing again, you want to print the particular, that is a keywords argument. Okay, keywords argument. You don't know how many keywords argument you are just passing, how many keys and value, it's up to you. So again I'm just showing you can just do this two things in the one first. You can just pass these two parameter in the same function. Okay, so what you can just write here, keywords argument, and whenever you are just calling this particular things, okay, you are just calling this args and coargs. Okay, so up to when you are just calling this particular function, whenever you are just writing like I can just say xyz, then after abc, then after pqr. Okay, this all go for the variable length argument. Automatic, the single value you're just passing, that will go for the variable length argument. And whenever you start passing everything in the key values, okay, a is equal to 1 something and b equal to 2, you are just passing, and then after c equal to, you are passing something as 3. Then let's see what will be the answer. You are able to see variable length you are getting xyz abc pqr, and the keyword argument you are getting in the dictionary form. So it's clear, you can just execute both the arguments, args, so that is a variable length argument, that is the args, and keyword argument, that is a coargs, in the same particular function. You can pass these two parameter. Okay, so this was about the args and coargs. This was really easy. If you know about the tuples, you are based with the arguments, that is a args variable length, and if you are based with the dictionary, you know about the keywords args. Means only the difference is that you don't know how many number of parameter you are going to pass whenever you are calling this particular arguments or keywords argument function. Okay, So that was about the key args and quarks. So hope so. If you like this video, please subscribe my channel. Thank you. To our channel, that is AI next generation. So this particular video belongs to the lambda function. What is the use of the lambda function? It is different between the normal function and the lambda function, and where we are using the lambda function. Everything you will see in this particular video. Because already we have seen in the previous video about the normal function, where you are using the 4 type of arguments, that is a required argument, default argument, keyword argument, and also label based argument. Okay, so we already have been seen this particular argument. So now we are going to focus on the lambda function and where we are using the lambda function. So definition of the lambda function is basically the lambda function is a anonymous function. It basically means that this function does not contains any name, means you can't write the name of this particular function the way you are just creating for the normal function. So first of all, I will explain you the syntax of how you are just writing the lambda function. So you are just writing, first of all, you are just writing the keyword for that. Okay, you are just writing the keyword as a lambda, and then after you are just writing the argument, you are just passing the number of argument you can just pass, and then after you are just passing the expression for that. Okay, you are just passing this expression. So this is the way, this is the syntax of writing the lambda function. So how you are going to write this one? Okay, so how many number of argument you can pass, or how many number expression you have to pass. Okay, so how you are going to see? So lambda arguments is basically what lambda arguments is basically n number of argument you can just pass for this particular lambda. Okay, but how you are going for the expression for this lambda function? You can only write one expression, but you can pass n number of argument. This is the plus point for the lambda, means you can pass one argument, you can pass only one, you can pass n number of argument, and you can only pass the one expression for that, and one expression you can just pass here. Okay, clear? So you are just writing the lambda function and you are just passing the n number of argument, and it accept only one expression. The way you are just creating for the normal function is different from this. Okay, so suppose I am just creating the normal function. In the normal function, you are just writing def as a keyword, and then after that you are just writing the some function name, that is the add. Suppose we are going for the addition of the function. Okay, so you are just writing the add, then after you are just passing the number of parameter, that is the argument you are just passing as a comma b, and you are just returning as a plus b. This is the way you are just getting in the normal function, but the similar, and then after you are just calling this function and you are just writing passing any value you already have been seen, it will return you 25. Clear? But how you are writing the addition function in the lambda? How you are just, for that you are just writing lambda and you are just passing a comma b. Okay, and what parameter? This is the a comma b is basically the argument. This is the argument, the number of argument you are just passing, and then after you are just passing the expression of that. Okay, this is the expression you are just passing. But one thing you should be kept in the mind, you can only pass one expression for any lambda function. You can't pass any multiple expression. Like I can just write here c equal to a cross b, and what the result you are guessing from the c you want to do with the a cross b. This is the expression you are just writing normally. But you can't do this all thing in the lambda function, because lambda function is an anonymous function that does not contain any names. You can pass n number of argument for the lambda function, but you can only write one expression for the lambda function. These 4 things, if you are clear with this, then you are clear with the lambda function. Okay, so this was about the lambda function. But now again I will just run this thing about the addition function, what you have just created. You can just write lambda add, lambda. Okay, you are just writing lambda add, and you are just keeping in one variable. You are just keeping this particular lambda function in a variable, and then after that particular variable you are just calling and you are just passing what argument you have passed. You have passed a comma b, then you are just passing basically 10 comma 15. It will also give you the 25, because it's clear to you, because the way of writing the lambda function is different from the way of writing in the normal function. Clear? Because in the lambda function you are writing in a single line of code, but here you are writing this thing in the multiple line of code. So there is a benefit of the lambda function is that whenever you are only using the one expression in any logic you are just writing, and you are using only one expression, you can directly go for the lambda function, because the number of line of the code will be decreased in the lambda function. Okay, so this is the way you are just differentiate between the normal function and the lambda function. Clear? Even you can use lambda function anywhere. It depends upon you what type of logic you are just building on. Even you can go, if you want to print the square root of every number. Okay, so you can just write square of every number, square sorry, square of every number we are going to write. You are just writing this one, and that after that you are just returning y cross y. This is the similar way of the add, but still I'm just showing you. And then after, again you can just do for the lambda function also. Lambda square you are just writing, and then after you have to write the keyword for that, that is the lambda, and the argument you are just passing, that is the y, and what still it will return y cross y. So also just keep in mind, you don't have any return in this particular lambda. It automatically return you what you are just writing the expression for that. Clear? So here you have to say that return this particular thing, but you don't have to say return in this particular lambda function. It automatically return what you are just writing the expression of the lambda function. Clear? So then after that you are just writing the, first of all you are just calling the function, that is a normal function you are just calling. You are just writing the square of 10, so it will print you 100. Clear? But again if you are writing the lambda, you are writing the lambda square of 10, what it will, again it will print 100. Okay, so see the difference you between the normal function how you are executing and the lambda function how you are executing. Okay, so this is about the lambda function, how you are using this lambda function, and it was really easy. I don't think so you have doubt in the lambda function. I know it's fine, someone say that lambda function is really hard to know, and how we are just writing you don't know, but it's really easy. Even you can just go for the any creating a list, you want to add, you want to iterate through every number, you can create this list also. You are just writing 1 comma 2 comma 4, the normal way you are just creating, the normal way you are just creating. You want to write a want to write a function that will just return the square of every number in the list. You can just go for this particular, using the lambda function you can just create a particular you can just create a particular list comprehension, anything you can, it's up to you. And then after you are just writing the expression for that, for I in a, this is the example of the list comprehension. This I will just teach you more detail about the list comprehension in the next class. So how you are just doing everything in the list comprehension, it is also important topic in the Python. So this all are basically whenever you want to reduce the number of line of the code. Okay, so you can also perform this all thing with the normal function, the normal way, but whenever you want to write the more small number of line of the code, more generalized code, you can move to this particular things. Okay, so the thing is that here what you are just writing here for I in a, the first of all you are just writing for I in a, and you want to return I cross I. This way you are just writing in this particular list comprehension. We are doing this task in the list comprehension, but you want to write this function for that. Okay, so you can even write the function for that. You can just even write lambda, then after the pass the argument, which particular argument you want to pass. You are just passing x, and that x is a I, and then after you are just creating, and what's it will return, it will return I, and then after you are just creating the lambda function for that. Okay, you can do as you can do, it's up to you how you are just doing. Okay, and then after that you have to call this particular function. So it may give you, yeah, it's not, list object is not callable, because when you can just iterate through the all this particular list. Okay, for I in C, and then after you can just call this particular as a I, you can call this one. Okay, this way you can just do, and it is only just it whenever you want to print this thing, you can go through the print of this. Let's see what is the result. Okay, you are getting 4 4 4 4. Okay, so this is the way you are just, you are taking on the last one, and you are just expressing, you are just repeating the same thing. Okay, so you can do as many as thing with this particular, how you are just writing, how you are just writing for the lambda, or how you are just writing for any another variable. Clear? This was about the things that we already have been seen about the lambda function, how to create the lambda function, how to use this particular lambda function in the list comprehension, how the lambda function is different from the normal function. I think it's clear to you the way of writing the lambda function. Okay, so this was about the everything that's related to the lambda function. Clear? And also you can just do one thing, if you want to do write any expression here, if you want to write any expression, like if you want to know what expression of that, you want to return the expression as I cross I, you can just do this one. Okay, and in the place, and you are just iterating through the x, and you are just passing this value. Okay, I is equal to I cross I, you can just let it will give you the 1 4 9 16. Okay, so this was about the lambda. You can use in even in the list comprehension, you can use even in the anywhere, but lambda function is really useful function whenever you want to write the small shortest number line of the code. You can just execute the lambda function, but keep remember that you can only write one expression for that. You can write only one expression, you can't write multiple expression for the any lambda function. Clear? So this was about the lambda function. I hope this clear to you. That's all for this video. We will see in the next video. If you like this video, please subscribe my channel. Thank you. Everyone, so welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous Python video, we already have been seen about the data types in the Python, that is a list, tuple, dictionary, sets, and also we have seen about the for loop, while loop, and also we have completed about various type of function, that is lambda function, normal function, and the various type of argument in the function, and also exception handling in the Python. So I hope you have gone through the previous video of my that's related to the all things that's related to the Python. So this video we are going to focus on the oops in the Python. So before starting the oops in the Python, I will just give you the knowledge why we are using oops in the Python. Okay, so this is my particular website where you can just go and read the blogs that's related to the oops in the Python. It's available in ainewgeneration.com. Okay, so why we are using the oops in the Python, and why nowadays oops is so much famous in the, also whenever you are going for the PyTorch library. PyTorch, you already know, that is a deep learning library where you are just writing the code, you are just building the model, and with the help of Python oops, they are using the everything that's of the Python oops. You are just creating the class, you are just creating n number of object. How you are just creating with the help of Python oops. Okay, so if you are good in the Python oops, you are good in the PyTorch. Okay, so this was about the things we are going to use in the Python, that is the oops. Now we are going to start with the first of all Python object in class. So before starting Python object in class, I will just give you the theoretical part, that is a theory about the oops in the Python. So basically, why it's Python is supports the multi-paradigm language. It means it can support the procedural approach, it can support also the functional oriented programming, it can also support the object oriented programming, it can support multiple paradigm language, because Python is a multiple paradigm language. Okay, so what do you mean by procedural approach, what do you mean by functional approach, and what do you mean by object oriented approach, and why we are only using object oriented approach in many cases. 99% you are going to use only object oriented approach, whenever you also can do that thing with the help of procedural approach and also the functional approach. So first of all, in this particular video, I will guide you what do you mean by procedural approach, why do you mean by functional approach, and why we are moving to the object oriented approach. Okay, so we already know about the procedural approach, means you are just defining the function. Okay, you whenever you are just creating some application, suppose you are just creating the basic application, that is a calculator. I am just taking as an example. So in that, first of all, I'm explaining you about the procedural approach, then after I'm going to do functional approach, then after I will explain you about the object oriented approach. Clear? So first of all, functional approach, you are just defining that is a class, that is basically the you are just building an application, that is a calculator application you are just building, suppose. Okay, okay, so the first of all, what you are just taking, you have to define the some function. Suppose add function you are just defining, and you are just taking only the two parameter. Let's take an example. So we are just keeping x simple. So you are just returning a plus b. That what you are just doing. Again, you are just defining another subtraction function. Okay, and then after you are just taking again two parameter, or again you are just taking a return of a minus b. Clear? Again you are just taking multiplication of this particular function, and you are just providing a minus a comma b, and again it will return the multiplication of a into b. Clear? And then the last one is the division you are just taking, and you are taking the two parameter, that is a comma b, and you are just returning the what, you are just returning a divided by b. Okay, so this is the this is the four arithmetic operation we are going to perform for the calculator. Okay, you are doing addition, you are doing subtraction, you are doing multiplication, you are doing division, because you are just making one application, that is a calculator. So this is the procedural approach, where you are just making making every function that is a independent. Okay, so how you are going to keep this thing in one place? There is no chance. This is the approach of the procedural approach. Okay, so this is the procedural approach. Okay, and why it's called a procedural approach? Because you are not keeping every function in the one place, because whenever you have to call add function, then you are going to call add, and then after you are just passing some parameter, it will give you the 3, and then after you are just calling the subtract function, and again you are just passing some 1 comma 3, it will give you -2. Okay, and this way you are just calling the function, but you are not keeping every function in one place. Suppose if you are just you are just creating another function that's related to the something, or you can just take the name. Okay, that's name, what's the name of the calculator or something, then how you are using this one. Okay, so again you're just taking the parameter, that is the name, and you are just returning the name, or you are just printing the name. Okay, So now you are not keeping everything in one place. If I will say which particular function belong to the calculator of the calculator, how you are going to say? So every function is independent of every particular function. And if that second demerit of the procedural approach is you are not keeping every function in one place. Suppose if you are building the calculator application and also you are just building another application and you are merging these two functions, how you will say that that particular function belong to the calculator or that particular function belong to another application? So that was the demerit in the procedural approach. Okay, so we are not going for any procedural approach. Even you can just build a calculator for that, but it will be not right. It will be like complex, you can say, because every function will be independent and you are not keeping every function in one place. Okay, now we are going to the second approach is a functional approach. So what do you mean by functional approach? Functional approach is basically you are just writing functional inside the function. Okay, that is a functional approach. I'm explaining you everything. So in the functional approach, you are just, suppose you are just defining a calculator. Okay, now this is the calculator you are just defining, and then after you are just passing what you want, whether you want addition or whether you want subtraction or whether you want multiplication, where you are division. You are just taking a as a parameter. A can be add a among this one. It can be add, it can be subtraction, it can be multiplication, it can be division. Okay, so now after that you are just returning there, and again inside this you are just using the function. If that a belongs to the particular, if if a belongs to this particular add, if the particular they are just calling for the add function. Okay, then you are, if that is add, then after you are just calling this add function and you are just taking this parameter. Okay, you are using function inside the function. Similar way you are just using if a equal to subtraction, and then after you are just going for the subtraction function, and again you are just passing a comma b, and then this so on you are going to use. This way you are going to use. But what is the benefit of this? Okay, you are not getting any benefit of this. Why? Because the thing is that functional approach, whenever you are just defining any function and then after inside again you are calling this particular function, that is a add function. Okay, so how you are just going to do for the add and subtraction? Because whenever you are just defining add function, that is the fix. You can't change any value inside the addition or subtraction function. Even this approach you can just use nowadays, but it is not you can use only for yourself. But whenever you are going to use for the multiple n number of user and they have a different type of value approach, they want to use this demo, that is a calculator, that is it. You can just say as it is, and then after you what they are just going, they are just calling this calculator function, and then after they are just calling which particular thing they want to go, whether they want to go for addition or subtraction. Even I can just write x, and then after a comma b you have to pass the parameter. Okay, so they are the fix. Means they are the fix. You have to pass the value of a I, also you have to pass the value of a comma b also. Clear? So whenever they are just passing suppose they are just passing x value as a add, and then after they are passing x value as a subtraction, and also they are just passing a comma b, that is particular addition and division parameter. Okay, so you can also go with this approach, but this approach is also not that much accurate the calculator, that is a oops concept, that is object oriented approach. Because whenever you are just defining the function, you can't change any behavior of the function back, is because they are immutable. Okay, so this way you can go for the functional approach. Again, the last one that I am going to explain, we are going to focus in whole series, that is a object oriented approach. And what do you mean by object oriented approach? We are going to see this all thing in the detail in the next video, but still I am just giving you the thing is what do you mean by object oriented approach? Means you are keeping every variable and every function in one place. You want to make something model, that is the application. Suppose if you are making the calculator application, then you are just keeping all the method, that all the function and all the variable of that particular function in the one place, so that whenever you are just calling calculator, that it has only all the function of calculator, it has all the variable of calculator. Whenever you are building another application, that you can just take an example of any game, Pokemon game or any other game, and you are just calling that particular, you are just creating the class of that, so that class only hold all the function that belong to that game. Okay, so you are just keeping all the variable and all the function in one place, that is called an OPS, that is a object oriented programming language. And how you are just defining this, how you are just defining everything, we are going to look this all thing in much detail. What is class, what is object, what is instance of that, what is constructor, what do you remember destructor, and also we are going to use different kind of approach. Okay, so this was about the calculator, and the rest thing I'm going to explain you about. the thing about the class and oops in the next video, because here what you are just creating the simple class, and then after you are just defining inside, that is the add method and subtract method, and how you are going to define this all thing we will see in the next video about the that is a class and oops. Okay, so this was about the theoretical part that I have just covered you, why you are going to use in the oops whenever you have functional approach, whenever you have procedural approach, so that in the oops object oriented approach you are just going to keep all the variable, all the method, that is a function in one place. So whenever you are just calling only calculator, so you are getting all the function of calculator in one place. That is the benefit of the oops. Okay, so this was about the theoretical about the why we are going to use the oops in the Python. In the next class we are going to take cover about the object and class, that is an instance in this class, and how you are making the class, and self, what is the use of self, what is a constructor, how you are just destroying the object. This all thing we are going to look in the next video. Okay, that's all for this video. Thank you. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. In the previous video we already have been seen about the introduction of the oops, what is oops and different type of approach we have just seen in the previous video, that is functional approach. We have gone through the procedural approach, and also we have understand about the oops approach, that is the object oriented programming approach. Okay, now we are going to be more depth in the object oriented programming language, because this is the oops, this is the condition we are going to follow in this whole series of the video that's related to the oops. Oops is really more famous as compared to any kind of approach, whether you are using the procedural approach, whether you are using the functional approach, or whether you are just using another approach. But object oriented programming language, so why its benefit means you are just getting all your method, the variable and the method in the same place, means the variable and the function of that particular in the same place. Whenever even in the previous video I have just given you example, whenever you are just defining the calculator, so in class whenever you are just creating the class calculator, so inside that all the method, all the function of the calculator you are just getting in one place. So you want that particular things, that type of approach where you are able to build the attribute and behavior. And this I am just going more depth about the what is attribute and what is behavior. In this means indirectly going to say variable and function in one place, so you are just binding the variable and function in one place, they are called as a indirectly the object oriented programming approach. So whenever now I will just say you about the what is attribute and what is behavior. So whenever you are just defining any function inside the class, they are called as a method. Don't be confused in this. Whenever you the normal function you are just defining outside the outside the class, that is not inside the class, they are called as a function. But whenever you are just defining any function inside the class, they are called as a methods. Okay, and then after whenever you are just creating the class, every class will have attribute and behavior. So what do you mean by attribute and behavior? So that you are just binding both attribute and behavior, and you are getting everything in one place. Okay, so why you are saying about the class? So whenever you are just defining class, suppose the class, how we are just defining the simple class we are just defining, we already have been seen this thing in the previous class also about the subtraction, addition, how we are just going for the procedural approach and object oriented programming approach. Now we are going to see about the object oriented programming approach. And whenever you are just defining the class, inside the class you will have two things, one will be your attribute and other will be your behavior. So what they are called, suppose I'm just giving you in the layman terms, suppose you are a person, so your name, your height, your weight, they will call as a attribute. Okay, but you are singing, you are dancing, you are reading, you are just playing games, they are called as a behavior of yours. Okay, so that's why class means everything, the attribute and behavior I think is clear to you. So whenever you are just creating the class, okay, so you have in that particular class you have the attribute and you have the behavior, and you are just binding the all the function and variable in the one place. That is the use of the object oriented programming approach. Okay, so what is the first thing I will explain you about the class. Okay, so how you are just defining the class. To define a simple class, to create a simple class, what you are just doing, you are just writing simple class. Okay, you are just creating class, and then after you have to just give the, this is the keyword to define class, and then after you have to give what class name you want to define for, whether which class. I am just going for the employee class. Okay, you're just defining the employee class. And then after that, what you are just doing here I'm just creating an empty class. I'm not defining any function inside the class, and any function inside the class you are just defining, they are called as a method. So every time from now I will just call as a method. So you are not defining any method, okay, and another, you are not defining any attributes. An attribute means what variable you are just defining outside the simple variable. You are just defining a equal to 10, b equal to 5. So a and b, they are called variable, but that thing you are just defining inside the class, they will call as a attribute. Clear? So now I'm just creating the empty class, and I have just used the pass keyword. What do you mean by pass keyword? Means you are just creating an empty class, that's it, and you are just saying to that particular class that it is pass. Means it's, you are just defining the name of the class, that's it. You are not writing anything inside their blocks, okay. So this is the way you have to define the class, okay. You are just defining the class, and then after you have the instance that, or the object. You can create the instance of this particular class, or you can create the object of this particular class. Okay, so what do you mean by object? Basically, whenever I can just again take this thing example in the layman terms. Suppose you are just buying an iPhone 12 company, Apple company, they have just created one new iPhone. I can just say iPhone 12, okay, iPhone 12. Now what you are just doing, this Apple company, they have created one iPhone 12. They have the design of that iPhone 12 will, they have just created. Now the what they have just designed their iPhone 12, that they will just distribute to n number of user, those who are users. So user, they are called as a object, okay. Whenever you are just receiving the user, so even you are just receiving, I am receiving, everyone is receiving the iPhone 12. Whenever you are buying only iPhone 12, the features and everything will be same for you also, for me also, and for any other your friend also. But what function for you are buying? I am buying for the playing games, you are buying for the reading, another guy is buying for the watching movies. So your different things you are going to take from that particular iPhone 12. The already the design has been implemented by the Apple, they are called as a class. This is called as a class, okay. And then after that then after that you are just defining another, that is the object are us, you, me, and everyone. We all are using iPhone 12, okay. But everything, we have different approach. You are using for the sorry, you are using for the playing game, I am using for the reading books, and another guy using for the particular watching movie, okay. So they are called an object. So I'm sorry for that, they are called as an object, okay. So here you can just write here, or what will be the object, you and me, everything what they are just buying, they are called an object. And this particular iPhone 12, the design, they are called as a templates, okay. This is called as a template, okay. And then after that you are just defining the particular iPhone, then after the n number of users, they are just taking the iPhone Apple company, and they are called as a basically n number user. They are just, you are just making as a object or instance of the class. Clear? I don't think so you have any doubt in this. I'm sorry for that. You have just created the class, and then after you have just now after that, how to create an instance of the class, or how to make the object of the class. Clear? Now how to define the object? Here you can just take suppose my name is xyz my, and I'm just buying this particular iPhone, I can just say. Or you can give n number of objects. For one class you can just create n number of objects. That's why I have said, whenever iPhone 12 design, that is a class, and n number of user, I, you, and your friend, they are called as an object, okay. So whenever you are just creating the employee class, it can be used by n number of object or the instance of the class. xyz, they are called an object or the instance of the class. And how to create the object of any class? You have to just call this particular class, and you have to call this one, okay. And even what you can just say, you can even define pqr. You can just define pqr equal to employee. Here you can also give this one employee, and then after also you employee, and after that again you are creating this class, okay. Okay, so how you can just see, you are just writing here. Now you are just printing xyz. Now you will see, so xyz, whenever you are just printing, it is stored in this particular where this particular, and again you are just printing this, that is a pqr, okay. Wow. So here what you are just, now you can just see, whenever you are just creating the object of these two class, the class is the same but object name are the different. Okay, this object is the object 1 or the instance ones, and this particular pqr is a object 2 or instance 2. Okay, so now you can just see they are located in different place. This is the object 1 is located in this address, and the object 2 is located in the this address. Okay, means the main thing what I have to say, you whenever you are just creating the class, you can create n number of object or n number of instance. Don't be confused, object and instance, they are both are the same. Clear? So you are just defining particular n number of object. Whenever you're just creating any class, you can define n number of object. You can just write even pqr xyz abc equal to employee. Okay, so you can just create n number of object for that. I don't think so you have doubt in this particular. Again, you will just print this one and you will just find the address of this particular ABC will be the different. Okay, so this was the main thing. I think you are clear with the how to create the class, the how to what's the keyword to create the class, and what do you mean by class and what do you mean by object, and how you are just creating the object of the class. So this was the main thing I have to just explain you about the what do you mean by class and what do you mean object, and what are the attribute and behavior you are defining inside the class. We are going to see in the next video, where we are going to use the about the self, and also we are going to see the constructor, how we are just using the constructor in this particular Python. Okay, so here that's it for this particular video. I hope you understand the about the Python object and the class. So how to define any class, I have just taken again example of the computer. Again, you can just go and you can read this blog, and also how to create an object of any class. Then in the next class, in the next video, we are going to see self and constructor. Then after we are going to see how you are just defining any variable, how you are defining any method, any variable or any attribute inside the class. We are going to see in the next class. So that's all for this video. Thank you to our channel, that is AI next generation. In the previous video, we already have been seen about how to create the object and how to create the class in the oops, and also we have just seen introduction to the Python, introduction to the oops in the Python, where we have just seen various type of approach. We are just going to already we have just covered this all, that is procedural approach, whether it is a functional approach or whether it is object oriented approach. And also we have covered how to create the class and how to create the object or instance of that particular class, what is attribute and what is behavior. This all thing we have covered till now. But in for this particular video, we are going to see about the constructor in the Python and also the self keyword. What is the use of the self keyword in the oops? Okay, so what do you mean by constructor in the Python? If you are coming from the Java language or C++ language, you already know about the constructor. Whenever you are just creating the object of any class, the what attribute or what parameter you are just passing in the constructor, you have to just pass whenever you are just creating the object of that particular class. Okay, so we will see this thing in more detail whenever we will do the coding part. So first of all, what you have to just define here, first of all we are going to see, first of all just define, we are just creating one class, that is a employee class. Clear? We are just creating the employee class. Then after you have to just define in a special type of method. So that is in Python you have to define dot init underscore dot double underscore dot double underscore init double underscore. Okay, just remember this one, double underscore init double underscore means you are just defining the constructor for the Python. You are defining the oops constructor. Okay, so the thing is that in the Python there is no such kind of constructor, but this behave as it is like a constructor. So what you are just defining here, you are just defining first of all init method, and here you are just passing the what variable or what attribute you want to pass, that is a particular parameter. The first parameter you are just passing, that is a self. So now we are just concentrating what do you mean by self keyword. So self basically refers to that particular instance or that particular object. Whenever you are just creating the n number of object, every object will have the different reference. So if for every object you are just passing different variable, different parameter for that, and how this can be referenced to this particular with the help of self keyword, how to give the reference to the instance or the object with the help of self. Okay, for that particular object, we are going to see more depth about the how you are just creating the object. At that time you will see how in the position of self what you are just passing. Okay, suppose I'm just taking the simple example. In the init method you are just passing self keyword, and then after you are just passing the name of the employee, and then after the particular you can just say the email ID. I can just say not an email ID, I can just give the ID of the employee, and then after you are just passing particular how much pay he is getting. Okay, this is the random stuff I'm just passing. Clear? Then after that what you are just saying, you have to just pass the self, that is the self, name, ID and pay. Then after that you have to initialize this name and id, pay and self dot name equal to name. This is the thing, you are just initializing the name, you are just giving the name keyword. You can just give anything name, okay? You are just giving self dot name so that you can just give reference to that particular object. That's why self is basically used to give the reference to that particular instance. Just be remember this one, okay? Instance or object, whatever I'm just speaking, they both are same. It is basically it will give you the reference to that particular object, okay? Self dot name, then again you are just initializing to self dot id equal to id, and again you are just initializing self dot pay equal to pay. Clear? I don't think so you have doubt in this till now. So you are just creating the init method for that, and then after you are just passing the 4 parameter, that is self, name, id and pay. Clear? Now if you are just creating the object of that class, suppose this is the abc, the first employee is the abc, and after that you are just creating the object of that, that is the defining the taking the class. And here what parameter you have to pass? The first parameter self. You don't have to pass the value of the self. Here you have to pass the 3 parameter what you have just given, that is the name, the id and the pay. Clear? So here just you are just passing the name as a, you can just give, you are just passing as a Piyush, okay? You are just passing the name as a Piyush, and then after you are just passing the id, you are just passing an id as 123, and pay he's getting as a, you can just say 50,000, okay? Now clear? You are just passing for the ABC. So how you are just giving the reference to that? Even you can just write here use for that. Employee 1 or use, you can just say employee 1. This is the employee 1. And again for the employee 2, you are just passing. You are just taking the employee. And again you are just passing something RAM. Okay. You are just passing the RAM, and after again the idea of that is you can just say 101, and the pay he is getting as 80,000. Okay. You are this way you are just passing. Now you are just getting the 2 object for that 2 instance of this particular employee, and then after you are just passing. But in the it here you, whenever you are just creating the constructor, also I have just forget to say you about the constructor, why you are passing this type of variable here. So whenever you are just creating the object of that particular class, whenever you are just creating the object of this employee class, so automatic this constructor, that is the init method, is invoked by default. This init method is invoked, that is the constructor. Means whenever you are just creating the object of this particular class, that is the employee class, so by default what will be there? By default init method, that is a constructor, will invoke, okay? Invoked means that will be called, okay? By default you don't have to call the init method separately. So what you are just saying, you are just created the class, and then after that you are just define the constructor for this particular class. So whenever you are just creating the object of this particular class, okay, that is the employee 1, so you are just by default this particular init method is called. By default it come hands on hand with the, whenever you are just creating the object of this particular employee. So what parameter the init take, you have to pass here the parameter. But here you have just passed the 4 parameter, that is the self parameter, the name parameter, the id and pay. But here you are just passing only 3 parameter, that is the name, id and pay. So where the self goes? So now I will explain you in the backend term. In the backend, so how you are just saying, in the backend term it go like this. So you don't have to pass the value of the self. Indirectly it is passed as this one, employee 1 comma this one, and for this it has been passed employee 2 comma RAM, this one. This way it is passing for the backend system. In the you don't have to pass for the self. Automatic what's the object name you are going to pass, that particular is passed whenever you are just creating the object of that particular class. Okay, you have just created the object of this employee 1. For first object you have created as employee underscore 1. So in position of self it will pass as employee underscore 1, the first argument, and then after it will follow what argument you have passed. Okay, and then again for the employee 2, the first argument in the position of self it will pass as employee 2, and then after you are going to pass the name, id and pay, so that you are giving the reference to that particular object. So that you are just saying that employee 1 holds the value as a Pius 123 and 50,000, employee 2 holds the value as a Ram 101 and 80,000. I think it's clear to you about the self, why we are using the self, so that you are giving the reference to that particular object, okay, with the help of self keyword. So in the backend you don't have to pass the self. Here you don't have to pass any value for the self. Automatic what object name you are just defining for that particular class, automatic in backend system it goes like this. Okay, so the first parameter always you have to go for the self, then after followed by what parameter you are just passing. Clear? So here you are just passing this one, and again run this particular. So you are just creating the object of that, and then after you are just passing the value, and then after you are just passing the what particular parameter you have to pass. Okay, so this was about the constructor and this was about the self. You already understand about the constructor. Constructor means whenever you are just creating the object of this particular class, automatic this particular method is invoked. That is that method, that is a double underscore init double underscore, that method will invoke by default. Okay, so and then after that, you what parameter you are passing here, you have to pass the parameter whenever you are creating the object of that. And also in the position of self, you are just passing what it is being passed. So self is basically give the reference to that particular object at that particular time. So for the particular employee one, when in the backend system, it will pass as a first of all employee one, then comma followed by all the three parameters, and second, and then also in the second object you are just creating as employee two, and again in the backend system it will pass as a employee two comma ram, and then it followed by the three parameter. Okay, so I think it's clear to you. Again, you are just creating one method. Now how to define the one method? They are called instance variable. Okay, just be clear, because every time the name, id and pay will be different for every person. Okay, so that's it. They are called instance, means they are keep on changing, they give to reference to that particular object. They are called as a instance variable. Clear? These are called as instance variable. We are going to look again about the instance variable, instance method, class variable, class method in the next video, but here you have to understand they are called as instance variable. Okay, now you are just defining one method. How to define any method in that particular class? Any function inside, whenever you're defining any function inside the class, they are called as a method. Clear? So now you are just defining one method, that is, you can just say about the name and the id. You can just say, even you can just say about something, email address. You are just defining email address, and how you are just writing here. Then after, it will just give you the, it will just return how, what you are going to return, self dot name, what is the name of that particular person, and then after you are just adding at the rate gmail.com. Okay, that's what you are just adding. You can just say at the rate something gmail.com, or you can just say that company name. Okay, you can now I'm just sticking to that gmail.com. Clear? So now you can just see whenever you're just creating the object of that, and now for the employee one, you are just employee one underscore one, and you are just calling this method, that is the email. Clear? And now you are just calling this method. So what in the backend system it will go? So you are just getting piyush at the rate gmail.com. Clear? And again for the employee two, what you will get here, you are just calling this email, and then after again you are just running this one, and for employee 2 you are getting ram at the rate gmail.com. so you are just how to call any method. First of all, you have to create the object of that, and from that particular object you have to call the method you are just going, because you have just creating the object of the employee. Okay, employee, you have just creating the object, then after you are just calling this method. So what method it is there in the particular class, it can be called as employee one. You have to just give first of all object name, then after what method you want to call, you can call with dot email, and what parameter it is passing, you have to pass the parameter. Here we are just passing only self parameter, means in backend system it will go like this: employee, that is the employee one, and now employee one is holding piyush 1 2 3 and 50,000. so you already know that in that's why self dot name it will goes, this employee one already know that their name is as a piyush, and the id and the pay for that. So this way you are just printing only the email id for that. Even you can just create another method, that is a pay method. What pay you are just getting? Okay, you are just what payroll you are just getting. So you can just do this way, and you are just returning self dot pay. Okay, you are just get what self dot pay, and again you can just call this method employee one underscore pay. This the pay method you have just defined, and call this method. Okay, then you are just getting this particular employee one dot pay. Sorry, I think I have just defined with the same name. You don't have to define, be clear. Okay, so you can't define the particular same name, the variable name, and that particular method as a same name. You can give define any other thing, my pay or something, employee pay, employee pay. Okay, and now you can just call employee underscore pay. Just be clear in this, you can't define the same name for the variable also, that is the instance variable or any method. The names will be different. Clear? So now you are just calling this method, and then you are just getting this 50,000. Clear? So this was about the constructor in the Python. This was about the self keyword in the Python, how to create a simple class in the Python. I hope you are clear with this. In the next class, we are going to see different instance variable, class attribute, and different type of instance we are going to see in the next video. That's all for this video. Thank you. Back to our channel, that is AI next generation. In the previous video we already have been seen about the introduction of the OOPS, making a object and class in the OOPS, and what is the use of self keyword in the OOPS, and also the constructor, that is a special function, that is a double underscore init double underscore. We have just covered this all the topic in the previous video. So this particular video we are going to take the two most important things, that is a variable, types of variable in the OOPS. So before going to the types of variable in the OOPS, we in the next video also we are going to see types of methods in the OOPS. So first this video we are only seeing the types of variable in the OOPS. Okay, so there are two types of variable in the OOPS. The one you are called as an instance variable, and the another they are called as a class or static variable. Okay, the one is called an instance variable. So instance variable is those variable which keep on changing. I will just give you the example. So out of this, which one is called an instance variable? So this particular self dot a name, self dot id, and self dot pay, they will call as an instance variable. You can just write here instance variable, because whenever you're just creating the class, you are just defining init method, and then after whenever you're creating the object of that, because the parameter you are just passing, that is a name, id, and pay, they are the variable you are just passing. So they are called why they are called as self dot name equal to name. You are just giving the reference to that particular object, so that employee one give the reference how the employee one will store their value, that is a PUs 1 2 3 and their pay. Okay, with the help of instance variable, means that particular variable which keep on changing, which will be different for every object, because the name, id, and the pay will be different for the one object you are just creating of the employee 1, and for the employee 2 you are just creating the name, id, and pay, that will be the different. Okay, so the instance variable are those variable which are keeps on changing. They are not a fix, they depends upon the object what you are just making the object. In that object, what the parameter you're just passing. Clear? So this was called as about the instance variable. Now again, if you want to see in employee 1 what has been stored, what's the views and 1 2 3 and 50,000, what is that, and where it has been stored, you can just see this thing with the help of namespace. So namespace is special kind of things which store in the dictionary form. So first of all, the parameter you're just passing, that is name, and then after you're just passing as a PUs, id as a 1 2 3, and pay as a 50,000 for the employee 1, that is for the object 1. So in the namespace, where you can just able to see where in the namespace you are just storing this all thing. Okay, so how you are just seeing this one, you are just printing employee 1 dot underscore dictionary. Okay, so now you are able to see. Okay, so what the in employee 1 you are storing the name, that is the name is a key, that is a parameter you're just passing, and for that parameter you're just passing as a PUs as a value. Okay, so whenever you're just creating the object, that object has been saved somewhere, that object will be saved somewhere, that is called as a namespace where you are storing the all the variable, instance variable or class variable. Clear? And again, if you are just writing print and you are just going for the employee 2. Okay, clear? So again you are just writing the dictionary for that, and you are able to see it will store. Now it is storing the name as a Ram and ID as 10 and pay as 80,000. So now you are able to see how this particular it is building. Now you are able to see in the namespace, they are called basically the namespace. You are just holding the name, ID, and pay. They are the parameter, means you are just holding the variable for this particular object. Clear? So this was about the instance variable, because instance variable are those variable which give the reference to that particular object at particular. If you are just working on one for the first object, that is employee 1, that at that particular instance you are just giving to the employee 1, so that you can just do with the help of self. Clear? That already I have explained you in the previous video about the self, but here the variable, that is that particular variable which are attached to the self. You can just say self dot name equal to name, means that particular variable will keep on changing, it will be different for the different object. Okay, they are called as instance variable. Clear? And again, if you are going to the my blog, that is ainewgeneration.com, so again you can just go to the Python and you can just find this all kind of blocks there. So in that also I have explained you about the class and static variable. So class and static namespace, where you're storing all the class variable in the namespace, or instance namespace means all the variable or instance in particular namespace. Clear? I don't think so you will have doubt in this. So you are just clear with the instance variable. Now we are just jumping to the class variable. They are also called as an static variable. So class variable and static variable are those variable which are constant for every object. Either you are just creating the employee 1, okay, or employee 2. Whenever you are just calling that particular variable, that variable will same for every object, because instance variable will different, because the name, id and pay will different for different object. But that class variable you are just creating, that will be the same for every object. Once you change that class variable, that will affect to every employee. Clear? Where you have to create the class variable, you have to create the class variable below the, whenever you are just creating the class. After that you can just give the variable name for that. Clear? So because you can't create this all thing in the init method, because this is a constructor, that constructor represent for that particular object. Clear? So I don't think so you have doubt in this particular. So first of all, what you are just doing, you are just writing self, and then after you are sorry, not a self, you are just passing one keyword. So one keyword you can just say, after every 1 year or after 2 years, your increasement, your particular id or your particular page increasing after every year. Now you are just counting for the month, because you are seeing the 50,000 that particular Piyush is getting for per month, and also the Ram is getting 80,000 per month. So after 1 year, how much increasement will be there for the pay? If you are just saying increasement pay as a 1.05 or 1.08, you can just say, so this much of percent will be increased after every year. Okay, if you are just saying after 1 year completion, then increment per month they have increased 1.08 of the salary. Okay, so you have to create one special method for that. Okay, you are just creating one method here, and then after here you are just creating increment payment for that. Clear? And here you are just passing the self keyword. So what you want to return after 1 year, you are just seeing how much increment of the pay for that particular employee will be. You are just taking, you want to return that particular self dot, first of all you will pay, and then after you are going to multiply init pay. But how you are just giving the reference to this, because you can't write init pay, it will give init pay will be not defined in this particular constructor. Clear? So to define this particular, you have to either give to with the help of self dot keyword or employee dot int pay. If you are just writing this one, and if you are not giving the reference, that is self dot init pay. Okay, so it, whenever you are going to run, it will just display you the error whenever you are just calling this particular method, that is a employee 1. From employee 1 you are just calling which method? Increment in the pay. Clear? But I think you have just given the same name, you have to just change the name. You can just say employee pay increment I and I am just giving, and you can just write here, you can just write, but you don't have to write the same name, that is the method or the any variable. Clear? So if you are just calling this particular method, okay, from this particular employee object, so what you will get an error, because it will just give you that init pay is not defined. You have to give to reference. How you are just defining, you can just define with the help of self keyword. Okay, so if you are just defining this with this self keyword, so it may be for you, it will maybe doubt that self is reference to that particular instance variable. But whenever you are just creating, whenever you are just calling init pay for that variable, for that particular object, when employee 1, that increment pay will be only done for the employee 1, not for everyone, because increment pay is constant for every employee. Because for employee 1 the increment pay is constant, for employee 2 is also the increment pay is constant. Clear? But what you are just doing here, you are just increasing the pay after 1 year, suppose. So for whenever you are just calling for the particular employee 1 increment pay, now you will able to see you their increment pay is 54,000. It was 50,000 before. Now this particular, they are just employee 1 is getting as 54,000. I am just writing increment for in increment for employee 1. Okay, for employee 1, and you are just writing this one, and then let's do, okay, and second, again you are just writing for the increment for the employee 2. Okay, increment for employee 2. Clear? So again you are just writing the same, and you are just calling from employee 2 object, you are just calling this method, that is the increment pay. Clear? Now you will able to see for the particular 54,000 went for the Piyush, that is for the first object, and 80, and that is a 86,000 gone for this particular 86,400 for the object 2, that is a RAM. Clear? So you have the increment for both, you have the constant value, that is the 1.080. Clear? So for even if you want to change the value, if I will you want to change the value from employee one, how you are going to access this particular init pay. Okay, so how you are going to access? Okay, so if I'm just writing for employee one init pay, so you are getting 1.08. This is the 1.08. Let's comment for now. Okay, so if you are just getting the employee one the init pay, that is a 1.08, but still you can just edit. If for the employee pay is like he's working too much hard and his increment pay is 1.01. Okay, let's take. Okay, now increment pay for the employee one is 1.01. Clear? Now if you are going for the employee 2, employee2 dot ini pay. Okay, so what will be the answer? Okay, 1.08. Now you are able to see, because you are only changing for the employee 1 increment pay, you are not changing the employee 2 for the init pay. For employee 2, that is for the RAM or object 2, that will be the constant, that is a 1.08, unless you are going by default and you are just calling that space, that is a class variable, and then after you are just changing for that. Okay, so here you are just changing 1.01 for that particular Pius, means he is hard working guy, so his increment pay is 1.10 as compared to the RAM. Clear? But for the employee 2, it will be the constant, that is 1.08. For the n number of employee, when you will create employee 3, that will be the constant. Clear? So I don't think so you have doubt in this thing, that is you are just creating the class, and this is called as a class variable, or you can also call it static variable. Clear? Or static variable. I think you hope so, I hope so you are clear with this, because this particular variable will be same for every object, unless you are going to change that for that particular object, it should be different. Okay, so this was about this particular what is class variable, what is instance variable, or what is static variable. So I hope so this was clear to you. In the next video we are going to see about the different type of methods in the ops. Okay, so that's all for this video. Thank you. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. In the previous video we already have been seen about the types of variable in the OOPS. So this video belongs to the types of methods in the OOPS. So how many types of method we are going to use in the OOPS? So there are mainly the three types of methods in the OOPS. One is called as an instance method, another is called as an class methods, and third one is called as an static methods. So these three all method we are going to see in this particular video. First of all, we are going to focus on the what is mean by instance method. Okay, so instance method are those method which directly link with the instance variable. So that particular method which keep on changing, means for the one particular object the method will return the different output, and for the second object it will just return the different output. So you can just take an example of email ID. Okay, the email, you have just create one method, that is a email, and you are just passing the first argument, that is a self argument. Okay, so the first self argument you are just passing, and you are just giving the return as a self name, and you are following with that gmail.com. Clear? So whenever you are just whenever you are calling for the employee one, whenever you are calling the method for employee one, so it will just give you the output Pius dot something at the rate gmail.com. Okay, that will be the output for the employee one, that is for object one. And for whenever you are just calling for the object two, then it will give you the another output, that will be the ram at the rate gmail.com. means that particular method which will return different output for the different object, they are called as a instance method, because you are just clear with the instance variable, means that particular variable which keep on changing, it will give different output for the different object, means self.name, self.id, and self.pay, they are called as instance variable, because for the every object the name and the id and pay will be the different. Similar, whenever you are just going with the methods, the instance method are those method which keeps on changing, means it will give you the output for different objects. So for the one object the output will be different, and for the second object the output will be the different. Okay, so the first parameter in the instance variable is always passing the self. So that particular method which contains the self, they automatically become an instance method. Clear? So this was about the instance method, but instance method are two types. Whenever you are going for the instance method, so there are two types. There one is called as an accessor method, and second one is called as a mutator method. So accessor method, whenever you are just from C++ background, you are just heard about the getter and setter. So accessor method are called as a get method, and mutator method are called as a set method. Okay, so now we are just creating one, how you are just going to use this particular accessor and mutator or getter and setter in this particular. Oops. Okay. Suppose we are just taking one more parameter, that is a position. So you are just taking one more parameter, that is a position, in which position that particular employee works. If you are just taking this one, self dot position, you are just writing position, and also you will take the input from this particular, whenever you are just creating the object of this particular class. So you are just taking the first one, that is a Pius. It is, you can just say he is a software engineer. Okay, software engineer, the position of this one. And for the Ram, the position is he's a manager. Okay, he's something manager, or you can just say senior software engineer. Okay, senior, you can just write a senior software engineer. Okay, so clear. So now suppose you have two employee, that is the employee 1, that is a Pius, is a software engineer, and the Ram is a senior software engineer. Clear. So this you already have been defined, because the fourth parameter you are just taking as a position. You have been initialized this particular position. So why I'm just creating, because I want to set one is a accessor method, and other method I will make as a mutator method, that is a setter and getter. You are going to build this one. Okay, and this is basically, they are the type of the instance method. So first of all, I'm going to create which one as a, whenever you are going to access, okay, accessor, or you can also set as a getter. You can just also call the getter method or accessor method. So you are just defining one method for that, and that particular method means this is the position. Okay, the position, employee position, you can just write employee position. This method you are just writing, and it will take the first argument as a self, and you are just returning. This simply is what the position of the employee is, the current position of the employee. Okay, you can just like current position of employee position, no methods. So now you are just writing what you are going to return. You are going to return self dot position. That's it. Clear. This is the accessor, means whenever you are just calling this method for the current employee 1, that will it will just return for the software engineer, and then for the current employee 2, it will just return you the senior software engineer. That is, you are just accessing, that's it, you are just getting that particular method. But whenever you want to set your method, whenever your position has been shifted to the somewhere senior in senior software engineer, or somewhere to the manager, okay, roles, and how you are just changing your position, for that you have to just write that is a setter, that is a mutator. Okay, mutator, and they are also called as a setter. Clear. So you are just creating one method again, that is a setter method, because whenever you want to set your method. Okay, so now you are just writing set employee position, the current employee position, and you will take the two argument. The first argument will be the constant, that is a self argument, and the second argument is which current position you are just going to say. Current, you are just writing the current. That's it. This particular current you are going to keep the parameter whenever you are just creating the object of that, and then after from that object you are just calling this set employee position. Clear. So then what you are just going to write, you are just writing self dot the current position, what the current position of the employee has, you are just setting to the current. This is the what they have just set to that. Okay, means the current position, whenever they have just called this set employee position, at that time they are just passing particulars somewhere from the suppose this particular Pius, he has just promoted to the software engineer to the senior software engineer. Then how you are going to write, you are just calling this mutator method, and you are just setting the position of this particular Pius. Okay, first of all we are going to see, what we are going to see this one. So what you are just calling here, so first of all from the employee 1, you are just calling first of all employee position, that is a getter method you are just calling. Clear. So you have to just write employee, then after you have to just give the position, what the employee underscore position, and you are just calling this position. This is it will just give you the particular software engineer, that is the role of the Pius. And again, if you are calling for the second object employee 2 dot that is the employee 2 dot employee underscore position, that's the role is a senior software engineer. Clear. But suddenly Pius is doing so much hard working, and if you want to upgrade the role for the software engineer, and he has also gained so much experience in this field, so you are just promoting from software engineer to senior software engineer. So for that you can use a mutator, that is a setter. You can use the setting that particular value. So what you can just do, you can just write here set employee 2 dot set underscore employee and underscore, and then after underscore you are just writing the position, and here you want to type the position, means from which position he has been shifted, he has been promoted from the software engineer to the senior software engineer. Okay, so the first argument you don't have to pass, that is a self. Clear? And the second argument is the current. You have to pass the current position of this particular employee 1. You are just creating for the employee 1. You can just write employee 1, not employee 2. So I am going for the Pius. Okay, so now you are just saying that he promoted to the senior software engineer. You are just writing senior, and then after you are just writing software, and again you are just writing senior software engineer. Clear? So I think it's now if you are just running this one, now your method, that particular setter method has been set from software engineer to the senior software engineer. Now if you are from employee 1, you are just calling this getter method. Now you want to see the position of your Pius. So what you are just writing here, you are just writing here employee position, the current employee position for that, and here what you will call this one, whenever you are just calling this method. So now employee 2, you are just setting, not a set, I have to call this employee 1 employee position, that's it, not a set employee position. Clear? You have to just calling this getter. So now you are seeing that senior software engineer, you are able to see this one is senior software engineer. The position of the Pius has been shifted from the software engineer to senior software engineer by the using of setter. This is the setter, you are just setting the value, and here is, this is called getter, means you are just getting or accessing the value. Clear? So this was about the setting the value or getting the value, about the setter and getter in this particular instance variable, instance method. Clear? So I hope so it is clear to you. I don't think so you have doubt in this position. Now it was about the instance method, and there are two type of method, that is a accessor method and mutator method. Now we are moving to the another type of method, that is called as a class method. What do you mean by class method? So whenever you are just creating the class method, you have to just create a special things, they are called as a decorator. So decorator is basically that's modifying the behavior of the function. You are just, whenever you are just creating the class method inside the oops, you have to just write the decorator above that this is method is only for the class method. It is not an instance method, that is a regular method. Inside the oops, you will always, the regular method they are called as an instance method, because they are just holding the self parameter. Okay, now if I am just creating, now suppose you are just creating one more method, that is you are just creating the class method. Okay, so you are just creating class method, and now you are just passing the particular decorator for that. If the decorator basically means it is modifying the behavior of that particular method, that's it. Okay, you are just writing class method, and now again you are just writing, now you are just creating one method that's represent for the class. So in you have the increment pay, you have just created the this is the increment pay after some months already we have just gone through. Now if you want to change this particular init pay from 1080 to 1.10 for every employee, so you are just creating one method that accept the class variable, because you already know that ini underscore pay, this is called as a class method. Okay, this is a class variable. So that particular variable which will be the same for every object, that is called a class variable, because that the variable will be the same for the every object, so they are called as a class variable or a static variable. So what do you mean by class method? So that particular method will be the same for every object. So whenever you are just calling that particular method, it will just affect the every object in this particular class. When how many objects you have just created, you have just created 2 objects, and you are using the class method for that. So for both the object, the class method will be the same, that they will return the same output and everything. Okay, so what you can just write here, you are just writing you are just modifying this init pay method. Okay, so you are just writing new init pay method or something. Okay, so now here the first argument will be the class. Why the first argument will be the class? Because by default whenever you are just creating the class method, so first parameter you have to pass, that is a CLC, that is a class. Clear? You don't have to pass any other method here. You can just take the another also, how much amount you want to increase, you are just writing is similar to the setter method, but I am using here the class variable for that. Okay, so how much amount you want to increase, this one. So now you are setting to the new particular the CLC dot this particular, you are just accessing from CLC the class. This is basically the ini pay. Okay, you are just writing ini pay, and you are just increasing to the what amount they have just provided whenever you are just calling that particular method. Clear? So you have just created the class method. The class, to make the class method, you have to just write first of all decorator. They are called as a decorator because they are just modifying the behavior of this particular function. Okay, so you are just modifying the behavior of this particular function. That is a method. That particular method are called as a class method, and for the class method, the first argument you have to pass, that is a CLC, that is a class. Clear? So now what you are just taking, you have just built. Now you are just calling from the object. Now you are just calling from the object, that is a from the employee one. From the employee one, you are just calling one method, that is new in underscore pay, and you are just passing 1.10. Clear? Now you are just running. So now you can just access employee one. You can just see employee one, the new pay, the previous pay. The previous pay what was 1.10, the increment of after 1 year, for that particular every month. So you are just, for Pius, you are just getting somewhere around 56,000 if you know about the previous. Okay, so in here, what you are just writing here, increment pay or something, the current pay you can just say. So if you are just writing the current pay for that init pay, or you can just write employee pay. This is the employee pay, employee underscore pay. You are just calling this method, and whenever you are just calling it, you are getting the current employee pay, that is a 50,000. But you want to increase that pay because his position is also shifted to the senior software engineer. So you are just writing employee one and dot, you are just writing increase, that is a you can just write in underscore pay. This method you are going for the increment of the pay for that particular POs. Okay, what you are just writing now, it has been increases to the 55,000 for the particular every month. He has just shifted from 50,000 to 55,000. So clear? So this way you are just calling, how you are just calling this class method. And for employee 2, whenever you have to just write the same as it is, employee 2 dot, you want to know about the current pay, you have to just write here the pay, and then after you are just creating this one calling, this is the 80,000. And from employee 2, if you want that ini pay, that is the variable you want to access. So you can also access that particular variable, that is a 1.1, that is 1.10. Why? You have just created 1.01, but whenever you are just changing for any employee, that is from employee 1, you have changed the particular increment for 1.08 to the 1.10. So it has been changed from employee 1, also it has been changed from the employee 2. Means that particular, already I have just said, it will just return the same output, because for every object, because this particular class method, whenever you are just defining, this particular method will return for same for every object, whether you are just creating the first object, second object, or third object, because the class variable, that will be the same for every object. Clear? This was about the class method. And the last we are going to see, that is a static method. So what do you mean by static method? That particular method you are just using inside the oops, only for some they in that you are not passing any parameter, you are not passing any self parameter, even you are not passing any particular CLC parameter. Okay, so that particular method, that is a constant, you are just passing the information. Even you can just see here, I am just taking the different example, what is the school name, you are just calling that particular method, that's it. Okay, so that particular you can just take in the real world example also. If you are going for the time, you are just creating the class for the time, and then after inside that, whenever you want to convert from minute to second, you are just creating one method for that. So in that you can't expect that you should pass the self or CLC, because that method you are just creating, that you can just use anywhere. Clear? So for the static method also, you have to just create the decorator for that, and the decorator means you are just modifying the behavior of that particular method. Clear? So again, you are just writing some information, this the company name, I am just writing here company name. Okay, and you are just returning return, or just print, you can just say as a XYZ or something. I can just write print in place of return. Print, this company is a XYZ Infotech Private Limited, you can just write, or XYZ XYZ Private Limited, you are just writing private Ltd. Okay, so this is the company name. Okay, so this is the company name. So when this particular you are just using inside this particular class. Clear? So if you want to call any static method, so that method will be same for every object, because whenever you are just writing the printing, okay, you are just printing in from employee 1, you are just calling which company name. Clear? So you are just calling the company name. from employee 1 you are just calling the company name. You have to call this method, particular method, and similar you are just writing, you are copying this one and you are just pasting in for the second employee. Okay, that is employee 2 dot company name. So whenever you are just printing this one, you are getting as a XYZ private limited and XYZ private limited. Clear? So this was about the particular. Here you are just getting for the static methods. So I hope you understand about the static method. I hope you understand about the class method, and I hope you understand about the instance method. So they all email, they are called as instance method. Clear? Instance, I can just write, I have just written for every method. So this was about the instance method, class method, and static method. I hope you are clear with this particular topic. So the next video we are going to see about the inheritance in the OOPS. So that's all for this video. Thank you. So welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous video we already have been seen about the concept of various type of method, various type of variables, how to create the class, how to create the object of the class, and the keywords like self and init method in the particular OOPS. So this particular video we are going to focus on inheritance in the Python. What do you mean by inheritance in the Python? This is the most important topic of the OOPS. So how you are just creating the child class, how you are just creating the parent class, and from where you are just inheriting all the properties from the parent class. Okay, clear? So we are going to see this all the things in this particular class, that is in this particular video that we are going to take, that is inheritance in the Python. So first of all, if you're going to the theoretical path, what do you mean by inheritance in the Python? Means that particular, whenever you're just creating the class and you are just inheriting all the properties, the attribute and methods of from your parent class, so they are called as a inheritance. Means you are just inheriting the properties of your parent class and you are in the child class. So how to write the syntax of the this particular inheritance we are going to see in the coding section. So this all thing we have done in the last video, so I hope you have gone through that. So whenever how to write the basic syntax of this particular inheritance, so first of all you are just writing the parent class. This will be your parent class where you are just deriving all these property. In this particular block you are just deriving the all the properties, attribute, and methods you already have in the parent class. Now you are just creating the child class. Okay, so whenever you are just creating the child class, you are just inheriting from the parent class, because you don't want to repeat the code whether it is already it is present in the parent class. You want to invoke that particular method, that attribute in your class. That is called as a child class. Okay, so you are just writing. So this is how this particular syntax of this particular inheritance is. First of all, you have just created the child class. First of all, you have just created the parent class, and then after you have just created the child class, and then you have to just pass in the parenthesis, that is parent. Means you are just inheriting from this particular class, and the parent class which already the attribute and method has been defined. Now you want to use the same logic in your child class. Okay, so you don't want to, this basically we are doing, you don't have to write the logic again and again in every class. Whenever you have written that logic in the first class, why you are going to repeat the code again in the your class? Okay, so that's why the properties, the class which take all the attributes and behavior of the another class, they are called as a particular. They are just inheriting all the properties from their parent class. Okay, so that's why they are called as a child class. Okay, so this was about the inheriting theoretical part, you can just say. So now we are just going to write about, you are clear with the what is inheritance, you are clear with the what is parent class, you are clear with the child class. Now we are just creating the class, parent class, then after you are just creating the child class, and how you are just invoking, how you are just taking all the attribute and methods from the parent class to the child class. We are going to see this all thing in this particular video. Clear? So now you are just creating, suppose one class you are just creating that's related to the suppose you are just creating the, we already have been created the class of the engineer, that is the employee. Even you can just create a new class that's belong to the, I have just taken the example of the engineer, and this is my blog, you can just read this about this particular. So already we have just created the engineer class, this is the parent class, and then after we have just created another child class, that is this one, and from that we are just using all the properties, that is attribute and method of the parent class which already has been created. We are not going to write it again and again in the child class. Clear? So again, what you can just do, you can just use the same employee, we already have the employee class, You can just say this, we already have been employee class. In the employee class you have the constructor. First of all you define the constructor, then after you have the email for that particular employee, you have employee pay, and then after init pay every time, every year, how much pay it is increasing. This all method we already have been defined, accessor, mutator, and class method, and also starting method. Clear? Now if we already gone this through this particular topics. Okay, so now if you are again you're just creating, now let's sort, we can just create a sort particular employee class. We are not going too much long. Yes, in the previous video we already have been covered many methods. Okay, so now if you are just creating, and again the employee class, this is the new employee class you are just creating. Then after you are just creating, the first is you are just creating the constructor for the employee class. So you are just creating the constructor, and then after you are just passing the self, the first argument you have to pass. Then after you are just followed by the name of that particular employee. Then after you are just going for the ID of that particular employee, and what is pay of that particular employee. You are just writing this three concept. Clear? And then after you are just initializing this one, self dot name equal to name, and then also that you're just writing self dot id equal to id, and again you are just writing self dot pay equal to pay. Clear? I don't think so you have doubt in this. You already have been covered this all thing in the previous video. You have just created one constructor for this particular employee, and then after that you are just creating one more method, that is you are just calling as a you can just say the email method. So you are just creating an email of that particular employee. So you are just passing self, and then after you are just giving the return self dot what the name of that particular employee, plus you are just calling that particular as a at the rate something gmail or xyz company.com. xyz, that is a company.com, or you can just write company or xyz. I can just give anything. Okay, you're just writing company.com. Clear? Now you are just you have just created employee class. In that you have just take the three parameter, that is the name, id, and pay, and then after you are just creating one method, that is the employee method, and this is the constructor. So whenever you are just making the object of this particular employee class, how you are just making the first employee, you are just writing, okay, you are just writing for the first employee, you are just creating, then after that you are just calling the employee, and you are just passing the parameter, because this is the constructor. So by default this method will invoke. So what the parameter you have to pass, name, id, and pay, you have to pass here. Already we have covered about how to use the self and constructor, how they are just behaving. I think you can just go and cover about the what do you mean by self and what do you mean by constructor in the oops. So now you have to just pass the name, you are just passing the same name we have just covered above, Pius, and then after you are just passing the ID of there 123, and after the pay you are just getting 50,000. Clear? Per month. And again you are just going, you are creating one more object, that is employee 2, and again you are just creating the employee, and then after again you are just passing RAM. Okay, you are just passing the RAM, and then after you are just creating the ID for that is a 101, and then after you are paying the how much he is getting 80,000. Clear? So you have just created the two object of this particular employee class. And whenever you want to call this method, that is a email method, you can just write employee1.email. you just call this method, and let's see what we are getting the answer. You will just get the answer, pius@company.com. which company it belongs to, it is given the email address of this particular first, that is the first object, that is employee 1, and again you are just writing employee 2 underscore 2 dot email. Okay, you are just creating, and you are just getting the mail of that particular second employee. I think it's clear to you how you are just creating this whole thing. The first class we already have done, but still I'm just explaining you. Now we are just going the concept of the inheritance. Now you are just creating another class. Okay, you can just remove. Now you are just creating another class. Clear? For now we can just remove for now. Okay, you can just write comment it out or remove for now. Now you are just creating the class, that is you are just creating the child class, where you have to use the name, id, and pay. Also you have to write the email, but you are just creating this particular class for the developer. Okay, so you are just creating the class for the developer. You are this developer, and here you are just passing, you are here the class developer, they will have the name, they will have the id, they will have the pay, but you want to add one more extra parameter, that is argument. But the rest, name, id, and pay, it is already present. You can do as it is, you can do copy and paste, you can do, and you can just create this thing also. You can just write this all thing in here. But the thing is that why you are going to do this all thing, why you are going to repeat the code again in this particular in child class. You can just say not for now, it is not a child class. You can just say, but still why you are going to repeat this all code. You already have this self dot name initializing, you already have been initialized this all thing in the employee class. Again you are just doing the same, you are just writing the code, you a code of name, id and pay. Again you are just writing the same method that is already is been present in the employee class. To overcome of this, you don't have to write the repetition of the code, you don't have to write the logic of code, you are just going to concept of the inheritance. Now you will just use the developer class, you just remove this one. Now the developer class, this will become a child class because it will inherit all the properties, that is a the attribute and behavior of this particular parent class. Now you have to just write the employee, that's it. Now you can just see, just write pass. So now you are able to see, you are just creating the first of all employee class, and then after you have just created the developer class. Now developer class become a child class and employee class become the parent class. Clear? Because in employee class you already have the init method, that is a constructor, and you already have the email id method. But whenever you are just creating the developer class, so you are just passing the parameter in the parenthesis, that is a employee. Now employee, this is a parent class, and developer become the child class because you are just inheriting all the properties from the employee class. That's why you are a child class, and from where you are just inheriting all the methods, all the attribute, they are called as a parent class. Clear? So now if you are just making the object of that, how if you are just making the object, this one, if you are just writing employee 1 and you are just passing the first, that is a developer, and here we have just created the empty class for now. So first of all we are going to see how the constructor behave, how the init method behave for the parent class and for the child class. Clear? So what you have to just pass the parameter, you have to pass the parameter as it is, what you are just passing here, because whenever you are not passing anything, because you are just taking, you don't have any init method, so whenever you are just running this code, it will give you an error. Why? Because by default it is rating the init method is missing the 3 required argument, but this init method is of the employee, it's not init method of this particular developer. So that is we are just going to write here. So there is one concept we are just going to use this, that they are called as a method resolution order. Okay, so what do you mean by this? Is basically this saying that whenever the constructor is not defined in the child class, so by default they will go for the parent class. If the constructor you have defined in the child class, they will execute that thing, that is a init method you are just defined in the child class, then that method will implement first. But whenever you have not defined any init method in the child class, here you have just created empty child class, so now they will just jump to the parent class and they will call the constructor of the parent class. So that's why you have to pass the 3 parameter in the developer. Now you are just passing as a Pius, you're just passing as a Pius, and then after you are just following by the id you are just passing, and the pay what it is getting, he is getting as a 50,000. Clear? So now if you're just running, you are just getting the output, there is no error in this. Now again you can just call from employee, you can just call the email for that, you can just do this thing, you can just call the email and you will get the email id for this particular developer class. Clear? So that is the pius@gmail.com. now if you want to see how the method resolution order works, so first of all I just said you about the constructor. So if you want to see about the developer, just write print and take the help method. This is the inbuilt particular method or inbuilt function. So whenever you're just passing the developer for that developer, so what it will just here you can just see, it will just show you how you are just making the step by step description of this particular developer. So you are just creating the developer class, but here you are just passing empty, you are just creating the empty class. So that's why method resolution order, what they are just saying, first of all you have to go for the developer class and find the init method for that, but you have not mentioned any init method in the developer class, then it will jump to the employee class. So now employee method, it will just call the init method of the employee class, that is constructor of the employee class. Again if there is no constructor in the employee class, then what object you are just mentioning, that method will be called. Okay, so it is a method resolution order. First of all, this is the about the constructor. So just keep in mind, whenever you are not creating in constructor, that is a init method in the child class, automatic init method of a or constructor of the parent class will invoke by default. So what parameter you are passing constructor in the parent class, you have to just pass whenever you're making the object for this particular child class. Clear? So again you can just see, you have the init method, you have to pass self name and id, and then after email you have just created one method in the developer, that is employee, and here you can just see, here you can just able to see this all thing, okay, with the help of help keyword. Okay, Now what I am saying, now you are just you are clear with this particular. Now you are just creating one constructor for that. The constructor you are just creating for the child class, that is a init method you are just using, and you are just passing the same, the self name, id and pay. Okay, but extra one more parameter you want for the developer, that is which particular, in which language he is developing, whether he's expert in the Python language, or whether he is expert in the Java language, or whether he's expert in the C++ language for the game development. So what you're just writing here, the language, okay, or your programming language or computer language, you can say. Okay, you're just taking one more parameter. Now what, now you can just do as it, you can just write self dot name equal to name, self dot id equal to id, self dot pay equal to pay, and self dot programming language equal to programming language. But what the use of the what the use of this particular inheritance whenever you are, again you are writing self dot name, self dot id and self dot this. So there is one more concept, you don't have to initialize the name, id and pay, because it is already has been initialized in the parent class. You have to initialize one particular that one particular argument, that is a programming language. Okay, so how you are just creating, you have to just initialize, you have to just call the init method of the parent class. For that you can use the super keyword, you can use this super keyword. So what do you mean by super? So super basically means it creating the virtual object of the parent class, means you is creating the virtual object, and from that particular object you are just calling the init method. You can even see I have just written about the employee, this is the particular super methods, how you are just writing the for the super method. Clear? So for the super method, what you are just doing, you are just creating, this is about the super method, super function. So super function is basically is create the virtual object of the parent class. Okay, so you can access all the method or any attribute of the parent class with the help of super method. Clear? So what you have to just write here, you have to just call this particular super function, and then after you have to call the init method of your parent class. Okay, that is automatic, it will just call the init method of the parent class, and you have to only pass the name, id, and then after you have to pass the pay. Clear? So this super method, basically you are just creating the virtual object of the parent class, means you are just creating the object of the employee class, and from that particular employee class you are just calling name, that is the init method. And here you are just saying that you already have been initialized self dot name equal to name, id and pay. You don't have to initialize again and again. This is the one way you can just do. And there is also one way, there is, you can just go for the employee, you can just write employee, that is a, you can just write this one employee, and then after you can just call the init method of your parent class. From that is the employee, this is already is the parent class, and you are calling the init method of your parent class, that is the employee, and you are just passing the first argument. In this, the first argument you have to pass, that is a self comma name comma id, that is the name comma id and comma pay. You can use any of these two things. Either you can go for the super, this one, either you can go for the this one, you will get the same result. But for you should stick with the super, because it is more convenient, you can just say it's more easy as compared to the employee. Here you are just writing the employee, that is a parent class, then after you have to write again the one more keyword, that is a self. So just stick to the super function. Super function is basically you are just creating the object of the parent class. What employee, it is creating the object, that is a virtual object of this employee class, and you are just calling the method, that is a init method from the particular parent class. Clear? You can stick with this. Now what you have to do, you have to initialize only one thing, that is a programming language. You have not initialized the programming language. Okay, so you are just writing self dot programming language, you are just writing programming, and then after you are just going for the, you are just writing programming language equal to programming language. You are just initializing this one, that's it. You are just writing programming, and then after you are just writing the language. Clear? So you, now you are able to see how many code of line you are just going to write, very small, you can just say, because you are going to initialize only self dot programming language equal to programming language. You don't have to initialize self dot name, self dot id, self dot pay. I think it's clear to you about the inheritance, why we are using inheritance. You are just reducing the number of lines of the code. So then again, whenever you are just creating the object of this, that is a developer. Okay, so now you have now you have to pass one more parameter, that is a programming language. Which programming language Piyush is expert for? Now if I am just writing the Piyush is expert for the C++. Clear? So in C++, you are just writing, and again you are just creating another particular object, that is again you are just creating the developer, and you are just writing developer, and here you're just passing the RAM. The first parameter you're just passing the RAM, and then after you are just giving the ID of that, that is random ID you're just assigning, and you are just writing 80,000 for that. So you are just writing 80,000, clear. And then after you are just passing what RAM is expert for, which particular language, programming language he is expert for. I'm just writing as it is, that is a Python. Okay, so now you are just writing employee 1, the whole 4 parameter you have passed, and for employee 2 whole parameter you have passed. Now you are going to run. So here you are able to see, you are just able to see now it is calling the constructor of your child class, that is your class first. Because whenever with a method resolution order, the first of all it will just go to the child class, means which particular method, which particular object you are just creating for the developer class, it will just search init method of the developer class. But whenever it is not there, the init method in the child class, that is a developer class, then it will finally go for the employee class. This is called a parent class, you can just say. Okay, so because you are just inheriting all the properties from this particular parent class to the child class, clear. So this was about the inheritance. I think it's clear to you how you are just creating the class, and this is the how you are just inheriting all the properties and attribute and properties, that is the behavior and attribute from this particular parent class. So you are, and the plus point of using the inheritance, because you are not writing, you are not writing the code and again you are not initializing the code, and again you are just reducing the number of line of the code. So this was about the inheritance in the Python. I hope it is clear to you. So in the next video we are going to see about the multiple inheritance in the Python. So I hope you are clear with the super keyword, and how I hope you are clear how to another. I have just added one more method, that's from where you can just call the init methods. Okay, so this was about this particular yeah, that is the inheritance. Again you can just call from the employee 1. I can also see, I can just say employee 1 that email. You can even call this method now impuse dot is that is a company.com, because why you are just creating, you are just using the method that of the parent class, that is the email method you are going to use. Okay, and that object from object you are just creating the object of the child class, that is a developer class. So now you are able to do, you are able to see. And okay, so this was about the things. Again I can just create one more method. If you are worrying, you can just create one more method, that is which programming language he is expert. You are just writing programming, that's a program like is a computer. I'm just writing computer language he expert, and you are just passing the self parameter, and you are just returning the return the name. You can just keep the ID. I can just give the ID plus you add ID, return the ID, or just print the ID. Basically print, you are just printing the self dot id, and then after you also printing the in which particular the programming expert for. You can just write this one programming underscore language. Okay, so whenever you are just calling this method, that is a comp language, so you can just write here comp and you can just write here underscore lang. Okay, so you can just see what you are getting the output. You are getting the ID, that is a 123, and what's the programming language he's using, that is a C++. Okay, so I hope it's clear to you. It's about the inheritance in the Python. That's all for this video. We are going to see in the next video. Thank you. Welcome back to our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous video we already have been covered the concept of inheritance in the Python. We have seen the how to create the parent class, we have seen how to create the child class, and how you are just using the attribute and properties, that is the variable and method of the parent class. We already have been seen about the use of super method, super function in this particular in this all thing we have just covered in the previous video. For this video we are going to see how we are going to see multiple inheritance in the Python, how to create the multiple inheritance in the Python, and also the one more concept, that is a method resolution order. So with the help of inheritance, how you are going to see how method resolution order works. Okay, these two concepts we are going to cover in this video. Clear? So first of all, we in the previous video we have just created the class, and we have after that we have just created also the derived developer class. So developer class is basically your child class, and you are just inheriting the property. Employee is a parent class, so you are just inheriting the attribute and properties from this particular parent class. This already we have just done, we have just covered in the previous video. So for this video we are going to use, that is a multiple inheritance. How you are going to use the multiple inheritance? Whenever you want to take all the function, that is attribute and method from your two class, you can just say 2 class, 3 class, n number of class. Clear? So how you are just going to for that? So first of all you are just creating one, I'm just writing the syntax for that. Clear? You are just creating first base class 1, Okay, you are just passing this one, and again you are just creating the class base class 2, and again you are just getting empty class for that. Again you are just using the pass keyword, and again you are just now you are just using the child. This is a child class. Now you want to inherit base class 1 comma base class 2. Okay, and now you are just passing this one. So what you have done here, this is the one base class. Okay, it has some attribute, it has some method inside that. In the base 2 class you will also write some attribute and method. Now you want to access both the attribute and method in this particular child class. So that's why you are just you are just writing multiple parent class like base 1 and base 2. This is called a multiple inheritance, where you are just inheriting from the both the base class. You can just give base 3, base 4, n number of base n. Clear? I'm just using for 2, so you will be more clear with that. Clear? So that's why they are called as a multiple inheritance, means you are just inheriting the attribute, methods, and that is the properties from both the classes. So that's why this is a child class and these two are the derived class. Clear? So now we are just making one class. Now we are just making one class, that is the simple class. I'm just going again with the writing the simple concept, that is the employee class I have just taken. Now I'm just going with very simple example, that is the init method, and again you are just writing the self, the first argument, and you are just writing the name, id, and also you are just going to write, that is a not you are going to write, that's name and id you are just keeping as it is. Okay, now that's it. And then after you are just writing self dot name equal to name. Clear? And again you are just writing self dot id equal to id. You are done with that. You are just making the constructor of that, and you are just also creating one more methods, that is their name and then after their id. So you can just say description of that employee dis you can just write here, and you are just passing basically self keyword, and then after you are just giving the return as a self dot particular id, and then also you are just returning self dot name. Clear? You are just returning two things. Clear? So either you can also go, you can just print this whole thing. Okay, so you can also write the print. First of all, it will print the id of that the basically id of that employee id. You can just write here. So I'm just writing this whole thing so it's look good, and then again you are just writing that is the employee name. Clear? Employee name. Clear? So you have just done these two things. Now we are just jumping on the thing. You can just, you have to give to the comma. Okay, so you have just created one base class, that is the employee base class. Again you are just creating another base class, that is basically the pay. Okay, so how much pay you are just getting. Again for the pay you will need the name and id. Okay, so you are just creating the simple pay class. Already we have just done this thing here also, but still we are just going to write here. So you are just creating one pay. How much pay you will get, it depends upon your job description. Okay, so your pay, and then after you are just creating the constructor in it, and you are just creating you are just writing here the self first parameter, and then after you are just passing how much pay he is getting based on the what position he is working on. The position you can just take, whether he is a ML engineer here, whether he is a Java engineer, or he is a app developer. Okay, so you have different position in the company, or whether he is a manager. Okay, he and C. And so here you are, what you are just again you are just initializing the self dot pay equal to pay, and again you are just initializing self dot position equal to position. Clear? I think it's clear to you. Now you are just creating now it's done. You have just in the class pay you have the position and you have the pay. Again you can just create one more method, pay of that particular employee. I can just say employee, I can just write anything. It depends upon you what method you're just writing. So I've just written here employee pay, and you're just passing the self, there's a first argument, and then after you are just you want to print that what's pay you are just receiving, that is a employee pay based on their job. So employee, first of all you just write job, what's the job position, and then you're just writing self dot position. Okay, and again the second you're just writing employee pay. Okay, you're just writing employee pay, and then after again you're just passing one more parameter, that is a self dot pay. Okay, so things you have just done. So you have two base class, that is the employee one you have just created, and this is pay, this is a employee two. Sorry, this is a pay class, that is a base 2 class you have just taken. What I was just writing the syntax the same way, I'm just comparing. So now you want to build one more class, that is, suppose you are just creating this class for the machine learning engineer. Okay, you are just creating the class for AI engineer. I can just write here AI engineer. I'm just writing here this one. Now you want to inherit from both the employee class also and the pay class also. What you are just going to write here, employee First of all you are going to write employee, and then after you are just writing pay. Clear? So you are just inheriting from this both the class. So base, they are called as a derived class. So you are just inheriting, they are called as a this is the employee one is the first parent, and the and pay is the second parent. Clear? And this is the AI engineer is your child class. Clear? So you are just inheriting the properties and method from both this particular class, that is the employee, and also from the pay. Clear? So you are just making the constructor. First of all you are just making the constructor. Let me start with the pass. Again, we have just done this thing in the previous video also. Okay, so again you have just created the employee, and then after you have also passed the pay. These two class you have just passed, they are called as a derived class. Clear? So now if you are just making the constructor for that, means if you are just making the object for that, first of all object for that, so how it will goes on. So in that we have just going to use the method resolution order. So how the method resolution order will follow. So method resolution order is that whenever you don't have any constructor, whenever you don't have any init method in your, that is a child class, so by default it will go for the parent class. We already have been seeing this concept in the inheritance. But how we for which you also have, for employee also have, you have this init, that is a constructor, that is init method in the employee class also, and you have init method in the pay class also. Then which init method it will call, because in the inheritance in the previous video we have seen whenever you are not using any init method in the child class, so by default the init method of parent class is invoked, init method of parent class is called. But how you are going to call this particular for the child class whenever you are just using the concept of multiple inheritance, that is, so MRO means method resolution order, they start with the left. So which one you are just writing, that is the employee, this one is the left, starting from the left. So they follow the order, they follow. Then the first, if there is a no constructor or no init method in the AI engineer this class, that is a child class, then it will go for the employee, it will go and search for the employee first, and it will just call the constructor or init method of this particular employee class. And again, if it is not finding the constructor or init method in the employee class, then it will jump to the that particular, that is a pay class. Clear? So again you are just creating this one, and how you are just creating, then after what you have just write here, you are just writing one employee one, and again you are just writing AI, and then after you are just writing engineer, and you are just passing the parameter. If you are not passing any parameter, suppose, and you are just running, so it will just display you error. See, it is written, is you are missing two required positional argument, that is the name and ID. So it is not going to say you are missing two required argument, that is a pay and position. So method resolution order follow from the left side. Clear? From the left side it will start, it will just go give the preference to the left side first. So whenever you don't define any constructor or any init method in your child class, so by default they will jump to the parent class, that is the first. You are just passing as the employee as a first, that is from it will start, method resolution order will start from the left side, that is the employee, and it will go to the employee class, and it will call the init method of the employee class. Clear? And if you does not have init method in also in the employee class, then after it will jump to the second, that is a pay. Okay, so it is just following the order from the left to right. Clear? So you should be clear with this all things. So we already created employee one AI engineer, so you have to pass here the first parameter, that is the name and ID. Suppose I am just passing for now, name is a Pius, and again you are just passing the ID as a 123. Clear? So now it will not give you any error because you have just passed this particular Pius and 123. Again you want to see with the help of print help method, you want to see how this particular this AI engineer, you want to see this particular class first. Okay, so you want to see the help, with the help method you will see the first of all you are just creating the class, that is AI engineer class. Okay, and then after it will just passing, it is employee, it is passing, and then after it is passing, that is a pay. Okay, two method two particular base class you are just passing, that is the employee first base class, and then after pay base class. Okay, so method resolution order, first of all it will go for the AI engineer. So AI engineer, whenever you have constructor in the AI engineer, so it will just call the init method of their first, that is a child method, but you don't have any that is a init method in the child class, then it will go for the employee, because method resolution order start from the left side. So it will jump from, it will start checking from the left side, that is the employee, it will go for the employee, and it will just give the constructor, it will call the constructor or init method of this particular employee. So if you don't have init method in also in the employee, then after it will go and jump to the pay class. Clear? So this way it is working, that is a method resolution order, they are just walking in this step. Clear? So now you are just you have the base class, that is the employee one, and the base second class is a pay class. Okay, so that's why whenever you are not creating any init method in the child class AI engineer. So whenever you are just passing the whenever you are creating the object of this particular AI engineer, so by default the init method of this particular employee class is called. That's why they was giving the error, that is a name and ID you have not passed. That is the two required argument. That is okay. Clear? I think it's clear to you. Now you are just making the constructor for that. Now you are just making the constructor for that. Okay, you are just making the constructor. And now in the ML engineer you need everything. You need ID, you need the particular first of all you need the name, you need the ID, also you need the pay, and you need the position. Okay, and you are also one more thing you are just going to add. You can just add the things. I can just give for the AI engineer, you have just given the position based on the job, or you can just give the experience. You are just adding the experience. Clear? So this 5 parameter you are passing, but this name and ID it is initialized in the employee class, and also pay and position it is already initialized in the class pay class. Okay, so you don't have to write again and again self.name equal to name, self.id equal to id, self.pay equal to pay, and self.position equal to position. You already has been initialized in the two base class, that is the base class 1 and base class 2. You have to just call the init method of the both the base class. How you are going to call? You can't use here the super. So super method was only used whenever you are using only one parent class at that. Okay, so at that case you are just using the super keyword, super function. So by default what super it is doing, it is just creating the virtual object of the parent class, and then after you are just calling the method. So this way you are just calling. In the previous video we already have been seen about the super. So here what you have to just write here, another one more method I have just said to you, that we can just write here employee, and then after you can just call the init method of employee, and here you have to just pass the self comma name comma ID. Clear? These two things you have to pass, and again you are just calling pay, and then you are just calling the init method of the pay. You have to also write double underscore here. Clear? And again you are just calling the init method of this one, and you are just passing the self, and also you are just passing the pay and comma position. Clear? You are passing the position and pay of this particular init that is a pay class. Now you don't have to write self.pay, self.position, and something else. Okay, now you have to just only initialize, that is the experience. You are just in the child class, you are just adding extra argument, extra parameter in the init method, that is the experience. You can just initialize this thing. Clear? Then after what you are just writing here, you are just creating one more method. I can just write here, you can just writing the ML engineer description. Clear? You are just writing this one, and you are just passing the self. Clear? And here what it will just print you, it will just print you the self comma name, self.name, and also it will just give you the self.pay. And then also because it is already ML engineer, you don't want to give the position, and then also you are just saying self.experience for that. Okay, you are just writing experience. This all three parameter you want to print for the ML engineer description of that. Clear? Whenever you are just making the object of that, that is employee 1, you are just writing AI engineers. You are just writing AI engineer. Okay, clear? And you are just passing the name, ID, pay, position, experience. You have to pass. The first of all you are just passing as a use the first argument. The second argument you are just passing as a ID 1 2 3, and the third argument you are just passing the pay. How much getting it is he is getting. Now you can just increase the payment of that 80,000. And now the position, he is the machine learning engineer, ML engineer. Okay, so you can just write here senior or some senior ML engineer. You can just write here senior ML engineer. Okay, ML engineer, sorry for that. Okay, so and again what you have to write, you have just passed the position and the what experience he has 4 years of experience. Clear? You have passed this all thing. Now employee 1, whenever you are running this one, you will not get any error, because you are just running and you are just calling this particular, you have just passed all the 5 parameters. So now you are able to see how you are just minimizing the number of line of the code. You don't have to write self.name, self.id. Even what you can just write, if you want to call the, that is if you want to, first of all if you want to call the method of this particular AI engineer, that is ML engineer description. So you can just call this method, that is a DES, and just call this. Let's see what will be the output. So it is giving Pius, and we already passed, that is a that is a self dot name, that is a Pius, self dot pay, that is 80,000, and self dot experience, he has 4 years of experience. Again, even you can just call the method of the any parent class, that is a base class. You can just call the method of any employee description, this emp and dis. Okay, you can just call, you can just write emp underscore dis, and you're just calling this method. So you are able to see employee id is 123, employee name is a Pius. Clear? So you are able to call any method of any base class, that is any parent class. So this was the concept of the multiple inheritance, means you are just creating the child class and you are just inheriting the properties from the multiple base class. Okay, so this was the concept about the multiple inheritance. I hope it's clear to you about the multiple inheritance, how you are just going to use, and also you are just clear about the method resolution order. This is also the most important step. So whenever you are just inheriting the base from the base class, so it starts from the left side and it will just keep, it will just search whenever you don't, whenever you are not defining any constructor in particular child class, so it will going to first search for the first base class from the left side, and it will just call the constructor of that particular base class. Okay, that's what about the method resolution order, and I hope so it's clear to you about the multiple inheritance and MRO. So that's all for this video. Thank you. To our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous video we already have been seen about the inheritance in the Python, multiple inheritance in the Python, and MRO in the Python, that is the oops. Okay, so this particular video belongs to the encapsulation in the Python. So what do you mean by encapsulation in the Python? So encapsulation we are going to focus in this particular video. So encapsulation means you are, whenever you want to hide something from the user, whenever you are just making the object and you are making any variable or you are making any method as a private, means that particular method or variable you can just access inside the class, but you are unable to access that thing outside of the class. They are called as encapsulation. You are just wrapping of all the variable and methods in one place so that it cannot be accessed by any other user outside of the class. You can just access inside of the class. Even you can't access whenever you are going for the inheritance concept. So in inheritance also, whenever you are just taking child class as a, whenever you're just building the child class and you have the parent class, in the parent class you have just defined some variable or some method that is a private method. Okay, so you can't access that particular method inside your child class, okay, or that particular variable. So we are going to write some code again, and then after you are going to see more about this. Even I have written about this blog, you can just go to my website and you can just go for the Python. I will just upload more blogs that's related to the Python, so where you will able to find different types of oops concept in that. Clear? Yeah, so this was object oriented programming language. In that it is like short introduction about the encapsulation. It is written everything that's related to the encapsulation. Clear? So now we are going to focus on the coding part sector. So whenever you are going for the encapsulation in the Python, you are already clear that whenever you want to hide the variable or method from the user, means whenever you are making the object of that particular class, you are unable to access that variable or that method. You can access inside the class, but you don't want allow that particular method or variable outside of the class. Clear? So whenever you are just making any class, I'm just writing the syntax of this so you will able to understand. I'm just writing class ABC. Clear? And inside that you are just defining any init method constructor. You're just defining for that, and now you are just giving. So first of all, before jumping to encapsulation, you have to be clear. The first variable, that is a self.a, I'm just writing as xyz. Clear? So this is a public. You can access this thing in the class also, inside the class, and you can access this variable outside of the class. They are called as a public variable. Okay, public, I don't want to give dot, public variable or attribute, you can just write. Okay, now if you are just writing self dot underscore b, so what do you mean by single underscore b? So whenever you already, if you come from the Java or C++ language, you will have the concept of protected. So protected variable are those variable you can't access this all thing outside of the class, but you can access this all thing whenever you are making the object or whenever you are making inheritance concept, that is a child class, and you want to take the properties, that is available, and methods from your parent class. Clear? At that time you are just going for the protected variable, means you are just protecting that variable, that's it. But you can't access this all thing outside of the class, but you whenever you want to access that underscore v, you can access this thing, but you can't change the any value name outside that. Clear? But there is also one things that I have to just figure out in this particular Python. So you have only the two type of variable you are going to use. The one is that is a public variable, another is a private variable. We are going to talk about this. If you are writing something this like PQR, clear, you are just making as a protected, clear, protected variable. You can just do this all thing, and then after the last you are just writing self dot underscore c. So what do you mean by underscore c? You are just writing underscore c means you are just making this variable as a private variable. Clear? So any variable you want to make any private, what you are just writing here, you have to just write before the private variable or private method, you have to give double underscore. So any variable that variable, any variable you can just say inside the class, whenever you are just representing or you are just giving like double underscore before it, then automatic that particular variable become as a private variable. Okay, so you can't access this thing even in the child class, or you can't access this thing even outside of the class. You can just use thing inside this class, that is a ABC class. Clear? So now I'm going to show this thing. So whenever you are just making the object of this, suppose you have just make the object a something, I can just write here xy, you are just writing the object of ABC. Clear? So whenever you are just running, it's clear. Okay, but now what you are just doing here, you are just writing xy, and then after that you are just writing a. So you can just directly write a and it will give you xyz. Clear? It will just give you the display xyz because it is a public variable. You can access this all thing outside of the class. Clear? Also, and even in the inside of the class. But whenever you are going for the protected, even you can just access this particular protected with by underscore b. Okay, so it will just run. But whenever you want to access this thing that is a private variable outside of the class, so it will display you an error because it will say ABC object has no attribute underscore c. But why? Because you already make this particular variable as a private variable, means you can't access this particular variable, that is self dot double underscore c, outside of the class. Clear? So any variable that which is represented, or which variable before you are just writing double underscore, so that particular variable automatic become a private variable. Clear? So this was about the private and protected. And even if you want to go for any method that you want to make as a private method, I'm just writing ABC and I'm just doing this all thing. And then after you want to return something self dot a, I'm just writing this one. So now again, if you are just writing this one self dot underscore abc and calling this particular function, again it will just give you the not particular, you don't have any attribute, that is double underscore abc, because this particular variable you are making as a private variable, this particular method you are making as a private method, means that particular method, whenever before that you have to write, whenever you are just writing double underscore in before variable or before method, that particular method or variable become private variable or private methods. Clear? So I hope so you understand this. Now I'm just going for the more depth. How if you want to set any variable, if I want to set any variable like the c variable, if I want to change, because you are unable to access the abc value, but if you want to change the value of abc, you can use the concept of getter and setter, what we already have been done in this particular types of methods in particular. Oops, so in that you have seen instance method. An instance method, you are just defining something we already have done. I want to show you this all thing we have done in the previous class. So that is a instant method. We have accessor and we have mutator, means this is a getter and this is a setter. Clear? We already have done by getting a value, you can just do it, and for a setting the value, you are just doing this all thing. Okay, so you can just do this all thing, but again I'm just going to do in the more depth, so you will be more clear with that. Let's jump to this particular coding. Now what you are just writing, just remove this thing for now. Clear? So remove this xy and just run. Now it will not give you any error. Clear? So now what you want to make, any getter values. First of all, if you want to see what the c contains, okay, so what you're just writing, get value. You can just write anything, but this is you're just writing a getter self, and then after you are just giving the return of what, you are giving the return of self and dot double underscore c, clear. So whenever you're just writing get value, clear. So and again if you're running xy dot get value, now you will able to access the c value because you have just written one method inside the class. So any that particular variable that is a private variable can access inside the class, can run inside the class, but you can't run outside of the class. Even you, whenever you want to take this one as a you can say parent class, and you want to inherit all the properties that is variable and methods in the child class, you are unable to see what the self dot double underscore c is doing, because it is private, it is hidden from everyone except that particular class, clear. So now if you want to run this particular self dot value, whenever you're just running xy dot get self dot value, you will able to see you are getting abc, that is a private variable. So now you are just calling from another method, you are just making the object of that. You can't directly go for under double underscore c because this particular variable is a private variable, but you are just taking the help of get value that already the method is defined inside the class, and now you are able to access self dot double underscore c. So even if you want to change in this value, you want to change the abc to something any r abc or something bcd or something anything, okay. So this is basically you're just getting the value. You can just, they are called as a getter, you can just write it getter. Even you have just seen in the c++, we are just using many concept of getter and setter, okay. And in the python they are called as a accessor, you are just accessing this value. And now if you want to change the value, that is called a setter or mutator, clear. So you can just write set value of this particular c only, you are just doing. And then after what you are just writing here self, sorry for that, you're just writing the self, and then after you're just passing one more variable that you will take from that particular user. Whenever you are making the object of that, you are just writing c something, you can just write anything value, which value you want to change. Now you are just giving self dot double underscore c equal to value, means with the help of this method you are able to change the what c contains. Now that is a by default they are containing as a abc, but whenever you are making the object of that, clear, whenever you are just making object of that, now with the help of set value, it takes one more parameter, that is a value. So in that, inside that value, if you are just passing bcd in place of act, I don't want abc of this particular c variable, I want bcd. So you can just do with the help of set value. Now set value means now they have then set the value from abc to the bcd, that is a setter. Now if you want to again access the value, whether your value has been changed from abc to the bcd, you can just do with the help of get value. So again you are just calling xy dot get underscore value. Now let's see what will be the answer. So now it has been set to the bcd, previous it was abc, now it has been changed to the bcd. So this was the about the concept of encapsulation in the python. So encapsulation in the python is really useful whenever if you are going for any side banking sector. So whenever suppose you are working in, you are an employee and you want the 1 month of data set, that is of the all the finance data set for that particular bank. So they will not give you direct access to go and take from that directly access from this particular bank. You have to go somewhere, you have to go for the something manager, and you have to take permission. Then after they are just returning the value, that is they are just giving that particular data. So that is the manager, and this something they are called as a getter. You are just getting the requesting to the manager that I want that particular value, that is a 1 month finance data set. And again if you want to set any data set, you are just taking again help from the manager for the setting the value. You can't directly modify the bank data set directly, that is the private that has been made. You have to take the help of, that is the method that already have been defined in the class. So this is the concept where you are using the encapsulation in the python. I hope it is clear to you. That's all for this video. Thank you. To our channel, that is AI next generation. So in the previous video we already have been look about the inheritance in the OOPS, multiple inheritance, class, object, self, constructor, that is the init method, and also we have gone through the encapsulation in the OOPS. So I hope you are clear with this all the topic. So now we are just moving to the another topic in the OOPS, that is the polymorphism. So what do you mean by polymorphism? So I will explain this thing in more detail. So whenever I am just splitting this particular polymorphism into two parts, the poly, you can just say poly means many and morphism means form, means particular things you have many form, that particular function you have many form. I can just give with this example so it will like clear to you. Suppose this is a length is a pre-built inbuilt function that is of the Python. So whenever you are just passing any parameter inside that length, that is a, first of all I'm just passing the string, so it will give the length of that particular string, that is a Python. Again in the length len method, that is a function, I am just passing it, that is a list 1 comma 2 comma 4. So it will just give me the length of this particular list. Again I am just passing this, that is a tuple. Clear? Again it will give me the length of the tuple. So what does it mean? So you have the Python, that is a string, that is a list, that is a tuple. So different data type you have for this particular, means length. For the length you can use for as many as form. You can pass the parameter as a string, you can pass the parameter as a list, you can pass as a parameter as a tuple. So length is basically, it can be used in the many forms. So this is the best example or polymorphism. But now we are moving to the particular oops concept, that is a class we are just making. Suppose one class I'm just making, that is India, and I'm just writing particular, which the first thing I'm just writing, what is the capital of India. Okay, what is the capital of India, and then after that I'm just printing that capital is a New Delhi. Clear? Can just write New Delhi. Clear? And again you are just writing one more method, that is a particular which method, that is which language it is speaking in the India. You are just writing self, and then again you are just writing here print. You are just writing which language. Hindi is the most speaking language in the India. And then after you are just writing creating one more class, that is a Bangladesh. You are just creating Bangladesh, I can just write. And you are just making another one more method of the Bangladesh, that is a capital. Okay, and you are just writing in the capital, what's the capital of Bangladesh, that is a Dhaka. I can just write. And again you are just creating one more method, that is a which language it is speaking. They are speaking as a Bengali language. So you can just write Bengali. Okay, so what does you mean? So in the that is the class, you are just making the class as a India, but you are just passing the same method what you are using in the Bangladesh. That is the capital you are just passing also in India also. You are just passing that capital in Bangladesh also. But that is the block inside the logic, that is a block inside the method, that is a different. Because for this capital, for India, in India class, the capital method will print you the New Delhi, and for the Bangladesh class, the capital method will print the Dhaka. So you have the same method name, you have the same capital method, you have same language method inside the Bangladesh also, inside the India. So first, what do you mean by this? So why you are going to write the number of lines of code? Because here I am just giving the example as a 2, but it can have 9 to 10 method that is same in the both the class. Their method name is the same, but the implementation inside the logic, that is the different. So why you are calling two things at a time? It means 2 times you are just writing the code. You can just write this all thing at a one time. So I can just give you the example. So if you are just making the object of India, clear, you are just making the, and you are just creating the object of this Bangladesh. Clear? So you are just writing Bangladesh something. So now you are just make the object of India. But if you want to call the capital method from the India, you are just writing India.capital. Clear? And you are just calling this method. So that will print the New Delhi. And similar, you can just writing the capital of Bangladesh. And again you are just writing the same thing, that is a capital. Clear? So what does it mean? This you are just calling 2 time capital, means you don't have to write this again for India. I'm just writing the India and Bangladesh for here. But again, if you are just creating one more particular, you can just write a class. You can write a USA. Okay, the best example USA, and you're just writing the same capital for the USA, and you're just passing what's the capital of USA. You can just write what's the capital of USA. You can just write Washington DC. Okay, and what the language is speaking in this particular USA, that's the mostly the English. You can just write here print English. Clear? So here you have just created the 3 class. Clear? So you are just again making the object of this particular USA. You are just writing object of USA. Okay, now again you want to call the capital from the USA. You are just writing capital. You are just calling the same method capital. But it is increasing the number of line of the code. For the same capital method, you are just writing 3 times. You are just calling from the India. You are just calling from the Bangladesh. You are just calling from the USA. Again, if you are going for the language, again the 3 things you will write. Again for the So this how it will increase the number of line of the code. So to reduce the number of line of code, you can create one function for easily. You can just create one function. What you can just write here, you can just create one function. You can just that is the object, it will just print. You can just write here object. I can just give any method, that object PR. I can just write anything, and you're just passing the here what parameter it will pass. It will pass the three parameters, that is India, Bangladesh and USA. It can pass India, here I can just pass ABC. Okay, I'm just passing ABC, and now you are just what you have to call, you have to just, you already have the whenever you will call this particular method, automatic what it will be invoked. So you don't have to write again the number of line of the code. So a dot, from a dot you want the capital. Okay, a dot capital, you can just write the a dot capital, similar print b dot capital, and again you want to call c, print c dot capital. Okay, c dot capital. This all are the method, and you have to call this one. Clear? You have to call here also. Now you are just getting one particular object for that. Okay, and now why it's giving me error, duplicate c. Okay, duplicate c, let's see what's duplicate c. You have to write here b, and now if I'm just calling this method here, I'm just writing object PR, and inside that I'm just writing first of all India, that is the object, then Bangladesh object, and then I'm just passing USA object. Okay, so now it's clear. Now whenever you're just passing, you are just getting output, that is a New Delhi, Dhaka and Washington DC. Clear? So what do you mean by this? You do basically you are using the ABC, that is a parameter. You don't have to write the number of line of code again and again and again. Okay, once you are using this particular function, that is the object PR, that you will use outside of the class, you are just creating, so that you don't have to write again the code. So once you are just writing, you can just call as many of things logic you can just write here. So the thing is that whenever it's like you are just writing three object, you are just taking, if there is n number of object, you don't know how many object it is there, then you can just go for the args. You are just writing args. You already have just gone through about the args, keywords arguments. That is okay, that is sorry, keywords argument thing, that is a label based argument. So you don't know how many argument you have to pass for that. So clearly you can just do this thing. What you have to just write, for I in args, you have to write args. Now it args basically store everything in the tuples form. Okay, if you want for India only, then you can pass India. If you want India and Bangladesh, you don't want USA, just pass India and Bangladesh. And if you want the India, Bangladesh and USA, all the three things, you can go for that also. Clear? So now if you're just passing this thing, now from that what you want to print, I dot capital. I'm just printing this one. So now you can just remove this one. Don't have to write print again. So already it is printing this one. Now what I will say here, whenever you are just creating this particular, that is a method, now you are just calling this, you are just passing only India and Bangladesh. So what will be the answer? It is printing New Delhi and Dhaka. Again, if you are passing only India, so it will give you only India, that is India capital. Again you are passing India, Bangladesh and also USA. So it will print for the all the three. So you can do in this way. It's really number of lines of code is really decreases. So you can go for the args. Again, this is basically for the capital. Again, you can create one more method for language. Okay, so you can just do all this thing in the similar way. So basically you are just reducing the number of line of code. Okay, so that particular, because this capital also this capital method of the USA class, the capital method of Bangladesh class and the capital method of India class, they have the same main, but their implementation is different, means their logic is different. Okay, so don't have to write again and again line of the code. So similar way I have just given the example of the length. So whenever length is basically a polymorphism, so inside that you are just passing different type of parameter. You are passing string, you are passing list, you are passing tuple. You can pass any number of parameter, any type of parameter, but it will only return the length of that. Okay? This was about the polymorphism, how you are using this thing in the OOPS. I hope you are clear with that. So that's all for this video. Thank you.